A powerful explosion lit up the space with a bright blue light, as if a blue tornado had engulfed everything around it. Leon watched in amazement as the sword glowed in the middle of the hall with yellow magical energy. Suddenly, a voice addressed the brown-haired young man, wanting to ask him an important question. The boy refocused his gaze on the mysterious weapon, trying to understand what was happening. The voice asked if Leon considered himself worthy of such powerful strength. This unexpected question made the young man think, and he closed his eyes and immersed himself in thought. The boy tried to understand the nature of the mysterious voice that was guiding him on the path of his destiny. It turned out that it was the holy sword Elcid itself that was speaking to him, appearing right in front of the determined young man. The blade declared that its power should only be given to those who walk the path of honesty and righteousness. When the determined Leon grabbed the mysterious weapon, the incredibly powerful force of the holy sword began to completely engulf the stubborn young man. In the real world, on the Academy's training grounds, intense training with wooden swords continued among the students. A brown-haired guy was engaged in a tense sparring match against one of the Academy's talented blonde-haired students. Constantly losing another fight, Leon thought deeply about how absurd and unfair this world was. Once again, his battered wooden weapon flew off with a crash in the opposite direction. Falling painfully to the hard ground, the exhausted young man wondered why he kept repeating this fate. The frustrated boy turned to his opponent, insistently asking him to take the fight more seriously. The handsome blonde calmly replied that no one at the prestigious Imperial Academy ever challenged anyone except Leon. The noble Leon honestly admitted that he had fought at half strength, but noted the noticeable progress of his stubborn opponent. Hearing these condescending words, the angry brown-haired young man immediately ran and grabbed his sword. Enraged, Leon swung his broken weapon fiercely, loudly declaring that he could not tolerate self-pity. The exhausted young man thought with annoyance that their protracted duel looked completely unnatural. The young rivals even began to discuss possible competition due to their almost identical names. The luxurious, fair-haired Leon seemed to really enjoy this amusing situation with similar names. Although their names sounded exactly the same, they were spelled differently, which was definitely worth considering. Sitting tiredly against a stone wall, a disappointed Leon painfully realized that he had lost to his rival Leon again. The pensive young man bitterly realized that 3 long years had passed since the changes at the Academy. That was exactly how long it had been since the incredibly talented Leon had been transferred here. The honest young man understood that he would never surpass his perfect rival, despite their similar-sounding names. The blonde's elegant gaze, noble manners, and charismatic personality seemed to belong to a fairy tale prince. The realistic Leon bitterly admitted that there was no place for an ordinary guy here. Lions should be studying in an elite class. The worried blonde young man gently approached his friend and delicately asked how he was feeling. The flawless Leon looked as friendly as possible and really did resemble a real prince from a fairy tale. The envious brown-haired boy gloomily thought that without his rival's presence, everything would be completely different. Sighing heavily and wearily, the defeated Leon realized that all he could do was politely extend his hand in response. Suddenly, loud female screams rang out across the square, someone desperately shouting the boy's name and running. The alert young man immediately tensed, wondering who had suddenly decided to call out to him. An unfamiliar girl gracefully approached them, the only sound being the melodious click of her elegant heels. Annoyed, Leon turned abruptly and, at the last moment, rather rudely told the stranger to leave him alone. But the persistent girl stubbornly tried to stop him, asking anxiously where he was going. The beauty reproachfully remarked that she had heard everything perfectly well, wondering if Leon had started another fight with Leon on the playground. The girl was puzzled as to why the guy continued his futile battles, when victory was clearly impossible for him. Gently calming the upset Chloe, the noble Leon delicately asked her not to misunderstand the situation. The girl's attentive gaze immediately noticed a bleeding wound on his finger that required immediate medical attention. With a sharp movement, Leon pulled his hand away, irritably declaring that he didn't need help, that she would only ruin everything. Rage overwhelmed the young man, and he shouted, demanding that she mind her own business, because she wouldn't understand anyway. Continuing to be rude to the sweet Chloe, the guy accused her of worrying about trifles and constantly interfering with his training. The harsh words of the brown-haired young man plunged the training ground into a depressing, heavy atmosphere of complete silence. Night training alone became the only way for the stubborn Leon to continue improving his fencing skills. Envy of his rival's blonde hair tormented the young man, who dreamed of possessing at least a superficial resemblance to an aristocrat. Thoughts of a supportive family or natural talent haunted the young man, who was deprived of such advantages. A noble birth could have radically changed the fate of a simple boy, he thought with bitterness and envy. The crack of a wooden sword breaking echoed once again in the empty training area of the academy. The bitter realization of his deprivation of all possible advantages weighed heavily on the soul of the exhausted fencer. The insurmountable peaks of this cruel world seemed to mock the futility of mere effort and desire. The memory of Lion's birthday and the festive banquet stabbed the lonely outcast's heart. The grand party in honor of the Academy's pride was supposed to outshine all previous celebrations at the institution. The cold earth accepted the tired body of the boy, who promised himself that tomorrow he would try again to become better. The 3 years of his life spent within the walls of the Academy seemed to Leon like time wasted without result. Another day sank into oblivion, adding to the list of useless moments in the life of a loser. The agonizing question of predestination tormented his mind, which was searching for any answers. A predetermined fate made any attempts at self-improvement and achieving heights in art meaningless. A desperate cry from the depths of his soul poured out the accumulated pain, questioning the heavens about the cruelty of fate. The inadequacy of tireless efforts became obvious when life offered only disappointment and failure. The silence of the night could not answer the agonizing questions of a lonely heart seeking justice. A mysterious glow behind his back illuminated the deep night, drawing attention to an unusual celestial phenomenon. The dazzling brightness resembled a rapidly approaching comet, bringing unknown changes to the young man's life. The festive atmosphere of the party was overshadowed by the guests' concern about the whereabouts of the missing brown-haired guy. Leon's absence from the dormitory surprised Chloe, who had been expecting him to attend the celebration in honor of their friend. Disturbing thoughts about the fate of the stubborn young man did not give the girl any peace, and she decided to find him at any cost. A firm determination gripped the beauty, and the search for her missing friend became her top priority for the day. The sudden appearance of a distinguished gentleman interrupted the conversation with a polite message of refusal, addressed to the blonde aristocrat. Lion quietly asked not to be called that in front of strangers, for Sir Gilbert knew that there was no point in hiding his identity. The venerable mentor confirmed the truth of his words, saying that a man of noble blood was indeed obliged to excel above others in everything. Only 1 year of waiting and preparation remained before the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy connected with the imperial family. The coming of age of a member of the imperial family of the great empire of Clyde would mark the end of the reign of the current emperor forever. The mourning of the Holy Emperor would mark the beginning of a new era, when a worthy successor would ascend to the throne. Lion was astonished at the mention of the great hero Roderick. Too high expectations were placed on the young man. The true abilities and destiny of the young aristocrat would only be revealed the following year, a year full of trials. Chloe's talent for 4th-level magic made her one of the most promising students at the academy. Leon's superhuman strength amazed everyone who watched the simple boy's relentless training. The desire to have these two allies by his side never left the mind of the future heir to the throne. According to ancient prophecies, the heavenly sword was to descend upon Leon on the day he came of age. The legendary weapon possessed the power to destroy the very essence of evil that threatened peace and justice everywhere. And that's how Leon ended up in the place where the brightly shining weapon was waiting for its chosen one. Strange, unfamiliar feelings overwhelmed the soul of the brown-haired young man, who did not understand the changes taking place within him. A glowing sphere suddenly appeared in front of his nose, causing confusion and fear in the confused academy fencer. A mysterious voice commanded the young man to approach the source of the enigmatic glow in the night's silence. Looking around, Leon couldn't believe what was happening and asked about the presence of his invisible interlocutor. The answer came with a reproachful tone, as if to say, "Can't you see who is standing right in front of your astonished eyes?" A closer look allowed the young man to discern the true shape of the sword and understand the source of the mystical glow around it. The talking weapon, like a living person, seemed like an incredible joke of fate to the shocked young man from the academy. The holy sword calmly explained to Leon that it was he himself who had summoned the ancient weapon to this place. His thoughts about the injustice of the world towards him had indeed reached the heavens and been heard. Some are given everything they desire without effort. The blade mused about the inequality between people of different origins. Others, such injustice does not in any way disturb the world balance established by higher powers since time immemorial. The right to accuse life of cruelty belongs only to those who truly make every effort. Only those souls who have worked hard despite all obstacles deserve true reward. Leon's complaints about his fate seemed overly presumptuous to the sword. Did he really deserve divine help? Closing his eyes, the young man tried to reconnect with his spiritual essence and find answers within himself. The unpleasant but fair words of the weapon forced the young man to admit his own wrongness in some matters. A proud declaration that he definitely deserved something came from the lips of the determined fencer. Placing his hand on his heart, Leon passionately declared the long years of hard work he had put in to achieve at least some results. The sacred weapon offered the young man the chance to take it and prove that he was not a weakling after all. Doubt overwhelmed the young man at the thought that the holy sword really wanted to become his personal weapon. Doubts tormented his soul. Could a mere mortal even touch such a sacred and powerful artifact? The bitter realization of the injustice of his own life once again pierced the heart of the disappointed fencer from the academy. Daily training, as if cursed, allowed him to improve by at least 1% each day. The only right decision seemed to be a bold step forward toward an unknown but tempting fate and change. The impatience of the sacred weapon manifested itself in an insistent call to stop hesitating and come closer to the source of power. A proud declaration that he was not a coward burst from the determined young man's chest. The desire to prove his worth to everyone by any means necessary never left the stubborn young man's mind for a moment. The transformation of years of labor into rubbish seemed unacceptable to someone who had sacrificed so much. The weapon's rebuke sounded fair. Why just stand there and talk instead of acting decisively? The desire to prove the significance of his own decisions and efforts drove Leon more than any other motive in life. Equality of opportunity for all people seemed to the young man to be the foundation of a just and well-ordered world. The sword's indifference to his words disappointed the young man, who had spent time explaining his principles and beliefs. The confirmation of his righteousness was accompanied by an even brighter glow from the ancient artifact, illuminating the night around them. The recognition of the warrior's honesty caused the sacred energy to flow from the blade in even more intense streams of light. The insistent call to raise the sword and stop standing still sounded like a command to take decisive action. Leon was surprised by the warrior's words. Could the sacred weapon really trust a simple guy from the academy so easily? A heart unbroken by fate and born outside of noble lineage caused the sword to shine even more brightly. The desire to prove his convictions, devoid of any thirst for glory or wealth, proved to be the true driving force behind the hero. The appeal confirmed that he was worthy of becoming a hero, so he must finally raise the sacred weapon without hesitation. A well-deserved reward, and the only opportunity to prove his true strength, awaited the determined young man right here and now. Hearing these words, the brown-haired young man resolutely grabbed the shining sacred weapon in front of him with both hands. Elcid, the name of the imperial sword, and when Leon touched it, an incredible surge of energy overwhelmed his entire being. The sword of Emperor Rodrigo, guiding light into a new era, chose the simple young man as its worthy owner. The sacred weapon promised Leon joint victory over all words and obstacles on their shared path. The spirit of the great Rodrigo noted with a smile the amusing combination of the holy sword and the simple warrior from the academy. The spirit curiously inquired about the reasons for the sudden decision to break the ancient prophecy passed down through generations. The name Leon means lion, but the prophecy did not specifically refer to a member of the imperial family, and Leon did not meet the requirements. Talent and good fortune proved useless without the ability to awaken one's own unwavering will to act. Using one's heritage should not cause concern. The spirit mused about replacing the chosen one with a more worthy candidate. Observation from heaven would allow for close monitoring of events and the correctness of the choice of the new hero. A sudden awakening caused Leon to open his eyes wide and realize the familiar reality of his room. Thoughts of a possible dream tormented the young man lying in his own bed after the incredible events of the night. Looking around, the young man realized that he had woken up in his usual place, his room in the dormitory. A miraculous sight struck his eyes. The sacred weapon was indeed standing right there in his modest room. The realization of what had happened dispelled all doubts. This was definitely not the product of a fevered imagination or a dream. Elcid explained that this was the young man's last chance to become a truly strong and powerful warrior. Simply possessing the sword did not guarantee automatic improvement. Harsh trials lay ahead to test his worth. Understanding the full responsibility that rests on the shoulders of the chosen one is the first step on the path to greatness. Great power is inextricably linked to great responsibilities to the world and all who live in it. The sacrifice of a beloved woman or loyal friends may be the inevitable price for the power and authority gained. The thorny path to exceptionality among ordinary people was chosen by Leon himself, voluntarily and consciously. The question of a unique opportunity arose after the young man reflected on the complexity of the path ahead. The spirit of the weapon was surprised by such a straightforward and honest statement from the young contender for the role of hero. The calm confirmation of the boy's righteousness followed a brief moment of reflection by the ancient spirit of the sword. The beginning of the hero's true path must take place right now, at this turning point in the young man's destiny. Demonstrating his mastery of the weapon would be the first practical task to test his readiness for great deeds. The first test will require Leon to demonstrate all his fencing skills before a strict judge. The swiftness of dawn surprised the spirit of the sword, which had been watching the passage of time in the material world of humans. Elcid's impatience manifested itself in a call to stop trembling and get on with the task at hand. Anxiety about the coming morning and the presence of the sacred sword in his hands overwhelmed the academy student's thoughts. The sword agreed with the young man's reasoning, but emphasized that there were more important matters requiring immediate attention. An interesting solution to the problem was soon to be revealed to the astonished gaze of the weapon's new owner. A bright glow enveloped the sacred weapon in the young man's hands, illuminating the room with a mystical light of unearthly origin. Leon was overcome with confusion at the sight of the insanely bright light emanating from the ancient artifact. A miraculous seal with wings materialized on the young man's hand, signifying the conclusion of a contract with the sacred weapon. The ability to summon the weapon from his hand at any moment solved the problem of hiding the sword from prying eyes. The weapon hidden inside his body would remain invisible to those around him, completely solving the problem of the artifact being discovered. A peaceful sleep would not be disturbed by the presence of the sword, as the young man would not feel it at all while resting. Elicid strictly warned that from that day on there would be no rest, only intense training without breaks. The young man's words expressed his confidence that the sword would not be disappointed with the results. The weapon expressed pride in its new owner, but emphasized the temporary nature of this feeling until results were achieved. Maximum effort would be required to prove the true value and worth of the chosen hero before the sacred sword. Success depends not only on the efforts of the student, but also on the quality of training provided by the mentor. The kind words of the weapon's spirit warmed the soul of the young man, who had long awaited recognition of his efforts and potential. The firm grip on the hilt of the sacred sword conveyed the young man's determination to achieve his goals at any cost. Leon's eyes filled with genuine determination, reflecting his inner flame of readiness for the trials and difficulties ahead. An even stronger grip on the hilt was accompanied by a gleam in his eyes and the thought of readiness for action. The beginning of real training was marked by a desire to prove his true worth and abilities to everyone around him. The swinging of the weapon was with an intensity and energy never seen before, astonishing even the fencer himself. The confidence in his movements, which had not been seen before, surprised the young man with its naturalness and precision. Surprised by his own strength after the words of encouragement, Leon realized the influence of mental attitude on physical abilities. A few encouraging words gave him more energy and strength than years of training had. The trust he had earned from the sacred sword caused the power to literally boil in the hands of the Empire's new chosen hero. An unexpected command to stop from the spirit of the weapon interrupted the surprised young man's intense training, which had only just begun. Leon was perplexed by the thought that the training had been interrupted almost immediately after it began. The explanation that the sword could be destroyed into small pieces by excessive force struck the inexperienced fencer. The young man holding the artifact in his hands was confused by his lack of understanding of the physics behind the destruction of the sacred weapon. The spirit noted with surprise that the boy's sword skills had already reached the level of an aura bearer, although the boy himself did not notice this. Not understanding the meaning of the term did not prevent him from grasping the main point. Continuing such training would teach a beginner nothing. The immaturity of the new owner required long training under the guidance of an experienced mentor, the spirit of the great emperor. A good foundation in swordplay needed to be complemented by perfect physical training for maximum effectiveness. The question of whether it was possible to wield a sword without using one's hands baffled the young man with its unusual nature. The body, as the foundation of all martial arts, requires constant improvement to achieve maximum results. Constant physical training can lead to incredible results in fencing. The first task was to run until receiving the command to stop from a strict instructor in the form of a sword spirit. The stop would only come after the instructor was satisfied with the result, regardless of how tired the student was. Subsequent muscle training included complex exercises such as standing on one leg and one arm to develop balance. Leon's confidence in his running abilities never wavered. In this, he was truly unmatched among his peers. Standing on one hand remained a mystery to the young man, who had never tried such acrobatic exercises before. The opportunity to become significantly stronger motivated the young man to perform any task, even the most difficult ones, given to him by his mentor. Rodrigo, who was watching, noted with satisfaction that events were unfolding exactly as planned. Eastern wisdom says that Leon is like an empty cup, capable of holding boundless knowledge and skills. Simply filling this cup with the basics of fencing could turn the young man into a true martial arts master. Rodrigo cannot allow his successor, born 300 years later, to remain merely a master. The main goal of the chosen hero must be to force the Demon King to kneel before his power. The decision has been made, and now all that remains is to wait patiently for events to unfold according to plan. Exhausted from training, Leon fell asleep right in the middle of class at the academy, among the other students. The evil gaze of the weapon spirit and a loud shout instantly attracted the attention of the boy dozing off in class. The appearance of Elcid in front of him made the young man immediately declare that he had not been sleeping in class. A perfect understanding of the tediousness of academic classes did not negate the need for the student to attend them. The realization that he had to do his homework, in addition to his intensive training, weighed heavily on the already exhausted young man. Too much of his energy was spent on balancing his studies at the academy with his secret sword training. The importance of not missing a single word in class was emphasized by the strict requirements of the educational process. The question of spirit regarding his missing skills initially directed Leon's thoughts toward weapon mastery. The only real flaw turned out to be attentiveness, not fencing technique or physical training. An ancient proverb spoke of the importance of 1 eye, 2 legs, 3 hearts, and 4 strengths. Attentiveness is more important than endurance, which in turn is more important than courage in battle. Strength ranks last in the hierarchy of important qualities for a true warrior. The unconditional importance of strength requires its constant development and improvement, along with other qualities. The existence of 4 main indicators that surpass strength in importance surprised the inexperienced fencer from the academy. There may be moments of disagreement with such a hierarchy, but the primacy of attentiveness remains an indisputable truth. Training attentiveness was a completely new concept for the young man, who had never heard of such a thing before. Elsid's suggestion to demonstrate the uselessness of his student's eyes sounded rather sinister and threatening. Fear gripped the young man, who did not understand what the mysterious spirit of the sacred weapon was leading to. Sitting through a boring lesson was accompanied by anxious thoughts about the upcoming demonstration from his mentor. Looking at the spirit caused excitement and a sense of anticipation of something unexpected in the near future. The command to look straight ahead marked the beginning of an exercise to develop observation and concentration. The task of focusing on the teacher at the blackboard required the student to concentrate all their mental abilities. Fixing movements in memory for 10 seconds was the first practical exercise in training attentiveness. A dark blue board, a middle-aged man with a pointer in his hands, the first details fixed by the gaze. The teacher's natural hair color and gray mustache completed the picture for memorizing all the details. Concentrating on the chosen object required the maximum effort of all the boy's mental abilities. A question about the number of lines on the board caught the student off guard with its unexpectedness. The shock of realizing he had failed the task made the boy remember that the instruction was to observe the teacher. Elsid patiently explained that the task was about concentration, but no one had said to look exclusively at the teacher. The board was right in front of the teacher, but apart from the man's figure, nothing else had stuck in the student's memory. 10 precious seconds of time were wasted because of a misunderstanding of the task. The lack of attention to the board was the result of limited perception of the surrounding space and details. Focusing exclusively on what seems important limits the ability to fully perceive reality. The eye turned out to be a much more wasteful organ than the inexperienced student of the sacred sword could have imagined. Rarely does anyone use their full field of vision, filtering out supposedly unnecessary information from their perception. The need to capture absolutely everything that is visible requires unlocking the true potential of the organs of sight. Understanding the breadth of vision's possibilities will only come through intensive training with time limits. The absurdity of the training method struck Leon, who had not expected such complexity from training with the sacred sword. The intense concentration forced the young man to sit without blinking, staring at the designated part of the space. His classmates' strange behavior did not escape the attention of the other students, who watched his unusual actions. Leaving class was accompanied by a feeling of turning into a real zombie from the intense mental strain. The headache became so intense that it felt as if his skull was about to explode from overexertion. The explanation for the eye fatigue was logical. Dryness, as the strain exceeded all normal limits. Headaches come in many forms, each of which indicates different processes in the body. The awakening of a long unused brain function caused unexpected pain in the student. The pain in the brain, unaccustomed to such stress, turned out to be a natural reaction to sudden changes. The brain is physically incapable of feeling pain, so understanding the process becomes the key to overcoming it. The need for constantly increasing training became obvious in order to achieve the desired results in development. The question about the number of candles on the candlestick in the hallway caught the unprepared student off guard. Was the boy next to the girl in glasses? Details that escaped the inattentive gaze of the student. The light in the 11th window turned out to be another detail that was missed from the overall picture of what was happening. Walking down the hallway was accompanied by the realization of complete memory failure and the difficulty of the upcoming lessons. Returning to the room brought no relief. His mind continued to torment him with endless questions about details. Falling onto the bed was accompanied by a single desire: to simply sleep after an exhausting day of training. The Holy Sword generously assessed the first day as a good result for a beginner. The request for a break and a chance to rest sounded like a plea from a guy exhausted by training. Reflections on the duration of such suffering brought no comfort. Helplessness had not been felt so acutely in a long time. Adapting to new things has natural limits, Elsid explained, emphasizing the importance of getting used to constantly changing conditions. Repetitive training has its advantages, but the main danger lies in the body receiving false results. Getting used to a certain form of training means a decrease in the effectiveness of further development of abilities and skills. The question of jumping on one leg is related to the same reason for the need to train the body. This absolutely correct observation was approved by the ancient spirit of the Empire's sacred weapon. The simple desire to discover a student's weaknesses motivated the mentor, not the desire to cause suffering. Human bodies function differently regardless of the amount of time and effort spent on training. The three criteria include a sailor's sense of balance, a hunter's sense of direction, and the excellent eyesight of an experienced shepherd. Leon's strong performance, endurance, and diligence in training form the foundation of sword mastery. The lack of physical and mental flexibility requires the development of other skills to achieve perfection in fencing. Disbelief in what he heard prompted the young man to ask his mentor to clarify his understanding. Fencing is ultimately a way of handling a sword correctly in various situations. The calm application of basic skills, depending on the circumstances, is the true art of fencing. The change in his emotions was accompanied by a reminder that everything that had been said was only theoretical knowledge. Theory cannot teach all the practical skills necessary for true mastery in combat. The impossibility of learning through theory alone is explained by the immense importance of practical application of the knowledge gained. Lion used his aura skill to defeat Leon in their last duel on the training ground. The blonde guy was probably a tough opponent who was able to use his hidden abilities. Training in aura skills will only begin after graduating from the academy and acquiring basic knowledge. A loud cry expressed Leon's sole desire to defeat his talented rival. The true desire to defeat Leon burned in the heart of the stubborn young man with a bright flame of determination. Constant training will lead to habit, warned the spirit about the need for variety in training. Today's practice taught him to see that he would soon have to complete a full course of training to develop all the necessary skills. A bad feeling came over Leon after the first day of such intense and unusual training. Curiosity about the upcoming training made the young man ask his mentor about its content. Knowing about future challenges could lead to sloppy work, so it's better to keep them a secret. Tomorrow would bring mistakes, which would be followed by punishment as part of the training process. His reluctance to bother with trivial matters was combined with the understanding that this would be an excellent stimulus for strength growth. A good mental attitude requires willpower, so the spirit decided to give the student a little push in the right direction. The righteousness of the sacred sword became clear to the young man who understood his mentor's logic. The folly of repeating tomorrow's mistakes made him realize the need to increase his personal strength. The sacred weapon's suggestion to try a new method as soon as possible sounded quite tempting. A deafening scream erupted from his chest as real electricity coursed through his entire body. 5 seconds of exposure were his first experience, so he had no control over the power yet. Apologies were accompanied by a promise to try to make the impact much weaker next time. The increase in strength with each mistake requires maximum effort from the student in training. The start of new training was scheduled for the next day, according to the plan drawn up by the mentor. The morning sun slowly rose over the academy, marking the beginning of another day of intensive training. The usual strength and endurance training was accompanied by very fast running around the academy grounds. Classes at the academy were used to train attentiveness, according to the instructions of the spirit of the sacred sword. The return home was marked by practicing a difficult one-arm stand to develop balance. The question about the number of pigeons on the roof of the dormitory received a confident answer. There were 10 in total. Subsequent questions concerned the order in which the birds arrived and the number of pigeons sitting on the windowsill. The approval of the student who had recently begun to focus his attention sounded like recognition of excellent progress in his training. The long-awaited moment finally arrived, and the boy could not believe what he heard from his strict mentor. Permission to take a short break sounded like a reward for a month of hard training. A whole month passed before the first break, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him. The appearance of the blonde-haired lion was a complete surprise to the young man training alone. The instant recognition was accompanied by a remark that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. They hadn't met since the start of the intensive training with the spirit of the sacred weapon. His comrade informed him of the need to gather in the hall immediately after lunch and asked him to call him. The assumption about his location in the training area turned out to be completely correct and accurate. A month without a single challenge to a duel made Leon wonder if his rival had given up. The changes in Leon's expression did not escape the aristocrat's watchful eye. The inability to accurately determine the nature of the changes did not prevent him from stating them with certainty. The brown-haired young man's surprise at the seriousness of his comrade's words was expressed in a skeptical question. The seriousness of his intentions was confirmed by the calm response of the noble blonde aristocrat. The expression on the faces of those who consider themselves incapable of victory is radically different from yours. The words he heard only brought a slight smile to the face of the brown-haired guy from the academy. Leaning forward, Leon acknowledged his opponent's skill as the only reason for his appearance in this place. Lion noted his comrade's usual coldness and suggested continuing their long-awaited conversation. The question of the blonde guy's right to demand a conversation was asked with undisguised irritation. A tearful request for 10 minutes of conversation caught the stubborn young man off guard, as he had not expected such a thing. Agreeing to talk was the only reasonable solution in the awkward situation that had arisen. Sitting in silence under the spreading tree created a tense atmosphere between the former rivals. The question about the rumors concerning the unusual nature of his origins was asked rather cautiously. Leon's thoughts about the conversations he had actually heard earlier took a few seconds. His acknowledgement that the rumors might be true was followed by a remark about the lack of any attempts to hide anything. Rumors about the seriousness of his intentions and the concealment of his identity were confirmed by Leon himself. Leon was completely shocked, having not expected such a turn in their conversation. The explanation for accepting the challenges solely because of his training at the academy sounded quite logical. It seemed obvious that a noble aristocrat would ignore a simple student. Avoiding unnecessary attention to his own person would have been the right decision for a prince in hiding. Such behavior seemed like the right decision, and the winner was very loyal to it. The announcement that this time was over sounded like a sentence to the surprised interlocutor. The unexpectedness of the statement made Leon swallow hard, clearing his throat. A shout at his companion was accompanied by a demand to explain what exactly had come to an end. The proposal to fight one last time sounded like the final decision of a noble young man. The condition of the duel was that it be fought with real swords, without the use of wooden training sticks. The offer to become a vassal in case of defeat sounded like a serious gamble in the upcoming duel. The comparison of the situation to a real game of chance came to mind of the young man who was surprised by such conditions. The recognition of his opponent's pride and honesty was accompanied by the right to simply walk away without consequences. The promise to always remain on the side of his comrade sounded regardless of the outcome of their conversation. A pensive smile was the reaction to the proposal from the blonde aristocrat. The question of the consequences of his own victory was asked with a slight smile on the face of the determined fencer. The low probability of such an outcome meant that no one would seriously believe in the possibility of such a result. A simple smile accompanied Leon's question about his opponent's wishes in the unlikely event of victory over the aristocrat. The addition of the promise to fulfill any request ruled out any threat to the family and honor of the young man's noble lineage. Accepting the terms with a smile gave Leon the right to choose the date of the upcoming duel. The friends' agreement to find a suitable place for the fight required only timely notification of readiness. The main requirement was to give 3 days' notice before the appointed date of the decisive battle. Rodrigo, who was watching, noted with satisfaction that the long-awaited moment had finally come to test the chosen one. Leon, the hero chosen by the Holy Sword, and Lion, the pretender to the throne, would once again face each other in a decisive duel. The return home was accompanied by a strong sense of fear of the upcoming trial of fate. Elcid's appearance, in a state of shock before their eyes, expressed the complete bewilderment of the spirit of the sacred weapon. The loud cries of fear from the recently victorious apprentice expressed the disappointment of his mentor. Leon's response emphasized the completely different nature of his feelings about the upcoming battle. The excessive strengthening achieved in a month of training caused concern for the safety of his future opponent. The insane intensity of the training a month ago contrasted with the current feeling of greatly increased strength. The feeling of tremendous strength compared to his previous state amazed even the owner of these new abilities. The surprise at the accuracy of his assumptions about how events would unfold was expressed in a rhetorical question. The student's reassurance was accompanied by advice not to worry too much about the changes hidden from everyone. The difference between spiritual strength and physical strength explained the absence of signs of strengthening previously noticed by the student. The promise of help in passing the endurance exam supported the nervous young man's determination. The impatient anticipation of the exam day expressed the mentor's confidence in his protege's success. The anticipation of truly intriguing events in the near future excited the ancient spirit of the imperial sword. The question of whether he intended to panic again was asked with a slight rebuke directed at the nervous student. Panic was clearly visible on Leon's face. Despite his attempts to hide his true feelings, the chief examiner suggested that those who were unable to participate due to health reasons step aside. The serious mood was accompanied by an understanding of the upcoming test of endurance. Last year, he had come in 9th place. The physical training of the students was inferior to that of the children of high-ranking nobles, who had won prizes thanks to their origins. Special potions for the children of the nobility increased their endurance in a matter of seconds, creating an unfair advantage. Lion's first place last year was a clear answer to the question of the spirit of the weapon. The short distance of 2 laps of 400 meters each required maximum concentration and speed. Last year's result of 1 minute and 40 seconds served as a benchmark for the young man's current ambitions. Elcid's reassuring words emphasized the need to test true strength in a real confrontation with an opponent. Last year's results were no longer relevant, thanks to the appearance of the sacred sword as a mentor and ally. The seriousness of his intentions was clearly evident on Leon's face, after hearing the spirit's encouraging words. The teacher's wave of the flag and the command to begin marked the start of the long-awaited endurance test. The sudden rush of all participants toward the finish line created a tense atmosphere of competition among the students. Every runner gave their maximum effort to achieve first place in the prestigious competition. Lion was amazed by the incredible spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Leon was running among the leaders so fast that no one could even get close to him. Even the strongest participants from last year were unable to match his speed. The girl with the timer watched in amazement at the incredible results of the unexpected leader of the race. The announcement of the result, 1 minute and 29 seconds, stunned everyone present at the exam. The teacher's question about how long it took to learn aura reading expressed bewilderment at such significant progress. An honest admission of not having studied the aura was followed by a suggestion to test his abilities. The teacher's touch on the hand became a way to determine the presence or absence of aura use. Reflections on the verification procedure and possible disqualification if an aura was detected troubled the contestant. Confirmation of the absence of an aura was accompanied by the teacher's admiration for the incredible enhancement without magical abilities. The explanation for the results, based on training in the fundamentals and reinforced by spirit, sounded quite plausible. The acknowledgement of the intensity of the training explained the impressive results in the development of physical abilities. The sudden improvement of a simple guy in our time amazed the experienced academy teacher. Lion's tension was explained by his desire to retain last year's first place in the prestigious competition. His appeal to the spirit after the race expressed a need to explain the changes that had taken place. The request to explain what was happening instead of laughing expressed the seriousness of his intention to get answers to his questions. The question about the origin of physical strength was the beginning of an educational lecture from the spirit of the sacred sword. The refutation of the obvious assumption about the muscular origin of strength surprised the unprepared student. Most physical training methods are limited to increasing muscle mass and density without a deep understanding. The incompleteness of such an approach to achieving maximum results was a revelation to the young man. The true reason for the limitations of physical strength lies in the insufficient development of the muscle nerves. The innate density of muscles has clear limits in terms of development and size, which restrict growth potential. Current training is aimed specifically at developing muscle nerves to overcome the body's natural limitations. The scale of this previously unknown development system amazed the young man, who had never heard of anything like it before. The teacher's mention of weapons and so-called special methods interrupted his thoughts about the new knowledge. A loud cry of surprise made him forget about the presence of other people around him on the playground. Duke explained that the result of 10 years of effort by others had been achieved in a few months thanks to training. Leon's question about why the information was being kept secret expressed his confusion about his mentor's secrecy. The answer about a possible increase in anxiety explained the need for gradual disclosure of training secrets. Mindfulness training proved to be a key element in achieving such physical results. Knowing the true nature of the training would have significantly reduced the effectiveness of mindfulness development. Doubts about the ability to focus on something else expressed an understanding of the limitations of human attention. A request to simply express gratitude concluded the spirit's explanation of the necessity of the work that had been done. Fulfilling the duties of a sacred weapon became the sole motivation for the intense training of the protege. Reflections on the fact that the spirit was not just a holy sword led to a deeper understanding. The realization that a part of the hero Rodrigo's soul was present in the weapon struck the young man's imagination. The question of the possible evil nature of the great Rodrigo, instead of heroic, caused disturbing thoughts. The shouts of his classmates interrupted his philosophical musings about the nature of the ancient spirit and the sacred sword. Cheers for Leon and admiration for his amazing abilities rang out from all sides of the arena. The blonde aristocrat's breaking of last year's record thrilled the watching academy students. Tension gripped Leon as he heard the sounds of praise for his main rival's achievements. Approaching the scoreboard revealed second place in today's prestigious endurance competition. The teacher's remark about his haste emphasized the significance of his progress over the past few months of training. The comparison of positions from first and ninth place to first and second showed impressive growth. Confidence in the possibility of defeating his rival had not yet been completely lost. The answer about perfecting attentiveness signaled a transition to other aspects of preparation. The request not to ask unnecessary questions expressed a reluctance to reveal plans in advance. The question about the impossibility of direct fencing training expressed the student's impatience to start practicing. The need to first learn how to use the aura became a priority over sword technique. Martial arts without the aura are just ordinary movements, devoid of true power. The predictability of movements and the ease of reading intentions make a fencer vulnerable to an experienced opponent. The question of readiness to defeat a comrade required an honest assessment of one's current abilities. The need to learn how to use one's strengths became a priority for further development. A sword forged through long effort possesses incredible strength and reliability in battle. The growth of physical skills creates a defense that even the strongest opponent cannot overcome. A pause before an important addition was preceded by a message about the need to gain practical experience. The question of future enemies stronger than friends made one think about the serious trials ahead. Leon's objection about the slum gangs emphasized the safety of the academic environment for learning. Yesterday's serious conversation with Elcid left deep thoughts in the mind of the pensive young man. The mention of Leon's name in the hallway drew the attention of a passing young man to the conversation. The encounter with the wealthy academy students took place during a routine walk through the corridors of the institution. Distinctive badges on their school uniforms revealed that the boys belonged to the academy's elite class. Malicious comments about the vagrant who came in second expressed dissatisfaction with the results of the competition. The assumption that the instructor had made a mistake reflected a lack of belief in the ability of an ordinary person to achieve such results. Elcid's reflections on the immutability of rich children over 300 years expressed his disappointment in human nature. Leon's suggestion to appeal to the curator if dissatisfied with the leaderboard sounded very reasonable. The question about ways to cheat expressed distrust in the honesty of a simple student's achievements. The suspicion that the sudden revelation of potential was strange reflected the skepticism of the wealthy heirs. The realization that arguing with spoiled aristocratic children was pointless came fairly quickly. The reluctance to get involved with representatives of the elite class seemed a prudent decision. The appearance of another person calling on the rich to calm down changed the dynamics of the conflict. A remark about excessive noise sounded like a gentle rebuke to the heated aristocrats. The reminder of the equality of all students at the academy sounded noble but not very convincing. Elcid's disbelief in such words was based on his knowledge of the true laws of this institution. Heroic words about opportunities for ordinary people to distinguish themselves sounded inspiring and fair. The agreement of those around him with Elmont's righteousness created the appearance of support for just principles. The ironic remark by the spirit of the weapon about boasting about one's origins expressed skepticism about the motives for intervention. Information about the second son of the Count of Bourbon and his second-place finish last year explained the interest in the situation. The loss of his place and inability to overtake his rival must have greatly hurt the pride of the noble young man. The skillful use of status to achieve his goals demonstrated the young aristocrat's political skills. Elmont's assumption about a sense of injustice was spot on, but sounded patronizing. The suggestion to follow his advice on Wednesday sounded like an invitation to cooperate. Leon's desire to hear the proposal first showed his caution in making hasty decisions. The rich folks' snide remarks about the foundling showed how they really felt about his humble background. Elmont's suggestion to hold individual competitions under the supervision of an instructor sounded like an official challenge to a duel. The true motives of the rich young man and his unexpected proposal caused Leon serious confusion and suspicion. A mask of calm and confidence hid his true feelings behind a gentle smile in the tense situation. The blatant injustice towards a simple student overshadowed the appeal of the duel itself. The opponent's desire to use magical abilities became clear after they mentioned not using their auras. Leon would automatically be branded a liar if he ignored the challenge in front of everyone present. The obvious desire to damage his reputation was evident in the coercion to accept conditions that were clearly disadvantageous. The dangerous trap closed quickly, and there was no way out of the situation. Looking for support in the crowd, his gaze fell on his friend Leon among the students watching the conflict. The possibility of getting help from a friend flashed through his mind, but his pride protested against such a decision. His pride loudly proclaimed that a real man does not get into ridiculous situations. Seeking help from his main rival in fencing and combat seemed humiliating to his pride. Agreeing to the challenge was the only dignified solution, despite the possible negative consequences for his reputation. The surprise of the rich boys at the actual acceptance of their provocative proposal was quite understandable and expected. The condition that Helmet serve as referee and that the duel be completed in one day sounded reasonable. Leon's condition for participation was a vow to no longer doubt his abilities in the event of victory. The last chance to avoid conflict peacefully came in the question of whether they were ready to accept the conditions. Confidence in the fairness of the upcoming competition was based on the instructor's reputation as an impartial observer. The agreement on the duel was finally sealed by Elmont's acceptance of the conditions and his acceptance of his opponent's challenge. The promise to disgrace a mere student accompanied the statement that the instructor's personality was irrelevant to the outcome. Memories of the rich guy's face and his expression after returning home did not give him peace. The spirit's comforting words about simple luck in the current situation did not seem very reassuring. His own chances of defeating his opponent became a matter of debate after he failed to understand the meaning of his mentor's words. Natural fears about the outcome were caused by a lack of experience in fighting opponents who used their aura. The suggestion to show the nervous student something important in practice sounded quite encouraging. Curiosity and a desire to gain practical knowledge were expressed in questions about the specific content of the upcoming demonstration. Elsid's statement about the simplicity of the chosen teaching method promised a quick understanding of complex combat concepts. An unexpected way of obtaining the necessary knowledge was the appearance of a game screen before the surprised gaze of the young man. The first step toward understanding the mechanics of using the aura was to carefully study the information presented on the screen. Leon's question to the spirit about the unfamiliar phenomenon expressed his complete lack of understanding, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Elmont's explanation of the current level and abilities of the enemy clarified the situation for the young man studying the information. The weakness of the Count's second son was obvious, despite his frequent use of various magical potions. The development of strength through persistent training from childhood should have been the foundation of the future heir's preparation. The inability to digest large quantities of potions limited the potential for enhancement, even for wealthy aristocrats. Physical abilities without the use of an aura are limited to 99% of a human's maximum potential. However, it was still possible to achieve something interesting with the help of special training and preparation methods. The meaning of endurance training became clear. It prepared the student to overcome natural limitations. Overcoming barriers with one's own skills and abilities becomes possible with proper training and perseverance. Insane strength without an aura is achievable only through the ancient training methods of the Imperial Sword. The ability to respond to idiots in kind appeared thanks to months of intensive training under the guidance of a mentor. The question of whether it was necessary to worry about physical abilities showed Leon's growing confidence in his own strength. His agreement to follow the spirit's instructions was expressed in his immediate confirmation of his readiness to act according to plan. The time to climb up had truly come. Going down was no longer an option. Losing to some arrogant rich guy seemed completely unacceptable to the pride of a simple but determined young man. The surprise at his low rank and the note about his inability to use a sword caused justifiable indignation in the fencer. Sunlight streamed through the academy windows as Leon prepared for the upcoming important duel. The man's greeting expressed his joy at the young man's arrival at the appointed meeting place. Instructor Helmet, a muscular man, was ready to conduct the duel according to all the rules of honesty and fairness. His address to the young man highlighted the significant changes that had taken place over the last month of intensive training. The warning against reckless actions sounded like friendly advice from an experienced mentor. The assurance that he had no intention of doing anything foolish reassured the instructor, who was worried about his student. The main advice to think for oneself was accompanied by the granting of complete freedom of action in the duel. The call to show the freaks who was really in charge expressed hidden support for the simple student against the aristocrats. The joy of the instructor's unexpected support pleasantly surprised Leon, who had not expected such an attitude. The two of them entering the arena for the upcoming battle marked the beginning of a decisive test for both sides. Leon's face took on an extremely serious expression, reflecting his complete readiness for the important duel ahead. The appeal to him was the first sign of the enemy's presence in the arena for the decisive battle. The rich young man expressed disbelief that such a baboon could be his worthy opponent. The rich young man's laughter at Leon expressed complete contempt for the humble origins of his future opponent. His request to the instructor to begin immediately showed Leon's readiness to engage in the decisive duel. The instructor's countdown and permission to fight each other in his presence officially opened the long-awaited match. Henry's question about the desired outcome of the match revealed the true motives of the wealthy heir before the fight. The desire to humiliate a commoner became the main goal of the aristocrat, who was eager to demonstrate his superiority over the plebeian. The demand to repent for all sins committed was intended to finally break the spirit of his opponent after defeat. The simple desire to end the fight and test his own strength contrasted with his opponent's vengeful plans. The instructor's clapping and call for the participants to advance marked the official start of the long-awaited battle. Grasping the wooden training swords was the final preparation before the start of the intense fencing duel. The possibility of cutting flesh even with a wooden sword when using an aura was mind-blowing to an inexperienced fighter. Elsa's suggestion to demonstrate the enemy's abilities right now could give an advantage in the upcoming battle. Reflections on the enemy's strength led to the conclusion that he was just a pawn, regardless of his level. The lack of reason to use special methods to defeat this guy spoke of confidence in his abilities. The rich kid's charge, straight at Leon, marked the beginning of the active phase of the long-awaited duel between the rivals. A fierce cry and a swing of his weapon were accompanied by the thought that the most opportune moment for an attack had arrived. An analysis of the opponent led to the conclusion that a diagonal cut from the top right to the lower left side would be most effective. The overly obvious trajectory suggested a possible trick on the part of an experienced fencer. Continuing to stand and analyze his opponent's actions, demonstrated the calmness and calculation of a simple guy. The strangeness of Heinrich's slowness puzzled Leon, who was watching the duel closely. A single lightning-fast movement after standing motionless turned into a furious, insanely fast sword strike. The instructor, shaken by what he saw, did not expect such speed and power from a simple student. Elmont, even the young man's companions, had no idea he was capable of such phenomenal displays of strength. The blow struck Heinrich like lightning, leaving him completely paralyzed and unable to resist. Leon couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of such weakness in an opponent who was considered a strong aristocrat. The fall of his opponent made him wonder if the long-awaited and important match would end so quickly. Clenched teeth and an inability to speak demonstrated the complete defeat of the self-confident rich man. Somehow managing to get to his feet, the defeated opponent declared that victory with a single blow was unacceptable. His explanation that it was just luck was followed by a demand for a rematch to restore justice. The instructor's reminder of Heinrich's defeat and the inadmissibility of breaking the rules put an end to the dispute. Leon's agreement with the judge's decision confirmed his willingness to accept the official result of the match. The laughter and accusations of arrogance directed at the simple guy revealed the rich man's inability to admit his own defeat. His acceptance of the stance and promise to fight seriously signaled his intention to continue the duel despite its official conclusion. The appearance of the spirit of the weapon with the advice not to win with a single blow prepared the way for the battle to continue. The first battle with a man possessing an aura became an important stage in the development of combat skills. Excellent practice in combat could significantly improve one's understanding of battles with magically enhanced opponents. The opportunity to learn more about the enemy's strength arose thanks to the spirit's suggestion to continue observing the fight. Mad Henry decided to attack the guy again, ignoring his own defeat and the rules of the fight. Blocking the attack with a weapon became Leon's instinctive reaction to the sudden attack of the enraged opponent. The bright blue glow in his eyes signaled the activation of special perception abilities to analyze the situation. Analysis of the enemy revealed a sharp acceleration of his hand, foot, and pupil movements compared to his previous slowness. The drastic changes in the nature of the movements indicated that Heinrich was using some kind of special enhancement techniques. The spirit's warning of impending changes after observing the changes prepared for a more serious confrontation. Continuing to set up blocks became a defensive tactic against the strengthened and enraged rich heir. The severed piece of hair demonstrated the real danger of attacks by an opponent using magical abilities. Understanding Heinrich's use of the aura explained the sharp increase in the speed and power of his attacking movements. Predicting the enemy's movements became relatively easy, thanks to his developed observational and analytical skills. Elcid's advice to refrain from attacking emphasized the lack of experience needed to change the course of battle against a magically enhanced opponent. The enemy's personal limitations offered hope that weak points in his defense could be found. The moment the enemy was exposed, allowed for a precise strike to the leg. Using the tactical advantage of speed, Henry's teeth clenched in pain confirmed the effectiveness of the blow to a vulnerable spot. The jump backward was an attempt by the opponent to create distance and assess the damage he had received. An examination of the leg revealed an abrasion, confirming the success of the attack by a simple student against a magically enhanced aristocrat. The cries about the need to get rid of the enemy at the very beginning expressed regret at underestimating his opponent. The wealthy heir's growing caution was evident in his confidence that he could not be defeated with a single blow. The tactic of delivering multiple small blows all over the body became a new strategy against an opponent protected by an aura. The need to attack a moving target to practice quick attacks became a practical lesson in combat skills. The fall and declaration of surrender marked the final defeat of the self-confident representative of the elite class. The proud announcement by instructor Leon that he was the winner officially confirmed the outcome of the unexpected match. Lion and Chloe's wild joy for their friend contrasted with the discontent of the rich kids from the elite class. The hallway discussions after the fight expressed surprise at the unexpected fighting abilities of a simple academy student. The defeat of Heinrich's entire gang, one by one, left only the leader to continue the confrontation. The spirit's reflections on the boredom of rich children expressed disappointment in their weakness. Even when using their aura, the day of the fight with the gang leader finally arrived for Elmont, who was ready for the decisive confrontation. The spirit of the weapon's warning about the need for extreme caution prepared him for a more serious opponent. Elmont's readiness in the ring demonstrated his determination to bring the confrontation to a logical conclusion. Faking it in front of the crowd and acting all cocky were tactics to put psychological pressure on his simple opponent. Preparing for the final confrontation with the gang leader required maximum concentration of all his strength and abilities. The tense atmosphere in the ring foreshadowed the most serious test in the novice fencer's career. Elmont's determination to demonstrate his superiority in front of the audience motivated him to adopt more aggressive tactics. The psychological game before the start of the fight became an important part of preparing for the upcoming battle with an experienced opponent. The physical abilities of his wealthy opponent, when using his aura, would far exceed those of a simple academy student. His long stay in second place in the rankings indicated that Elmont had a secret sword technique. This unknown ability seemed the most suspicious of all the techniques that an aristocrat could possess. The likelihood that Rodrigo's method would be ineffective in this situation caused Leon serious concern. The question of the unexpectedness of his turn to fight was asked with undisguised contempt for his simple opponent. His disappointment at the dullness of the fights, instead of the expected exciting battles, was expressed in a dismissive tone. The words he heard frightened Elmont even more, as he understood the seriousness of the upcoming test before the audience. The understanding of the need for a perfect victory in front of his friends motivated him to concentrate all his strength to the maximum. The enemy's fairly high physical abilities posed a serious threat in the upcoming duel. The danger of blocking the attacks of an opponent who was skilled with a sword forced him to look for alternative tactics. The need to try a different way of fighting became obvious in the circumstances. Avoiding direct attacks seemed to be the only reasonable tactic against an opponent who was superior in strength. The start of the duel, on the instructor's command, nearly ended in a serious head injury for Leon. The blood on his cheek and the realization that he had been hit by the enemy's aura opened his eyes to the true danger. The insane violation of the rules of the duel became obvious to all spectators watching the battle. The complexity of the attack exceeded all expectations for a duel between students of a fencing academy. The speed of the basic attack proved too high for an unprepared fighter to counter effectively. Belonging to the nobility gave even a commoner advantages thanks to better training and resources. His satisfaction after landing the blow was expressed in a smug statement about the deservedness of what had happened. The shame of defeat at the hands of such a guy seemed unacceptable for a member of a noble family and the elite. The willingness to forgive upon submission sounded like a generous offer from a superior opponent. The threat to make him regret what he had done sounded like a final warning before serious punishment. Leon's decision not to waste time on words and to strike was a tactical move. Jumping aside demonstrated the rich young man's quick reflexes and preparation for battle. The blood from the wound on his own cheek was an unpleasant surprise for the self-confident aristocrat. The cries of indignation over the damage done in front of everyone revealed the wounded pride of the noble young man. Leon's disinterest in his opponent's foolish words expressed his contempt for empty talk instead of action. The question of whether such skills were truly shameful challenged the rich heir's self-importance. The unexpected turn of the weapon's spirit toward the young man changed the dynamics of the internal dialogue during the battle. The indignation at the insult to the technique sounded like a personal offense to the ancient spirit of the great emperor. The young man had never seen Elsid in such a mood during all their time training together. The saying about rivers and mountains changing in 10 years emphasized the scale of the changes taking place. The insult 300 years later from some snotty kid was the last straw for the ancient spirit. Leon, with the spirit of the weapon, pointed indignantly at the youngster who had dared to insult the ancient techniques of the great emperor. Insulting the teacher was tantamount to insulting all his students, which was unacceptable to his honor. The demand to knock out the teeth of the insolent boy before the end of the match sounded like a direct order from the spirit. The realization that 1 or 2 teeth would not be enough came to the young man rather quickly after hearing this. The maximum number of teeth knocked out of the insolent man became the new goal in the upcoming continuation of the brutal fight. The battle began with the 2 boys jumping toward each other to close the distance and launch an aggressive attack. Identical attacks and blocked blows gave the impression of equal strength between the combatants. The severity of the confrontation was evident to Elmont, who was being knocked down by the incredible strength of a simple student. The audience's demands to pay attention to the rich guy who had been knocked off his feet expressed their surprise. Lion, who was watching, noted Leon's use of his balance skill, which prevented the rich guy from losing his balance. Thoughts about the possible overkill in the attack without using an aura caused confusion among the blonde aristocrat. The realization of the true strength of his opponent made Leon understand the unbearable nature of the battle for his friend. The swing of his weapon was accompanied by a question about stubbornness and a call to stop resisting the superior force. The call to simply surrender and stop disgracing himself sounded like a final generous offer. The realization of his lack of speed and power forced Leon to rely on Rodrigo's methods to compensate. The ability to predict an opponent's movements could have ensured an easy victory if the attacks had been seen earlier. The ability to easily defeat an opponent depended on improving his foresight and analysis techniques. Visualizing attacks underwater helped him perceive them faster and more broadly for a better understanding of their trajectories. The sensation of swimming accompanied a complete awareness of what was happening during intense confrontations with opponents. A real battle of endurance unfolded between 2 opponents determined to win. The joyful realization that the plan was working gave Leon additional confidence in his own abilities. The rich guy's anger grew, his clenched teeth accompanying the question of his actual inability to use his aura. The instructor looked at Leon with disbelief, still unable to sense the aura, and refusing to believe what was happening. Laughter and understanding of the situation led to the decision to use a secret technique against a stubborn opponent. Reflections on hidden techniques prompted Leon to recall a secret skill he had noticed before their battle. The secret skill, seen even before the fight began, could radically change the course of the upcoming battle. The anticipation of a strike or an increase in speed created a tense atmosphere of uncertainty before the unknown attack. The inability to attack the enemy left only the option of carefully observing his actions. The mad enemies leaped toward the young man, his eyes shining, looked like the beginning of a decisive attack. Thoughts of the need to dodge this blow at any cost filled Leon's mind. Leaning to the side did indeed help him dodge the first attack of the enraged rich heir. The rich young man's turn and second swing showed the thoughtfulness of his attack tactics. The realization that the first attack was just a trap came too late for Leon. The next blow, even after dodging, revealed the essence of his opponent's secret fencing technique. The sword, which always hit its target with precision, threatened to break his ribs if he tried to dodge, leaving him unable to fight. Tracking the sword using a single method seemed to be the only way to defend against the inevitable attacks. Such a pace of combat threatened defeat, so it was necessary to urgently change tactics. The realization that losing to the enemy was unacceptable motivated the search for radical solutions in battle. The need to end this business as quickly as possible became the #1 priority. A high jump forward with a turn was an unexpected tactical move to change the dynamics of the fight. The obvious surprise of this turn of events gave Leon a tactical advantage in the attack. A powerful blow to the opponent's shoulder broke his armor and caused serious damage. Screams of agony filled the arena, demonstrating the effectiveness of the blow delivered by the simple young man. Clenched teeth and a disbelieving look at the young man expressed the rich man's shock at the damage he had received. The wounded lion, who was watching, noted that the injury to his arm was nothing compared to the shock of the failure of his secret technique. Reflecting on the timing, he realized that if both of his hands had been intact, the enemy would have attacked head-on. The enemy's sword had reached its limit, opening up new tactical possibilities for Leon. A broken sword would greatly increase his chances of victory, even against an opponent with only one hand. The decision to knock the enemy's weapon out of his hands with a direct blow became Leon's next tactical move. Elmont's failure to understand what had happened and the loss of his weapon expressed his complete confusion in battle. A blow directly to the face was a logical continuation of the successful attacking combination of a simple student. The force of the blow was so great that the opponent threw his head back from the powerful impact. The execution of the teacher's order to knock out teeth was successful, with 2 teeth flying out of the mouth. The audience's delight at the victory of an ordinary guy over a rich man expressed the triumph of justice over privilege. The instructor's joy for Leon and the announcement of another victory officially ended the match. Shouts of the boy's name from the stands demonstrated support for the ordinary student against the representatives of the elite. Elcid's praise for his student's excellent work emphasized the opponent's defeat, even with his disgraceful technique. The impression made by the student's work exceeded all expectations of the ancient spirit of the Imperial Sword. The time to open new doors, such as acceleration, had finally come to continue his training. Leon was overwhelmed by the meaning of acceleration after hearing the words of the ancient spirit of the Imperial Sword. The instructor's count of knocked-out teeth after the duel showed an impressive result: 3 whole teeth. The hard day ended with the young man taking a leisurely stroll through the familiar corridors of the fencing academy. His question to his teacher about the superiority of acceleration over Elmont's technique expressed his curiosity. The explanation about the slower movement of the human body compared to consciousness opened up new knowledge. Emergency situations particularly highlight the gap between the speed of thought and physical reactions. Reflex movements have nothing to do with the real speed achieved by professional fencers. The question of the reasons for the incredible speed of professional swordsmen intrigued the novice fighter. The partial use of the aura explained the phenomenal speed of experienced warriors in battle. Not using the aura deprived the body of the ability to withstand the strong and powerful blows of experienced opponents. The use of acceleration, even without studying the aura, was an amazing achievement for an inexperienced student. The use of the skill without any restrictions amazed even the experienced spirit of the ancient emperor. Overcoming the instinctive limits of willpower explained the possibility of achieving such results in battle. The question of the integrity of the body, when not using the aura, expressed logical confusion about the contradiction. Using the skill on the entire body would have caused the internal organs to protrude without protection. The serious danger required a more responsible attitude toward one's own body from that day forward. An unexpected bolt of lightning seemed to strike the young man's pupil. causing sharp pain and discomfort. The realization that this was another punishment from his teacher for not taking his body seriously came quickly. Real muscle pain engulfed his entire body, demonstrating the seriousness of the ancient spirit's warning. The warning about the need to study the aura before using acceleration sounded like vital advice. The possibility of dying next time became a serious argument against reckless use of skills. The next day began with the usual arrival at the academy and a walk through familiar corridors. The girls whispering when he appeared created an atmosphere of heightened attention to him. Not only the girls, but also the boys showed interest, which began to annoy Leon a little. Reflections on the connection between his victory over his student and the revelation of his use of the potion explained the change in attitude. The secret weapon of the royal court and the secret fencing became the subject of discussion at the academy. The important role of pride in the events that had taken place became clear to the young man as he reflected on what had happened. The appearance of Chloe, an angelic girl with big blue eyes, brightened up his tense day. A sweet greeting and a simple hello from a beautiful girl lifted the spirits of a guy who was tired of being ignored. Leon was surprised that Chloe had greeted him after such a long absence of communication between them. Going outside to spend some quiet time on a bench was a pleasant opportunity to finally talk alone. The question about class and the alchemy lesson showed the guy's concern for the beautiful girl's schoolwork. Chloe's explanation about her alchemy teacher being ill and the lesson being canceled clarified the reason for her free time today. The question about the possibility of simply meeting sounded slightly hurtful, as if he felt he had to justify his desire to talk. The girl's remark about the boy's drastic changes and his avoidance of even her company expressed genuine concern. Her concern about his fights with students from the elite class demonstrated the depth of Chloe's feelings for her friend. Leon clearly did not expect such an open admission of concern from this girl in the current situation. The feeling of sadness he felt upon hearing her words was an unexpected emotional reaction to her sincere confession. Reflections on the nature of feelings during light and casual conversation with the girl caused confusion in the guy. Understanding of the situation came fairly quickly after analyzing the changes in their relationship over the past few days. The difference in the girl's behavior was explained by a change in her perception of his personality and ability to resist. Her previous perception of him as weak led to a caring attitude based on pity for a loser. Getting rid of her feelings of inferiority and becoming significantly stronger radically changed the dynamics of their relationship. The days of anger at his own life were accompanied by daily infliction of moral and physical pain on himself. Memories of the day the Holy Spirit of the Sword appeared remain in his memory as a turning point in his destiny. The boy couldn't shake the disbelief that such a miracle had happened to him. Chloe's confirmation that the whole school was talking about him flattered his ego, but also made him wary. Rumors about the sacred sword being found as the reason for the increase were quite close to the truth of what was happening. His inability to hold back tears on the bench was an unexpected emotional reaction to the girl's confession. The girl's surprise at seeing his tears expressed her incomprehension of the reasons for such a strong emotional reaction. The immediate apology and question about the wrongness of what had been said demonstrated Chloe's concern for her friend's feelings. The statement that everything she had said was completely unimportant sounded like an attempt to hide his true feelings from the girl. The girl's surprised thoughts about the insignificance of what was happening expressed her lack of understanding of the guy's reaction to her words. The admission of his harsh nature and his rescue from the pit of despair by a holy sword was a frank confession. Rodrigo's continued observation of the guy demonstrated the ancient spirit's constant interest in his student's development. The bewilderment at the change in atmosphere, despite the favorable course of events, raised questions in the observing spirit's mind. The boy's surprising and unexpected growth became noticeable even to the experienced eye of the ancient emperor. A small but real increase in level confirmed the effectiveness of emotional experiences for the development of strength. Reflections on the role of the hero who saves the world and the hero weapon who saved himself occupied the young man's thoughts. The understanding that flaws were unacceptable for the owner of the sacred sword motivated him to constantly improve and develop himself. The commitment to become stronger every day became a new life principle for the owner of the sacred weapon. The desire to become a hero who surpasses the expectations of the spirit itself became the highest goal of the ambitious young man. The complete misunderstanding of the young man, who had grown stronger simply from talking to a girl, puzzled the wise Rodrigo. The possibility of raising one's resolve so high seemed incredible, even to an experienced observer of human nature. The decision not to think too much about this strange phenomenon seemed reasonable under the circumstances. The upcoming training sessions promised to be a serious test of the student's physical and moral strength. The teacher's words made Leon tremble with a premonition of the difficulties and hardships that lay ahead in his training. Lying in bed in the middle of the night, deep in thought, had become a familiar pastime for the restless young man. Thoughts about truly significant changes in his own personality occupied the young man's mind more and more often. Memories of Chloe's words about his changed outlook haunted him in the silence of the night. The absence of anxiety and the ability to speak calmly became new traits of the changed boy's character. The girl's question about the difference between people who look up and those who look down seemed philosophical and profound. The strangeness of this question made him wonder about the hidden meaning and true intentions of his beautiful interlocutor. The suggestion to talk to Leon sounded like friendly advice from a girl who cared about them. The remark that Leon didn't get along with anyone else except him surprised Leon. His promise to do his best to fulfill the girl's request sounded sincere and determined. Mental apologies to the girl tormented the conscience of the young man lying on the bed in the silence of the night. The realization that he was probably unable to fulfill the girl's wish made him feel guilty and disappointed in himself. Lion's insomnia led him to the balcony to reflect in the cool night air under the stars. The blonde aristocrat's thoughts were also completely immersed in reflections on his comrade Leon. The dawn of a new day traditionally meant the start of another grueling training session under the guidance of the spirit. The intensity of Leon's training had reached such a level that he broke another wooden sword. Elcid's explanation about the rapid wear and tear of wooden swords, regardless of skill level, opened up new knowledge. The weakness of training swords compared to real ones meant that this factor had to be taken into account when preparing for battles. Reflections on the secret technique and its one-time use against the genius Leon seemed like a reasonable tactic. Victory over him was now only possible by reading his movements, in addition to the usual skill of weapon mastery. The sword. A positive answer revealed Leon's ability to use the energy of the sword at a high level of skill. His superiority over most instructors was theoretically possible thanks to his outstanding abilities. The sword spirit's information that talented warriors master the technique by the age of 30 was astonishing. Reflections on his comrades' endurance and strength confirmed his exceptional abilities in fencing and martial arts. The recognition of a good start to the day motivated him to continue his intensive training and improve his skills. Interrupting a guy to give important advice demonstrated the seriousness of the moment and the significance of the words that were about to be spoken. Based on all the training he had undergone, defeating the enemy became the main goal at this stage of development. Leon's simple smile after hearing these words expressed his readiness to accept the challenge and accomplish the task at hand. Turning to his weapon and asking about possible failures expressed his natural fears before a serious test. Anxious thoughts about possible defeat in battle with a friend tormented the young man's soul, causing him to doubt his own abilities. Anxiety about the consequences of failure prompted the young man to turn to his mentor with a question about what to do next. The spirit of the sacred sword refused to give answers, declaring what was happening to be a personal test for his student. Elcid reminded his protege of the warnings he had given him from the very first days of their training together. The ancient spirit continued to explain that the path of a hero is full of trials, each of which will open new horizons. The mentor warned his student against anger, for with each step, the path becomes increasingly thorny and difficult. The teacher's promise to reveal the future only after victory over the opponent fueled the excitement of the upcoming battle. The spirit's confidence that everything would fall into place after the revelation only added to the intrigue of the moment. The grueling training continued until sunset, when the sun slowly disappeared behind the academy's horizon. A torrential rain fell on the city while Lion was having an important conversation with Gilbert at his estate. Sir spoke admiringly of the abilities of the commoner who had managed to surpass the heir to an influential count's family. The blonde aristocrat ironically reminded his servant how much the tone of their conversations about the mysterious rival had changed. Gilbert philosophically remarked that sometimes it takes very little time to gain valuable allies. The incredible victory of a young man without a trace of nobility over the count's second son amazed the aristocratic elite. Lion shared with his servant the contents of Leon's laconic message, consisting of just 2 words about his readiness. The servant's astonishment at the rapid development of events could not be hidden behind his mask of composure. The young heir turned to his loyal servant with an additional request concerning the upcoming duel. The burning desire to prove his right to the heart of the beautiful Chloe added extra intensity to the upcoming battle. The rain finally stopped, allowing Leon to slowly make his way through the damp corridors of the ancient academy. The young man shared with his spirit mentor his observation that everyone around him was talking only about him. An unexpected encounter with Instructor Helmet, who had timed his arrival perfectly, foreshadowed important news. The news that Leon wanted to hold the decisive duel away from prying eyes caused confusion. Elcid became wary, pondering the reasons for such an unusual decision, and sensing that something serious was afoot. The young fencer's tension reached its peak as he began to wonder about the identity of the mysterious spectator. The thought of the possible presence of the golden-haired beauty, Chloe, pierced the young man's mind like a sharp needle of anxiety. The realization that she might be at the duel caused the young man to feel a mixture of annoyance and excitement. An inner protest against the presence of this particular girl at such an important battle was bursting to get out. Lion's conviction that there were special feelings between them pushed the aristocrat to prove his superiority before her eyes. History knows many examples when rivalry between a king and a servant for the heart of one woman led to tragedy. Memories of his comrade's words came flooding back to the young man, who had demanded complete submission from his vassal in the event of victory. Leon was overcome with rage when he realized the cunning trap he had fallen into. The strangeness of the proposal to fight one-on-one with someone he considered a friend did not give the young man any peace. His memory helpfully provided details of their agreement and the consequences awaiting the loser of the fight. The prospect of bowing his head and becoming a vassal to his former comrade seemed humiliating and unbearable. The reason for choosing Chloe as an observer became clear. It was a carefully thought-out plan by the blonde aristocrat. There was no doubt that Lion would follow his plan to the end with unwavering determination. The aristocrat's ruthlessness extended to everyone. Neither the girl nor his opponent aroused any sympathy in him. Realizing the situation, the young man gathered all his strength and determination to show himself in the best light. The suspicions about his comrade's noble origins, which had tormented him from the very beginning, were finally confirmed. The habit of subjugating people to his will and manipulating them turned out to be the true nature of the aristocrat. The bitter disappointment at the revelation of the true nature of the man he had considered a friend burned his soul from within. His disgust at what was happening grew with every passing second, causing the young man to clench his fists in anger. Else had asked his student if he was really angry and received an affirmative answer. Despite the storm of emotions, Leon felt an unprecedented confidence in his own abilities before the decisive battle. The two rivals finally entered the ring, ready to decide their fate in a fair fight under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Lion mockingly pointed out his opponent's tardiness, clearly trying to throw him off balance before the fight. The young man parried the barb, noting that his opponent had simply arrived too early for the meeting. The question of the mysterious observer's whereabouts was asked with a hint of defiance in the young man's voice. The aristocrat mysteriously hinted that it would be impossible to see the spectator, asking about possible regrets after defeat. The words sounded like a typical excuse, but they hid something more than met the eye. Leon responded to the provocation with a counter-question, asking how one could know anything for sure. Impatience made him suggest starting the fight, but his opponent unexpectedly stopped him with a gesture. The demonstrative removal of a pill from a small jar attracted the attention of everyone present in the arena. A surprised question about the nature of the strange substance escaped Leon before he could restrain himself. Lion explained that the pill would suppress his aura, as the promise not to use it must be kept. The warning that he would inevitably lose if his aura manifested itself sounded like a threat. Instead of the lack of hostility from the enemy was surprising, creating a strange atmosphere before the fight. Despite this, the young man understood the need to remain extremely vigilant in the upcoming battle. A wave of the instructor helmet's hand and his loud command signaled the start of the long-awaited duel. The swords of the opponents clashed with a loud clang, scattering sparks from the force of the first clash of blades. The seriousness of the battle was underscored by the metallic clang of weapons, echoing throughout the academy hall. Anger made Leon clench his teeth harder with each blow his opponent landed on his sword. Leon's determination not to retreat was evident in his eyes, shining with the excitement of a true warrior. Neither opponent was willing to give in, turning the duel into a battle of unyielding wills. The force of his opponent's blows forced Leon to acknowledge the seriousness of the threat and the skill of the blonde aristocrat. Lion clenched the hilt of his sword with double force and rushed into a direct attack, determined to crush his opponent with the full force of his might. At the last moment, Leon managed to block with his weapon, barely managing to parry his opponent's crushing blow. Doubts about the strength of his own blade tormented the young man, for the aristocrat's blow was more powerful than he had ever imagined. Things were unfolding exactly as he had feared in his darkest thoughts about the strength of his noble opponent. A blue glow enveloped the young man's eyes, signaling the need to analyze every movement of his dangerous opponent. Even Rodrigo's well-honored method did not fully help him cope with the unpredictability of the blonde aristocrat's attacks. The chaotic nature of his opponent's actions required Leon to remain as calm as possible and focus on the duel. The need to assess the situation soberly became obvious, for this was not the first time he had crossed swords with this opponent. Sir Gilbert, who was watching the fight closely, couldn't believe that this was just a duel between academy students. The absence of an aura around both fighters made the strength they demonstrated even more impressive and frightening at the same time. A comparison with experienced knights was not in their favor, as these two young warriors were so far superior to them. The length of the fight allowed Leon to fully realize the true power of the one he considered his comrade. The term blue-blooded monster was the perfect description for Leon's incredible abilities in battle. Sir Gilbert's admiration grew with every passing moment as he watched the skill of both participants in the brutal battle. Knowing of the young man's genius did not prepare the servant for such outstanding combat skills in action. The ability of a commoner to fight on equal terms with the heir to a noble family was astonishing to the observer. An unexpected double strike made Leon wonder about the nature of the technique used by his cunning opponent. His only salvation was his ability to read his opponent's movements at the most critical moment of the attack. Thanks to his foresight in predicting the trajectory of the blows, the young man managed to parry a powerful combination that threatened to end the fight. A crack in the armor was visible proof of the force of the attack, which he had barely survived in this battle. Leon's counterattack cut off a strand of his opponent's luxurious blonde hair, striking a blow to the aristocrat's pride. The exchange of blows marked a new phase in the confrontation, where each managed to hurt the pride of his opponent. Leon's fury at the loss of his precious hair was evident, as his appearance meant the world to him. The blonde youth's gaze changed, becoming cold and calculating, foreshadowing a change in combat tactics. Thoughts about the strange ability to see only the first strike in a combination troubled Leon. The enemy's original plan to crush him with brute physical force became clear after analyzing the attacks. Leon's underestimation of his own strength proved to be a fatal mistake in the calculations of the self-confident aristocrat. Recognizing the effectiveness of the enemy's tactics did not prevent him from looking for weaknesses in his noble opponent's strategy. Jumping back, Leon froze in a fighting stance, thinking about his next move in this tense game. Leon carefully studied his opponent, trying to predict his next moves in the unfolding confrontation. Stubborn defense allowed him to close the gap in endurance, gradually leveling the stronger opponent's advantages. The tactic, which allowed no room for error, required extreme concentration and precision in every move of the battle. The strategy proved so perfect that it left no room for change or circumvention under the current conditions of battle. Confidence in the coming victory grew with every moment of the battle, filling the young man's heart with determination and strength. Sir Gilbert watched in amazement, suspecting that pure law was being used in this duel between students. The need to break the enemy's will became obvious. Otherwise, the proud lion would never admit defeat. Leon's concentration was completely focused on the work of his muscles and the flow of blood circulating throughout his body. Overcoming the physical limitations of his own body was the key to victory in this brutal confrontation. The realization that his opponent was only demonstrating half his strength without using his aura was cause for serious concern. The realization that he needed to accelerate to the maximum came to Leon just as his opponent was preparing to attack. Rapid movement across the arena was supposed to prevent his opponent from aiming and delivering a precise blow. Lion gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his mad eyes shining with a cold blue light of rage and determination. The shock of realizing that his opponent had managed to dodge his perfect attack was evident on the aristocrat's face. A glance at the ground revealed several crimson drops, evidence that the attack had not been entirely ineffective. A partial hit had still occurred, and Leon's hand was injured by the blow, though he had managed to avoid critical damage. The sudden appearance of Elcid, confirming the absence of an aura from the enemy, interrupted the tense moment of battle. The frightened cry of the young man expressed his shock at the unexpected appearance of the spirit mentor at a critical moment. The teacher's explanation of the hidden capabilities of the human body opened up new horizons of understanding in martial arts. The variety of training methods that affect speed and strength turned out to be much broader than the student had imagined. The mention of body-strengthening techniques highlighted the young fencer's limited knowledge of a warrior's capabilities. Lion's warning cry about the inadmissibility of distraction interrupted the conversation as he rushed into another attack. This last moment allowed Leon to block the blow, realizing his opponent's attempt to break his will with his fencing skills. The feeling that his opponent had reached his limit flashed through the young man's mind during the next clash of swords. The teacher's silence and the inability to determine Leon's true limits created additional tension in the fight. The decision to rely solely on his own strength without his mentor's intervention seemed right in this situation. A sharp jump backward was a tactical maneuver to create distance and reassess the situation. The unexpectedness of this move was reflected on Lion's face, whose gaze became even more malicious and dangerous. Calculating the distance, he saw that there were only 5 or 6 steps to the edge of the arena, which opened up new tactical possibilities. A plan to force his opponent out of the arena began to form in the cunning young warrior's mind. Sir Gilbert's confusion grew as Leon's skill clearly surpassed the capabilities of his opponent's simple basic attacks. The need to quell his growing anticipation of victory forced Leon to keep his emotions under strict control. Maintaining his physical superiority while waiting for his opponent to relax seemed like the optimal tactic. The uncertainty of when his opponent would lose concentration required constant observation of his movements. A mocking remark about the comical nature of his opponent's actions sounded like an attempt to throw Leon off balance. Determination gripped the young man as he took the sword firmly in the middle of the hilt, his eyes burning with an unshakable will to win. The only thing he could believe in at this critical moment of the battle was his own strength and the tenacity of skills honed over years. For the first time in all their countless sparring matches, the young man felt a real superiority over his talented opponent from the upper world. Lion instantly sensed the change in the dynamics of the fight, his thoughts filled with the excitement of accepting the challenge thrown down by the former weakling. The unwillingness to remain in someone else's shadow forced the aristocrat to reactivate the technique of pure law, risking his health for victory. Sir Gilbert watched with concern as the pure law was used without an aura, realizing that this was the absolute limit of human capabilities. Even the ancient spirit of Elcid showed genuine interest in what was happening, watching the battle between the two outstanding young warriors. Lion's thoughts about his own heroic destiny strengthened his resolve not to lose to a commoner in this fateful duel. Leon mentally addressed his opponent, asserting that he completely misunderstood the true nature of their differences in strength. The contrast between natural genius and a man who had achieved mastery through blood, sweat, and tears became central to his thoughts. The need for constant improvement through grueling training shaped the unyielding will of a simple guy from the lower classes. The fundamental difference between them lay precisely in the path to achieving strength, a gift versus hard work. The decision to end the fight made Leon grip his weapon tighter and rush forward with maximum attack speed. The symmetry of their actions created a mirror image of their movements as they both rushed toward each other. The clash of blades ended with the crash of breaking metal, a fragment of someone's sword flying into the air above the arena. Surprise swept through the crowd when it became clear that it was the noble Leon's sword that had been broken. The fragment of the precious weapon fell with a crash onto the stone floor, symbolizing the collapse of the aristocrat's invincibility. The shock on the young nobleman's face at the sight of the broken blade expressed his complete incomprehension of the defeat. Elcid's words of approval confirmed that the long hours of grueling training had not been in vain for his student. Memories of the techniques he had mastered during his victories over Elmont's gang flashed through the victor's mind. The uniqueness of the technique he had mastered lay in its ability to pierce the enemy's strongest defenses. The unusual sword technique concentrated the blow in the upper part of the blade, multiplying its destructive power many times over. The complexity of mastering such a skill required incredible endurance and patience during endless training sessions. His superiority in perseverance and diligence over any other student at the academy was the key to today's victory. The countless number of broken training swords during his training attested to the intensity of his preparation. Gratitude, a remark about a different outcome if real swords had been used, was an attempt to save face after defeat. Placing the wooden blade against the face of his defeated opponent, Leon announced his long-awaited victory with a proud smile. Sir Gilbert's admiration for the thrilling duel was expressed in his emotional exclamation about the amazing spectacle. The confirmation from the spirit teacher that everything had happened according to his predictions filled the moment with special significance. The mentor's question about the winner's desire for the loser to fulfill the terms of their agreement hung in the tense air. Memories of his friend's words came back to Leon. He had promised that if he won, he would pass on everything, including the secret fencing techniques and the secrets of using the aura. Reflecting on the right he had earned to all this knowledge, the young man came to the unexpected conclusion that he would not even need it now. Shocked, Leon admitted defeat, realizing that his excessive self-confidence had caused him to lose. Now all that remained was to accept the consequences. The aristocrat's nobility showed in his willingness to keep his promise, and he directly asked the winner what he wanted. The unexpected question made Leon think about what he really wanted from his defeated opponent at that moment. His proud declaration that he wished to postpone the fulfillment of his promise sounded like the words of a true victor. The offer to hold another duel in the future, when emotions had calmed down, expressed respect for a worthy opponent. Leon's astonishment at the proposal to fight again was obvious, as their grueling battle had just ended. After such a crushing defeat, the noble young man had no choice but to agree to a future rematch. The winner's thoughts were occupied with the unused acceleration and excessive zeal of his opponent in swinging his sword. The sudden appearance of Chloe, activating her healing light, interrupted the tense moment between the former rivals. The girl's spell, asking for peace for the wounded and complete healing of his wounds, filled the arena with a soft glow. Leon's admiration for the speed of the wound's healing and the skill of fourth-level magic was expressed in sincere praise. Instead of joy, the words of recognition caused the girl obvious distress, which was reflected on her beautiful face. Tears in Chloe's eyes accompanied her admission of complete incomprehension of the young man's behavior. The question of how friends could possibly fight each other was asked with genuine bewilderment and pain. The distress caused by the young man's incredible strength and the consequences of that strength was evident in every word spoken by the distraught girl. The direct question about his intention to leave the academy caught Leon off guard with its insight and accuracy. The boy's surprise that the girl had guessed his plans was expressed in a question about the source of her knowledge. Chloe's simple explanation that she was not stupid and could see everything for herself emphasized her perceptiveness. The realization that he couldn't hide anything from his perceptive friend made the young man admit she was right. Memories of how the girl had always had this gift since childhood brought a warm smile to his face. The mention of a long-ago incident with a wild boar reminded him of their long friendship and the adventures they had shared. The girl's remark that he always needed more time to train sounded tender. Leon's objection about the speed of progress at a high level of difficulty revealed his modesty and perseverance. The only response the girl could give to such words was sincere praise for his achievements. A smile lit up the guy's face in response to his girlfriend's kind words, expressing his gratitude for her support. They both laughed at how crazy the whole situation was, which helped lighten the mood after the intense fight. Chloe's joking remark that Lion didn't need healing sounded slightly ironic. The understanding that the aristocrat was hiding deep emotions behind a mask of indifference demonstrated knowledge of his character. Leon's confidence that a friendly slap from his friend would quickly bring his comrade to his senses revealed their closeness. The prediction that defeat would only spur Leon to become even stronger was based on knowledge of his stubborn nature. The guy's request to the girl to continue caring for his defeated friend sounded sincere and warm as he left. Chloe's desperate cry, asking about his plans after leaving the academy, echoed through the empty arena. Without turning to his friend, the young man only mysteriously said that it would remain his personal secret. The realization of the rapid changes in their destinies pierced the girl's heart with the sharp pain of parting. Her hands, folded in prayer, betrayed the depth of her feelings for the fate of her dear friend. The only thought in her mind was a plea for her friend's well-being in the trials that lay ahead. Else had noted with interest the rare sight of a sorceress who did not believe in gods offering prayers for another. The young man's assumption that the teacher was looking for someone unusual sounded slightly ironic. The admission of his desperate attempts to become stronger over many years revealed the depth of his aspirations. His unwillingness to give up in the face of an insurmountable wall of talent and status characterized the young man's unyielding will. Years of struggling with a terrible feeling of inferiority in front of two special people ended with an encounter with a miraculous sword. After this fateful encounter, his abilities developed at an incredible speed, exceeding all expectations. Fate gave him the opportunity to defeat himself, which became the most important achievement on his path to becoming a master. The reward for his perseverance was a strength he could not have imagined even in his wildest dreams. His transformation from a loser to a worthy warrior radically changed his position in the world. His proud declaration of his intention to become a true hero rang out with unwavering confidence in his voice. Elcid's laughter in response to his student's grandiose words was accompanied by a playful accusation of snobbery. Leon's indignant question about his teacher's disappointment revealed his concern about the ancient spirit's opinion. The sword spirit's philosophical remark about the right to desire everything at once was met with approval of ambition. The confirmation of the naturalness of the desire to become a hero and achieve something calmed the student's doubts. Persistent movement toward a goal without deviation opens the way to the fulfillment of any, even the most incredible, dreams. The revelation that Lion was originally supposed to be the hero shook the foundations of the young man's worldview. Disbelief overwhelmed the young man when he heard this shocking truth from the spirit of the sword. The story of the imperial family and the sword, destined to build a new empire, revealed the secrets of the past. The full name of his friend, Lion Gladios Clyde, revealed his true origins and destiny. The aristocrat's selection as the vessel for the hero's rebirth after 150 years was predestined by a prophecy. The spirit's remark about how everything had changed emphasized the unpredictability of fate and the choice of the sword. Thoughts that his friend could truly become the ideal hero flashed through Leon's mind. The question of whether the duel was a true test received an affirmative answer from the wise mentor. The teacher's praise for the one who would become a hero despite the prophecies was spoken with sincere approval. Only one's own willpower and determination can open the way to a great destiny without predestination. That is why fate chose those who create their own history rather than follow a script. The teacher's question about feeling guilty for using someone else's chance hung in the air between them. The young man's confident answer about being on equal terms with his comrade sounded without a shadow of doubt in his voice. To Leon, there seemed to be no reason to feel guilty toward the arrogant aristocrat. Rather, it was the defeated who should feel ashamed of such a disgraceful defeat at the hands of a commoner. The reminder that the sword of the great Rodrigo himself had chosen him strengthened his conviction that he was on the right path. There was no time for empty thoughts and doubts in the face of the hero's great destiny. The day dawned with the submission of his application for expulsion from his beloved fencing academy. The decision to leave the educational institution for the sake of a career as a true adventurer was final and irrevocable. His mentor's reluctance to part with a talented student only spurred him on. The desire to inspire ordinary kids with his example became one of the driving forces on his new path. His firm intention never to return to the academy underscored the seriousness of his decision. The hawk, the majestic bird with its powerful beak, embodied the symbol of wealth and power over the skies. Its smooth glide over the forest was accompanied by a search for potential prey among the greenery. The bright sun flooded the sky with dazzling light, creating a play of shadows in the forest thicket. The rustling of bushes and undergrowth betrayed the presence of someone swiftly making their way through the thicket. Leon ran forward with all his might, pushing his way through the thick vegetation of the virgin forest. The frightened voice of the young man betrayed his desperate desire to find what he needed so badly. Tears of despair accompanied his plea to the Holy Spirit for help in finding a way out of the endless forest. Half a month of wandering after leaving the academy had made the distant city seem like an almost unattainable dream. Elcid's reassuring words about the safety of the forest, thanks to his good training, sounded slightly ironic. The young man's gratitude for his life-saving help was sincere, for without it, survival would have been impossible. Memories of entering the forest half a month ago to shorten the journey reminded him of the naivety of his decision. The initial fear and constant attacks by goblins turned the journey into a real ordeal. Only his training at the academy and his teacher's guidance had enabled him to survive the dangers of the wild. The first use of the holy sword in real combat was an important milestone on the path to becoming a hero. The killing of the goblin marked the transition from apprentice to a true warrior, ready for battle. Every day in the forest, wilderness became additional training in survival and combat skills. The acknowledgement of his spirit in underestimating the time needed for the journey was spoken with a hint of surprise and approval. Praise for the goblin's execution highlighted the significant progress in the apprentice's combat skills. The ability to destroy enemies in 10 seconds demonstrated incredible growth in strength and speed. Thanks to intensive training, it was possible to pass through the dangerous forest in such a short time. The realization of his own strength filled Leon with pride and a desire to improve further. His teacher's remark about his high motivation was accompanied by a warning about the need for patience. His lack of experience required him to gradually accumulate knowledge in order to fully unlock the potential of the future hero. Elcid patiently explained to his student that a completely empty glass would have no magical effect, and Leon nodded attentively. In the distance, the majestic outlines of an incredibly beautiful city finally appeared, the sight of which was simply breathtaking. The seriousness and importance of this place became immediately apparent, thanks to the armed guards standing at the massive gates. Behind the fortress walls, a real fair was in full swing, with the cries of merchants, the laughter of children, and the hubbub of the crowd. Leon admitted with obvious relief that he was very glad to have passed through the gates so easily thanks to his academic ticket. However, the spirit of the Holy Sword suddenly stunned him with an unexpected statement that the entire city was full of trash. The young man cried out in amazement, completely unable to believe the harsh words of his mentor. Elcid calmly explained that 300 years ago, there were dozens of such towns, and this one was quite small. The dirty streets and crowds of vagrants certainly confirmed the ancient spirit's less than flattering opinion of the place. The general atmosphere of the city was not conducive to a long and comfortable stay. The mentor curiously asked the young man about his plans for the night at a local inn. Leon replied that instead of resting, he first intended to visit the local adventurers' guild. The work of an ordinary city guard seemed too limited compared to the boundless possibilities of a hero. The young warrior was determined to take on only the most dangerous and highly paid assignments. To start his career successfully, he needed serious training in destroying various monsters and creatures. A long journey through the forest taught him a great deal beyond simple combat skills against numerous enemies. The premature awakening of the Holy Sword a year earlier than expected led to most of its power being sealed away. Originally, the magical weapon was supposed to grant its owner immortality in exchange for truly immense power. The transformation of a simple young man into an invincible hero included an aura as an additional bonus to enhance his abilities. Free command of the sword's full power required mastery of the aura, so the road ahead was long. In the spacious guild building, he was warmly welcomed and thanked for his desire to become an adventurer. A kind clerk carefully verified his education and accepted a letter of recommendation from Sir Gilbert. Successful registration allowed him to start his dangerous career right away with a decent rank of D, thanks to his academic training. This initial level immediately opened up access to interesting assignments with real opportunities for advancement. The young man suddenly realized that in addition to simply using his aura, he also needed complete control over it. A blade covered with a magical aura could easily cut through hard stone and break strong steel without effort. Even with such impressive abilities, one could only aspire to the honorary rank of B at most. The wise Elcid noted with interest that the entire guild organization was arranged in a very curious and interesting way. The ancient spirit urged him to look around carefully and appreciate the incredible diversity of races. Among the numerous visitors to the guild, even exotic representatives of non-human races mingled freely. Here, all sorts of creatures had gathered, including those who were difficult to classify as human. All these creatures exuded a kind of madness and coldness, as if they dreamed of killing him on the spot. The werewolves and elves were particularly frightening, as 300 years ago, they had fought each other fiercely to the death. However, now the enemies had decided to unite, and the man who had created such an organization was clearly a genius of diplomacy. The administrator asked the young man anxiously what had happened and why he had suddenly panicked. After that, the girl announced that the registration process was complete and he could officially begin his work. However, Leon wondered what kind of strange free task this was and why such conditions were necessary. The clerk patiently explained that being an adventurer meant having an official certificate from the guild. But first, every newcomer had to prove that they were truly capable of becoming a real adventurer in practice. Hearing this, Elcid laughed loudly and remarked that not everything in life comes easily. The next day, dirty water flowed rapidly through the gloomy sewers, creating an ominous atmosphere in the underground. The young man walked cautiously inside the tunnel, stepping with disgust on the horrible water beneath his feet. He had set out to complete that very free task, and was now fiercely fighting against hordes of rats. The guy thought with surprise that this was the first time he had fought so seriously with his magical weapon against enemies. Elcid explained that fencing used to be one-on-one, so now he had to keep an eye on several enemies at once. The wild flying monsters were the best practice he could get for training. The mission to clean up the sewers had already been chosen, so there was nothing else to do. The only thing left for the young warrior was to fight desperately against these crazy rats in the confined space. However, the young man was handling them easily, destroying these terrible monsters with a single swift movement without much effort. However, suddenly the young man noticed something strange in the distance that drew his attention to the end of the corridor. At the far end of the sewer tunnel, he could make out their huge and menacing leader among the shadows. This creature had clearly evolved and become much stronger and more dangerous than its numerous companions. It is important to know that monsters also evolve, and some acquire magical abilities. This happens when creatures consume a lot of resources. The principle is exactly the same as with humans. The rat's enormous horns clearly demonstrated that the beast possessed some special abilities in combat. The more horns a monster has, the higher its rank, and the more dangerous it becomes. The mentor noted that it would be good to fight it one-on-one to gain experience. But now, the guy had to understand that the enemy's rank didn't really matter in this situation. The spirit explained that despite its evolution, this creature still had a fairly low power rank. Leon must remember that he holds a holy sword in his hands, so almost everything will come easily to him. The terrifying creature used its plague curse skill, enveloping everything around it in a sinister red aura of death. However, the young man deflected all the blows with surprising ease, without even moving his magical weapon. Leon proudly declared to the rat that he hadn't even tried very hard, for it had met a truly formidable opponent. The young man swung his magical weapon decisively and promised the monster that it would now give him its horns. After some time, the young man triumphantly returned to the spacious guild building with a heavy bag on his back. Inside were countless tales of slain monsters, collected as irrefutable evidence. The lovely female administrator carefully weighed the trophies and was surprised to find that they weighed approximately 23 kilograms. A quick calculation showed that the young warrior had managed to destroy about 230 rats in a single mission. After that, he also demonstrated the horns of evolved creatures from the second bag as special trophies. Leon honestly admitted that he had seen about 200 such creatures, but had only managed to catch the 4 strongest ones. Of course, the experienced administrator immediately offered to sell all the collected trophies right there for a good price. She calculated the total amount and informed him that he would receive 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. The horns of mutant rats were indeed highly valued, as the demand for them remained consistently high among alchemists. The girl also noted with admiration that he was the first newcomer to complete his debut mission so brilliantly. The clerk admitted that she would have been even more surprised if he had brought a live mutant rat here. She expressed hope that he would be able to subdue all 4 known species of these monsters. The girl suggested that such a young adventurer must be excellent at controlling his magical aura. The administrator solemnly congratulated him on the fact that from this moment on, he had everything he needed. Now, Leon was officially registered as a full-fledged adventurer with the initial rank of D in the guild system. The young man asked with interest if he could now use his adventurer's seal at his own discretion. She confirmed this, but warned that below rank B, some missions had second priority. Such restrictions existed specifically to prevent people from becoming hunters solely for easy profit. The young man realized with satisfaction that he was no longer just a student at a prestigious academy. The metal plate in his hand served as irrefutable proof that he had become a real adventurer. The girl kindly offered to help him if he had any special or difficult requests. Even if the amount for the mission turned out to be very small, she would be happy to help in any case. Leon was sincerely pleased with such a warm welcome and left the room with a satisfied smile. Out on the street, he immediately noticed the cheerful reaction of his wise teacher, who was slightly amused by the situation. Elcid remarked with a smile that the lady at the counter had clearly mistaken him for one of the strongest heroes. The young man had neither money nor fame, yet he had taken on a rather difficult and dangerous mission. Since ancient times, it had been said that heroes did not reveal their identities until they were recognized, so she thought that was the case. The mentor philosophically remarked that he would endure all these jokes, since he was, after all, an experienced teacher of young warriors. The spirit reminded him that when Leon became a hero, books would be written about him and legends would be told. The young man laughed and said that right now it all sounded like complete nonsense and fantasy. However, if he thought about it carefully, he actually liked the idea of such a glorious future and found it inspiring. Leon firmly stated that as soon as he reached level B, he would leave this city immediately. Elcid was truly shocked by such an unexpected and hasty statement from his stubborn student. The young man wondered with curiosity how long it would actually take. Elcid confidently told his student that he would definitely need only 100 days to achieve his goal. Leon, hearing this unexpected statement, thought incredulously, could it really take so little time? The mentor explained that he would be training him all these months, so the sooner the better. The spirit warned that even more intense and exhausting training awaited him and his student every day. After all, the fact that his student was currently catching rats in a dirty sewer was a real disgrace. Elcid reminded him that by this point, he would have been training the boy for about 6 months without a break. Therefore, the sooner he achieved results, the better. So he should expect only intense and rigorous training. Leon must become stronger as quickly as possible in order to defeat the most difficult enemies, even those like dragons. Otherwise, there would be no point in even starting their intensive training together. The young man, hearing about dragons, asked in surprise if the teacher wasn't rushing things a bit by introducing such powerful enemies so soon. The mentor replied that the boy had now fully mastered all the basic skills and fencing techniques he had been taught. However, he must understand one important truth. He needs to become much stronger in real battles. One of the hero's main privileges is the ability to absorb and accumulate the magical powers of monsters he destroys. After a recent fight with rats in the sewers, his strength had indeed increased slightly and grown stronger. Leon, hearing this revelation, thought that the teacher had told him some valuable information about the connection between auras. Until that moment, the young man had naively believed that the fastest way to develop an aura was to take expensive potions. But in reality, anyone could absorb the power of a monster's body and turn it into their own strength. However, the nobles and royalty deliberately concealed this important information for their own political gain. So, only his wise and ancient teacher knew about the secret technique. This new knowledge greatly motivated the young warrior to become stronger every day. Elcid, the boy, asked incredulously if his teacher was joking, and the spirit began to shout that of course he wasn't. How could a holy sword laugh and joke with his student at such a serious and responsible moment? Leon remembered that when he came out of the sewer, he had asked his teacher to use his magical cleansing ability. Therefore, it seemed that in such a short time, a lot had changed in his life. The young man asked in bewilderment why his mentor wanted him to suddenly start hunting powerful dragons, to which the wise teacher replied seriously that the next goal was the legendary city of the Titans in the north. Upon hearing this, Leon exclaimed in shock that this was the very place that even dragons could not reach. Therefore, the young man asked in bewilderment why they needed a place that even the teacher had once failed to conquer by force. The teacher calmly explained that it would only be beneficial as his physical body remained there. Therefore, the wise mentor suggested that he set himself the ambitious goal of achieving this within the next 6 months. Elcid solemnly assured him that he was not joking and that the boy would surely succeed quickly. The ancient spirit emphasized that the most important thing was for the student to believe in him unconditionally, as he was a holy sword. Leon, hearing these inspiring words from his mentor, felt his motivation truly rise within him. The young man confidently replied that this was true, because after all, he had always trusted his teacher. At that moment, there was lively conversation among the guild members, and the bald adventurer asked if he was going to go kill rats again. The other guys looked on in amazement, wondering what kind of guy was so young and killed hundreds of rats every day. Leon, hearing these conversations, realized that he had become quite popular because of his frequent hunting of mutant rats. Now, absolutely all the adventurers in the guild affectionately called him Cat for his agility and quickness. The surprised administrator asked in bewilderment why there was so little prey in the bag today compared to usual. The thing was, these monsters were hardly ever seen, and their numbers had decreased significantly. The girl explained that mutant rats weren't very smart creatures. Intelligence was definitely not their strong suit. The guy then politely asked the administrator to show him other available tasks and orders for adventurers. With eyes burning with curiosity, the girl happily said that she knew this day would come someday. She enthusiastically reported that there were currently 4 special orders available, varying in difficulty and danger. The guy began to carefully study the options offered, and one of them definitely appealed to him more than the others. Leon noticed that he had looked at all the orders, but one of them turned out to be a rather old request. The mentor pointed out that the pay wasn't that great, but the choice was quite interesting for developing skills. The young man firmly stated that he still wanted to choose this particular job despite the low pay. Walking down the noisy street, he discussed the details of the task of destroying dangerous stone slime with his teacher. The monster's habitat was an underground passage near a wall, and due to its habit of gnawing on stones, the fortress's strength was noticeably weakened. The boy noted with interest that the clients were knights of the city, not private individuals. Smiling, he thought that now it was clear why they were paying so little money for this task. Approaching the fortress wall, he showed the guard a document stating that he had come on official business from the guild. The man asked anxiously if he was indeed referring to the stone slime in their request. Leon tried to explain clearly to the guard that yes, he had come for this important matter. The young man specified the location of the monsters, as he had received an official request directly from the Adventurers Guild. Suddenly, a young man appeared and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the famous cat?" The legendary adventurer who single-handedly cleared the city sewers of hordes of mutant rats in a short time. The stranger introduced himself in a friendly manner and said that it was great. There should be many more brave adventurers like him in the city, because nowadays, the adventurers are so weak that they're completely useless, and it's ridiculous to even call them for help. After listening carefully to these words of approval, the guy cautiously descended the stone steps. Leon thought that depending on how well he completed the task, he might even be able to significantly increase his reward. The young man noted with relief that at least it wasn't as dirty here as in the sewers. But the floor was incredibly slippery. The mentor explained to his student that this would be ideal training for developing coordination and balance. Suddenly, the boy heard something, looked to the side, and saw these dangerous slugs among the stone debris. In front of him were 3 massive slugs of an ominous green color with shiny bodies. Now, Leon understood why the local authorities would not hire adventurers without a serious reason. Literally a second later, the guy saw a huge rock rapidly approaching his face. At the very last moment, he managed to dodge the monster's deadly and powerful blow. The young man noticed that the rock was flying so fast that it easily broke through the thick wall behind him. The guy was in complete shock and couldn't believe that something so incredible was happening in this dungeon. When he turned around abruptly, he saw another slime creature in front of him, flying toward him. Leon quickly made a decision to deal with this dangerous problem, swinging his magical weapon decisively to attack. The monster emitted an overwhelmingly powerful energy, and electric bolts flashed menacingly around it. Now the young man finally understood why none of the adventurers had completed this difficult task before. The wise teacher asked his student if he already knew what the main weakness of these dangerous creatures was. Elsit explained that it was the red core, which was securely located deep inside their massive bodies. If their vital core inside was broken, then a decisive victory could be easily achieved. Even with their powerful abilities, the monsters would be completely destroyed forever. However, the stone slimes store countless hard stones inside themselves to protect themselves from enemies. This reliably protects their vulnerable core from attacks, acting as the most genuine and durable armor. The teacher acknowledged that this task was indeed quite difficult, and that it rested entirely on the shoulders of the student. Leon must know that blunt weapons will not pierce the slime. They can only be pierced with the sharpest blade. It must be sharp enough to easily cut through the stones of these monsters, which are difficult to defeat with simple weapons. At that moment, the slimes began a veritable bombardment, firing a huge number of sharp stone projectiles from their mouths. They literally showered the guy with these dangerous stones, which were so numerous that it was impossible to deflect them all at once. The young man swung his weapon every millisecond to successfully deflect all the stone projectiles flying toward him. When he stood in front of these aggressive slugs, it became clear that they were truly insane creatures. The young man's entire body was shaking with pain, as some of the heavy stones had still hit him hard enough. Elsit explained that the monsters understood he couldn't block all the attacks, so they were deliberately targeting his vital organs. Leon realized that if he got closer, he would definitely be able to land 1 or 2 decisive attacks. The problem was whether he could even penetrate their powerful defense made of hard stone plates. He had to find a way to cut through the vulnerable core, while avoiding deadly attacks from all sides. But then, watching their movements and the flying stones, he would have to somehow manage to pierce the slime's body with his holy sword with precision. The difficulty lay in the fact that he would have to dodge their deadly attacks as quickly and deftly as possible. Smiling despite the danger, The young man thought that he now faced a serious task. He asked his wise teacher doubtfully if he thought he would be able to break through the defense at all. The Holy Spirit replied that when the slime created an opening to shoot through, the streams of stones stopped completely for a moment. With the skills the young man possessed, only at this critical moment would he be able to destroy the monster's protected core. But the young man asked how his teacher thought he could defeat the dangerous slime in such a case. The mentor confidently said that even in such a difficult case, everything would definitely work out well. When the boy received such motivation from his teacher, he had only one thought in his mind. He must do it. He plunged his sharp sword into one of them, successfully breaking through the slime. The boy knew that every second counted and that he had no room for error. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. He had to keep moving decisively and without hesitation. The teacher noticed that the slime could sense movement on the floor, so it was worth trying to minimize pressure on the surface. After all the intense training, this was now well within his capabilities and should not cause any difficulties. Leon replied that he understood perfectly what the teacher had said and would use the Lightfoot technique to get there unnoticed. The boy tried to use this technique, carefully stepping on a puddle next to the slimes in the dungeon. But then, as if everything had gone completely wrong, things started to go badly. The young man felt as if his legs were giving way beneath him, and he was losing his balance on the slippery surface. He simply began to lose his balance, dangerously falling backward onto his back at the worst possible moment. But then, at the last moment, he clenched his teeth and thought resolutely that no, he would not give up so easily. The guy abruptly stopped falling and managed to assume the necessary fighting stance to continue his attack on his opponent. He managed to land the decisive blow and not fall, maintaining his balance in a critical situation. In front of him was another slime monster, whose vulnerable red core was clearly visible inside. This creature was preparing to attack, and Leon realized that this was the most decisive moment of the entire battle. Leon, without wasting a single second of precious time, swung his sharp weapon decisively to finally destroy this dangerous creature. Numerous pieces of the severed monster fell with a loud splash onto various soft parts of the slippery floor of the dungeon. The wise spirit noticed with surprise that he couldn't believe the guy had noticed this, or done such a maneuver on purpose. The mentor explained with approval that the trick, performed with the correct footwork, had already reached the second advanced level. Balance on flat ground and reducing the sound of movement were just the basics of this complex combat movement technique. Even if the ground beneath his feet is not solid, a warrior must quickly adapt to its changing consistency and characteristics. The essence of proper footwork is that the fighter can calmly use the surrounding environment as their own safe territory. This useful skill is good because an environment that is unfavorable for combat can even be changed to one's advantage. The first time, he was lucky enough, but he spread his legs too wide for stability at a critical moment. From this awkward position, it was more difficult to dodge easily and attack opponents effectively from different dangerous angles. But if the environment is constantly changing, then the fighting stance must also change dramatically to suit the circumstances. The stance he used initially is not bad, but it is more suitable for flat surfaces, especially with a low ceiling. This means that a warrior must constantly adjust their fighting stance to the specific changing situation in battle. You need to feel all the nuances with your body because this is the best and most effective training for developing skills. Leon wondered with surprise what the second level meant for him now, and that this was only the beginning of the journey. The ancient spirit of the magical weapon suddenly became lost in thought, interrupting his instructions for a moment. Elcid unexpectedly suggested that, for better training, he should completely stop dodging his opponent's attacks in this battle. After all, the boy didn't want to die being beaten to death, so he needed to learn how to take a hit while taking less damage. He should take the blow with his whole body correctly, rather than trying to block it, because he wasn't getting anywhere with that yet. The wise teacher also strictly warned him not to even try to attack the remaining enemies in the cave at this point. He must wait patiently for a certain amount of time, and not swing his sword if there are fewer than 3 enemies in front of him at the same time. When the boy heard this strange request, he asked his teacher in bewilderment if he really wanted him to die. But the wise spirit only replied calmly that it was all for his own good, that he would have plenty of time to swing his sword later. Meanwhile, an impressive number of armed city knights in armor had gathered at the entrance to this gloomy cave. One of them remarked anxiously that it had already been 3 weeks since the mysterious young man had gone into fight. He had gone down about 10 hours ago, which meant that the second guard shift was already underway at the entrance to the dangerous underground passage. At first, everyone thought it was just another failure of an inexperienced novice, but each time the guy came out with a bag full of slime. At that moment, all the knights gathered there suddenly saw that the mysterious guy was once again emerging alive from the dangerous dungeon. Leon walked carefully forward across the uneven ground, demonstrating his new movement skills with remarkable grace. His piercing gaze was completely different from before, radiating unwavering determination and confidence. Even the other guy's eyes widened at the serious and soulful gaze of the young adventurer. The young man calmly announced to the knights present that today was the last day of work in the cave with the monsters. He confidently stated that the stone slime would no longer bother the peaceful residents of the town. Moreover, these creatures grew very slowly, so the townspeople would live in complete cleanliness for some time. The young man politely asked them to contact the Adventurers Guild to officially confirm the successful completion of the difficult task. Leon proudly asked his wise teacher if he was now ready for the next stage of his training. Elcid solemnly replied that all the strength the boy had accumulated must now be used to activate his own aura. This momentous event had come even sooner than could have been planned, the ancient teacher noted joyfully, while the boy sat quietly in his modest hotel room on a soft bed, preparing for the procedure. The spirit of the Holy Sword admitted that at first he thought it would take him much longer to destroy the stone slimes. But thanks to persistent daily training, the student managed to complete the task brilliantly in a very short time. In any case, they had accumulated enough magical power, so the long-awaited hour of great change had arrived. Now the young man would finally be able to learn how to use his own aura. Was he ready for this test? Descendants of noble families such as Lion inherited this amazing power from birth. They constantly fed on special potions and built a magical foundation, which is what sets them apart from ordinary people. Suddenly, the wise teacher warned that there was something important. Not everyone would survive this process, because when you undergo purification, all the hidden channels of the aura in the body are painfully opened at the same time. However, all the magic they have accumulated, and even the holy sword, can affect an unprepared body in different ways. They will protect vital organs and blood vessels while healing them, so the process should go relatively smoothly. However, the young man must prepare himself for the fact that he will feel real, unbearable pain throughout his entire body. Therefore, if he loses consciousness during the procedure, the magical purification will simply not work as intended. Therefore, whether or not his aura awakens in this critical situation depends solely on him. The boy watched intently as his teacher began to activate this complex and dangerous magical transformation procedure. A bright, blinding glow appeared around the young warrior, along with some strange, glowing geometric shapes in the air. Then he realized that these were light swords materializing, created from his mentor's pure magical energy. The first such holy light sword struck the boy with force, right in the vulnerable area of his spine between his shoulder blades. The guy started screaming in unbearable pain. He had not expected such excruciating and brutal agony in his body. This piercing sword went deeper and deeper, painfully sticking in the guy's tense body. The other ready-made light swords were still standing by, waiting to determine the young warrior's fate. One after another, they crashed into his defenseless body, piercing every cell and nerve with light. The young man struggled with all his might to endure these terrible blows, which mercilessly tormented and enveloped his body. His stern master warned him that he must endure 10 more swords, and then he would have passed the test. The boy's bed and the floor around it were covered in real blood from deep wounds. Suddenly, the wise teacher noticed some suspicious eyes, staring intently at the procedure from a dark window. Despite this alarming circumstance, he confidently said that he was certain the boy would succeed. After the painful process was complete, Leon said with delight that he felt a real flow of strength circulating through his body. All this incredible power was moving freely within him, and now he finally felt what a real aura was like. The young man was delighted that he felt as if he had become much stronger than he had been before the transformation. But the wise teacher sternly warned him that this was only an initial illusion of power. After these words, a deathly silence fell, as it became clear that this was indeed only an illusion of power. The great Rodrigo, watching the boy from heaven, smiled and thought how funny and naive he was. Considering that he had managed to awaken his aura so early, the young warrior was indeed very talented in magic. The Emperor's spirit asked Elcid discontentedly if he meant to say that he was wrong in his observations. After all, everything had turned out well from his point of view, because the stronger the heroes, the better for the world. Therefore, you can stop interfering and calmly watch what is happening, replied the irritated Holy Sword sharply. After that, the teacher's mood changed abruptly, and he said that there was something else important to understand. All that had been accomplished was to open the aura channels. Now he had to undergo hellish training to use them. Right now, the boy was just a small child in magic. He still had a very long way to go. Leon realized with disappointment that there was still something unpleasant about his current state after the procedure. His physical abilities hadn't changed at all. He just felt a flow of power deep inside him. It was as if his nervous system had expanded and gone far beyond the usual limits of his physical body and skin. His mentor explained that if he could concentrate properly, he would be able to control his awakened aura effectively. Elcid understood that his student was happy with his new abilities, but first he needed to repeat the basics. The aura has an individual magical attribute, most often one of the 5 classic elements of nature. However, this rule did not apply to him, as the young man was very fortunate to have such a unique aura. When the young man heard this, he began to shout and excitedly ask his teacher to explain in more detail. The ancient spirit of the magical weapon solemnly announced that his aura had the rarest attribute of bright sun and light. This is the real bright fire that burns inside him and gives him incredible abilities in battle. This supreme attribute of the sun grants its owner the power of justice and protection of the weak from evil and darkness. When Leon heard this, it was understandable that he was overjoyed at such amazing news about himself. The young man thought excitedly that this was the same attribute as that of the great legendary hero of the past. Elcid seriously told his student that before starting the main part of the intensive training, they should first summarize the results. The boy was surprised to see that his skills were vastly different from the last time, and his aura was already at the 3rd level. Leon remembered with amazement that he had used acceleration even before awakening his own magical aura in his body. Moreover, the young warrior could effectively use his innate sense of aura for combat and defense. He was really good at it, even without special training or long study of the basics. Such abilities go far beyond the first 2 levels, which the young man must know in detail. When he awakened his aura, his combat body reached the impressive 2nd stage of development much earlier than expected. Therefore, he can now be safely taught to use the full power of the holy weapon without restrictions or fear. When the young man heard this, he exclaimed joyfully, as he had finally waited for this long-awaited and important moment. The young man enthusiastically asked his wise teacher if they could begin training today. The wise mentor replied that he understood his burning desire to become stronger, but there was something important to say before they began. The student must know that dangerous enemies had appeared in the city who posed a serious threat to the hero. When the young man heard this, he couldn't believe his ears and asked in shock where they had come from. Elcid admitted that he could not say exactly where they were or who specifically posed this hidden threat, but the ancient spirit could sense the presence of these enemies of the future hero in the city, among ordinary people. The guy must be able to deal with enemies because from time to time heroes have defended the world from monsters and bandits, and who these specific enemies are right now is completely irrelevant to understanding the bigger picture. If they must be named, let them be called the Knot of Evil, for they are simply loyal minions of the devil himself. However, the mentor thinks that the student is too exhausted for new serious battles with strong opponents. The boy asked what they would do to prepare for the encounter with their enemies. Leon admitted that he was still willing to take the risk, as he was now in a state of combat excitement and readiness. At this moment, he feels completely determined to become a true hero of the world. Elcid noted that the enemies were lying low somewhere for a while, so he did not sense them nearby at the moment. The spirit suggests that in 2 months' time they will start to move actively, so for now they need to continue training hard. From now on, the young man knows the truth. He will have to achieve his goal through a sea of blood and hatred for the forces of evil. When he returned to the guild, the administrator told him that he had been gone for 4 days and that she had been worried. The guy apologized and admitted that he seemed to have made her wait in vain and worry about his fate all this time. The young man proudly announced that he had achieved a lot and completely destroyed all those dangerous monsters in the cave. The girl, upon hearing this, joyfully exclaimed that this was a real reason to celebrate his well-deserved promotion. When the young man heard this, he was completely shocked, not expecting such a turn of events in the guild. The administrator solemnly congratulated him on receiving the honorable rank of C in the adventurer system. Leon couldn't believe that he had risen so quickly through the ranks, and essentially gained this status almost instantly. No additional checks, exams, or anything special were required for this promotion. The girl explained with a smile that he had hunted mutant rats and stone slugs and received positive feedback from customers. So, with the help of their thank you letters and recommendations, he was promoted to the next honorable rank. The guy was completely shocked that he had succeeded after completing only 2 tasks. His mentor approvingly remarked that this was quite good, meaning he could now take on more difficult tasks. In fact, this should make it much easier to find enemies and evil forces among the people in the city. As soon as he received his promotion, he decided to immediately take on new tasks. The girl thought about the young man. Moreover, the young man was completely different from all the other ordinary adventurers here in his approach to work. Leon curiously asked the wise spirit what he thought was the best task to take from those offered. Elcid replied that there were several tasks that would be perfect for testing, but nothing unusual yet. The administrator noticed that the young man preferred to take on tasks that involved fighting a large number of dangerous monsters. Leon started to say that wasn't true, then thought deeply about his preferences. He cautiously asked her if they had any tasks that were somehow related to the city slums. The girl explained that she had heard that not every adventurer in the guild would take on such dangerous tasks. People generally say that slums are places where only poor people live, but the slums of the city are radically different. Since they are home to thieves, murderers, smugglers, and criminals, it is a territory of the illegal elements of society. The guy thought he was sure he would find what he was looking for among all these dangerous people. The girl regretfully informed him that there were currently no assignments directly related to the city's slums. This was because the area was mainly populated by mercenaries and assassins, rather than ordinary adventurers from the official guild. When Leon heard this important information, he realized that it was indeed logical and correct for all reasons. Adventurers, by rule, do not engage in direct conflict with people, even if they are criminals and bandits. Almost all business in the slums involves fights between people, and he couldn't become a mercenary due to restrictions. And just wandering around the dangerous slums without a specific goal could be extremely dangerous for his life. Then a girl offered him an interesting task: to destroy living armor in an abandoned mansion near the city. The decorative armor, which had been lying in the abandoned house for years, had turned into a real dangerous monster. However, the reward wasn't very great, as only a couple of people in the city were capable of destroying living armor. Leon, the girl added importantly, that the mansion was located very close to the city's infamous slums. Therefore, if he completes the task, it will help him move freely through that dangerous area. Leon thought that this was it. Thanks to this official document, he would be able to simply walk into the slums. Even if the slum authorities want to provoke a conflict, they will not get involved with the Adventurers Guild because of the consequences. Therefore, if they attack a weak adventurer, Avengers of much higher rank will inevitably come to settle the score. For example, A-rank adventurers who deal with national security issues would certainly not ignore this. They will definitely come to severely punish these slum dwellers if they decide to act aggressively. The administrator, after putting forward this clever idea, sincerely hopes that the young man will find this option acceptable. Leon basically understands that there is absolutely no other reasonable way out of the situation. The administrator handed him a wallet, saying that it was a reward for completely clearing the dungeon of slugs. The amount was quite substantial, as the city platoon commander had decided to increase the standard fee for the job a little. The guy was genuinely happy that he was treated with such kindness and respect here. But in the end, he realized that he still had one more important question for the nice girl. The young man cautiously asked if she could tell him where the main city church or temple was located. When the girl heard this unexpected question, she was truly shaken with surprise and even fear. The administrator nervously asked again what exactly he meant by church. Leon calmly told her that yes, she had heard correctly, he just needed to look something there. The young man thought that everything was happening just as his teacher had predicted. They were taking him for a new hero. Therefore, he needed the help of the Holy Order. There were exceptions when an ordinary church could be used for communication. No one dared to insult or desecrate this sacred abode of divinity and faith, regardless of the visitor's origin. The rules would be absolutely the same for everyone, without any exceptions. The administrator uncertainly informed her that the church was located in the northeast part of the city at number 13. When the guy left, the girl began to think even more about how much she liked him as a person. But then she realized that the hero had a special mission, which meant that a powerful enemy had appeared somewhere. Even as an ordinary guild worker, it wasn't immediately clear or obvious to her. Elsid approached the guy after they left the building, noticing that this was very unusual. But the most effective way to not reveal your true identity is to remain at a modest level D. Now that Leon thinks that in principle, the wise teacher is right. He should pretend and go to church. Only in extreme cases will he be able to use his magical weapon to defend himself against evil enemies. Besides, the seal of the Holy Sword has not yet been fully revealed, so he must complete these tasks. The mentor explained that living armor is a fairly rare phenomenon of natural magic in this world. It was like the truest power of magic and sorcery. Or perhaps they had been taught that armor could move and live. In reality, they are not capable of independent thought. They are just pieces of metal with spells cast upon them. Living armor obeys someone's magical whims or simply follows the behavior program embedded in it. When Leon heard this, he asked if the creator couldn't just remove the spell, but he was told that there would be no point in removing the spell, as it would be tantamount to destroying the creation. When the young man heard this, he thought how useless these wizards and their creations really were. The young man noted that it didn't really matter who was behind all this, but the armor was silver-plated. The teacher asked why, if the enemy was so easy to defeat, other adventurers had not destroyed him long ago. This problem would have been solved long ago if the armor were really that easy for an ordinary warrior without magic to defeat. So when Leon heard this, he began to carefully reread the description of the task in the guild documents. He saw that there was an armor regeneration ability, and wondered if it was really that good and effective. Let's say the helmet was completely shattered and the armor destroyed, but it regenerates in just 10 minutes after being damaged. After 10 minutes, the armor would indeed be completely restored, as if nothing had ever happened to it. So the wise teacher asked if the young man thought the armor was made of ordinary metal without any magic. When the young man heard this, he replied that they would find out when they reached their destination. The young man entered the slums and thought that this area was much more lively than he had imagined. Leon noticed that when he stepped out onto this gloomy street, he felt a most unpleasant and unsettling sensation inside. He asked his teacher anxiously if there were any enemies here who were pursuing or watching them. The mentor replied that if there were any, he would have said so. But there was a theory as to why he was feeling that way. Due to the nature of his sunny aura, he was quite sensitive to the dark energy of evil and crime in this place. So the guy looks too young and all the locals are eyeing him suspiciously from all sides. A malevolent aura surrounds him because of this. So he feels very strange and uncomfortable here. The guy admitted that it feels like needles are being run all over his body. These glances are truly terrifying. Elcid warned him to be careful. Their stares won't hurt him, but some of them are dangerous. People here are very wary of strangers, especially young and obviously non-local visitors. So for now, he just needed to focus on his task and, most importantly, be as attentive as possible to everything around him. When the guy approached this abandoned place and looked up, he realized that the building was huge. Leon saw a truly eerie and abandoned place, as if its inhabitants had left it decades ago, leaving only ruins behind. Broken windows with sharp shards of glass sticking out of the frames were visible everywhere, creating an ominous atmosphere of complete desolation. Thick cobwebs covered every corner and wall of the building, and somewhere among these shadows lurked dangerous living armor. The monster stands somewhere inconspicuous in the darkness, waiting to sneak up on its prey until the very last moment. But when the living armor sensed the presence of an uninvited guest in its domain, its red eyes immediately lit up menacingly. Leon cautiously opened the heavy wooden doors and began to take very careful steps across the creaky floor inside. The young man did not expect the interior of the building to be such a terrifying and gloomy setting for the upcoming battle. The weapon in the young man's hands began to glow brightly with magical light, thanks to the timely help of his wise spirit teacher. Elcid did this specifically so that in the pitch darkness, it would be possible to see at least something around oneself. The young man noted with sincere gratitude that the lighting was quite convenient, and all thanks to his caring mentor. To which the ancient spirit replied with a touch of irony that next time it would be better to bring a flashlight, and that it was lucky there were no people around. At that tense moment, they both heard heavy metal footsteps and immediately knew who they belonged to. Before the young warrior stood living armor, a terrifying soulless creature with red burning eyes inside an empty helmet. These empty slit eyes began to glow with a purple magical light, which looked even more terrifying and sinister. Suddenly, there was a sharp whistle as the living armor swung its massive battle axe menacingly at the enemy. The enchanted armor instantly sprang into action, launching a merciless attack on the uninvited guest in the abandoned house. The young man quickly realized that he was facing a dangerous enemy for the first time, one who wielded such a heavy and deadly cutting weapon. The armored monster could swing and deliver powerful slashing blows, capable of piercing any defense with ease. But what is even more important is that the enemies are separated by a relatively small distance of only 2 meters, leaving little room for maneuver. This is a distance that a heavy opponent must cover with several clumsy steps in full metal armor. Leon, on the other hand, can reach his enemy with just the length of his relatively short sword in his skilled hands. However, the young warrior still has a tactical advantage in speed in this extremely unequal confrontation. This is because speed can only work if the fighter is not weighed down by heavy armor. With full metal armor weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, the monster is significantly slower than the nimble young man. No matter how powerful this enchanted armor and formidable weaponry may be, it is extremely difficult to fight against a fast opponent. The guy said that it was a fair price to pay for the enemy, closing the distance with his own feet and cutting off the arm of the armor. After that, Leon turned to his armored opponent and said that this was far from over. The young man also cut through the massive body of the living armor with one precise and incredibly powerful blow of his holy sword. After this devastating blow, the armor simply shattered into many small metal pieces and debris scattered across the floor. All the pieces flew in different directions with a deafening clang, creating a real mess of shiny metal fragments all around. The teacher asked if the boy had used acceleration because, apart from the technique, it was very well done. Leon proudly replied that he had defeated the dangerous enemy in just a few seconds, thanks to his mastery of the magical aura. Now the young warrior could wield the holy sword much more freely and effectively than before awakening his inner strength. The young man remembered an important detail from the report. Even if the armor was completely shattered, the monster was still capable of reviving. Leon noted with confusion that he had heard of such individuals and their high regenerative abilities. But it seemed that this was not the case. Of course, it was theoretically possible, But false information in documents was considered a serious second-degree crime by the guild, punishable by severe punishment. If this leads to the death of an adventurer, the guild will immediately offer a large reward for the capture of the unfortunate informant. Leon realizes that something about this strange situation is bothering him. Why would anyone take such a risk? Upon closer inspection, the entire situation has been quite strange and suspicious from the moment the assignment was received by the guild. Living armor may be an unpleasant enemy, but if the team is properly coordinated, it can easily withstand such an enemy. The wise teacher admitted that nothing specific came to mind. Perhaps there were some special differences between individual specimens. After that, the spirit noticed that there was no need to go far, as it seemed that the enemies were advancing on their own. Since someone's glowing eyes could be seen in the distance, there was a whole horde of living armor slowly but surely moving toward the lone guy through an abandoned building. The guy squinted, trying to see in the darkness how many enemies were approaching the battlefield. The young man turns to his magical weapon and asks if it can provide a little more light, as he can't see anything. The teacher asked with slight irritation, not understanding that the guy considered the holy sword to be some kind of ordinary torch for lighting. After these words, everything around them shone so brightly that the intensity of the magical glow literally blinded their eyes. It was the real sacred light of the sun. But then the guy suddenly heard something in the distance, amid the clanging of footsteps. The young man saw how the living armor began to close its glowing eyes and emit terrifying screams throughout the abandoned building. The guy doesn't understand what's happening to his enemies, because all this time, the armored monsters have been walking confidently straight towards him. Their red eyes really seem to be burning with pain and rage caused by the bright sunlight reflecting off the holy sword. This only enraged the monsters further, and all three living suits of armor decided to simultaneously charge at the young man with fierce determination. The enemies swung their long, heavy weapons menacingly, aiming to crush the young hero with a single powerful blow. The young man immediately took a step back, realizing that he needed to actively resist this attack without wasting any precious time. Leon thought that these were real monsters who had decided to attack him all at once, giving him no chance for a fair fight. Although the young man could guess and predict the direction of their blows, thanks to the skills he had acquired at the academy and in training. But performing defensive maneuvers and counterattacks against three opponents at the same time was difficult enough for a single fighter. The young man defiantly told his opponents that he wasn't sure if they could even be called a real military force. The teacher suddenly decided to urgently warn the young man of the danger, but it was too late for the maneuver. Leon quickly stopped and realized what was really happening around him at this critical moment of the battle. The young man realized that if he had been just a little slower, he would not have been able to dodge this deadly combined attack. The boy did notice his opponent's movement at the last moment, but then jumped back sharply for safety. Leon, frightened by the unexpected danger, asked his wise teacher excitedly what exactly had happened at that moment. Elcid urgently explained to his student that these dangerous creatures were not ordinary living armor, as stated in the documents. Using a special technique to see the true nature of his enemy, the boy would be able to understand the whole truth about what was happening in this abandoned mansion. Now the young man would see what was happening through the eyes of an ancient spirit, so everything would become crystal clear to him without further explanation. When the guy saw this, some sinister spirits appeared inside the living armor in front of him, hiding under the metal. It is like real black smoke emanating from metal, and it is what these terrifying creatures of darkness are made of. This black smoke is a kind of deadly breath, so if it touches the body, it will immediately consume all of the victim's life force. Considering the guy's solar aura, it is possible to avoid contact with them, but there is no point in hoping for anything good. This is precisely why the evil spirits had such a painful reaction to the bright glow and illumination from the holy sword. If they had encountered ordinary deadly breath inside the armor, the sacred light would have purified the space, leaving no trace. Only demonic creatures from the underworld or the world of the dead can feel such a strong aversion to sunlight. Therefore, the young warrior was not facing ordinary living armor, but real phantom armor inhabited by evil spirits. But their sheer number makes the hero's situation a little difficult, as the armor is inhabited by spirits who have lost their eternal rest. Their inner emptiness and despair have turned into malice and hatred for all living things in this world. Therefore, the creature that Leon chopped into pieces at the beginning of the battle was truly unable to revive itself. Since the armor controlled by an evil spirit is usually virtually indestructible by ordinary weapons without magical properties, the only way to completely subdue the enemy is to banish all spirits, using powerful sacred magic or light. But their incredible numbers put the young hero in a truly difficult and life-threatening situation. If this is all really phantom armor, then it would be much more advantageous and safer to retreat now. The teacher explained that when dealing with phantom armor, various defective and dangerous creatures of darkness will continue to appear. The fact that so many creatures have formed after countless failures suggests that success could complete the reincarnation. Therefore, hundreds or perhaps even thousands of restless spirits of the dead had surely flocked to this abandoned mansion. As a rule, such creatures cannot move from one district to another, so they live only in the slums. This is an area completely cut off from law and authority. The only area of the city that fits such a grim description. Get whatever you want with money or brute force. That's what the slums are like in the minds of the locals. The guy realizes that with his current limited experience, he won't be able to handle such a difficult task, even with a holy sword. Therefore, he must now think carefully about this battle, as everything has changed since his promotion in rank the morning before. Battles with truly strong enemies will help him become much stronger and more experienced in martial arts. Therefore, he decides to try to cut down a couple of the weakest enemies to gain combat experience. The guy started swinging his weapon, which glowed like the sun, cutting through the rows of phantom armor with determination. When morning came and the bright sun rose over the city, illuminating everything around with the warm rays of a new day, the wise teacher noted with approval that it seemed they had more or less managed to deal with multiple enemies in this narrow corridor. Leon honestly admitted that fighting while deliberately surrounded on all sides was not such an easy task. The ancient spirit asked his student with understanding if it was all because of his blind spots during the fight. The young man replied that his field of vision was quite wide. But of course, every person had their own natural limits of perception. No matter how he moved his eyes, he couldn't see what was behind him. And he couldn't fight against a wall either. The mentor wisely remarked that third-rate people are controlled by circumstances, second-rate people adapt to conditions, and first-rate people turn conditions into their superpower. When the boy heard this from his experienced teacher, he just smiled knowingly in response to the wise words. Leon thought that he would definitely have to learn this if he wanted to fight successfully in this troubled part of town. The danger level there was much higher than in the sewers, as absolutely any deadly trap could be encountered on every path. The boy was sure that the people who set them would aim precisely at the enemy's blind spots for maximum effect. Therefore, if he continued to rely solely on his eyesight, he could fall into a trap from which there would be no escape. Suddenly, they heard a sound, a small child crying loudly in the street, attracting unwanted attention. Then, they clearly heard the heavy footsteps of an adult approaching the source of the child's crying on the pavement. The little child, hearing these threatening footsteps, immediately and instinctively stopped crying out of sheer terror. The toddler hurriedly covered his mouth, frantically covering it with both small hands to keep completely silent. A crazy-looking guy appeared, a muscular man with long, dirty hair and scars on his face. The poor little boy was so terrified by the stranger's appearance that he was afraid to even move a muscle. The people around him, who were also on the street at that moment, were very frightened when they saw who had arrived. This was Khan, the leader of the freaks, the strongest and most dangerous gang in the entire criminal city. His subordinates reported to the boss that they had searched the 23rd and 25th districts as ordered, but found no one alive. The people around them looked too dangerous and suspicious, so the scouts did not approach them for safety reasons. The leader of this formidable gang ordered them to continue surveillance from a distance, as getting too close would attract unnecessary attention. The leader then asked what other news his loyal men had brought back from their reconnaissance mission in the dangerous areas. They reported that they had conducted a thorough analysis of the water from these areas and discovered something very disturbing and suspicious. In addition to the usual dirty water, they had found human blood, organs, and other horrific human remains. Moreover, there were a lot of human remains, and analysts estimated that about 30 people had died in a single day. The local wizard was surprised by such wastefulness. Even a black magic ritual would have been less bloody and cruel. The gang leader efficiently ordered that all this information be gathered and recorded in a detailed report for further use. One of his subordinates carelessly remarked that, although they did not know what these people were doing, the commission income from the merchants would fall. After these careless words, one of the subordinates was instantly killed on the spot for being too talkative and acting on his own. The mad leader coldly stated that if you don't know when to stop talking, you will surely die young. All the other subordinates were horrified but admired what a magnificent and lightning-fast technique of killing with a single blow it was. The leader sternly explained that these freaks were not like them, they couldn't be used, and it wasn't even worth trying. Khan added that regardless of whether they are cult fanatics or spies from the other side, there is no reason to engage with them. They would come to an end if the church took direct action against their gang and activities in the city. The priests would simply drive all the criminals to the corner of the continent. So it was best not to get involved at all. The leader asked irritably what other news there was besides this unpleasant story about mystical killers in the neighborhoods. He was informed about an abandoned estate in one of the districts where some young adventurer had appeared. This immediately surprised the experienced gang leader, and he asked with interest what exactly was going on. His subordinates reported that this newcomer had made a name for himself by destroying all kinds of small monsters in the sewers and dungeons. These creatures included mutant rats, stone slugs, and other relatively weak creatures. He used to be called simply the Cat for his agility, but now he's called the Cleaner for his thoroughness. He is a young adventurer who takes on cheap jobs, but the boss immediately took an interest in him. Meanwhile, Leon was in his modest hotel room, concentrating on important training. Right now, the guy isn't just relaxing there, but trying to control his aura while standing in a special fighting stance. The young man feels how difficult it is to control all these powerful streams of magical energy in his body at the same time without experience. The pressure on his unprepared body was so intense that he simply fell to his knees from exhaustion. The wise teacher asked how the student felt the aura moving through his body during this training. El Cid noted that a sincere, ordinary person is much better at learning than any sloppy genius by nature. The young man confessed that it felt as if he was dying and being resurrected with each trial and training session he completed. The ancient teacher suggested that the student look at something important in his development during this time. Leon saw that he had average sword skills, but his aura was still very weak compared to the master's. However, it had been even weaker last time, so it seemed to be growing quite quickly for a novice in magic. The boy was surprised to notice that the 7-star sword technique had not yet been added to his arsenal of skills. The teacher shouted indignantly that one couldn't call oneself a master swordsman without knowing a single serious technique. The 7-star sword, also known as the Great Chariot, is a secret art of sword fighting developed by Rodrigo in his youth. This means that one can only call oneself a true master after mastering all 7 forms of this secret art of fencing. Leon enthusiastically said that he wanted to learn at least one of the techniques before facing his enemies. Leon confidently declared that in 2 months, he must become stronger than the enemies of the slums. He needed an ace up his sleeve for critical situations. Even knowing how to manifest an aura through a weapon, strength is useless if you don't know how to use it properly in battle. Therefore, the young man enthusiastically suggested starting training right away, and training until he was completely exhausted. El Cid unexpectedly said that he was pleased with his students' enthusiasm, but that it would be better to stop for today due to circumstances. The ancient spirit then explained that, because they had guests, people from a local criminal gang had come. The young man immediately rushed to the window to see who these suspicious people were. The young man realized that these people had probably come for him on some important business or errand. The teacher noticed that he could sense the presence of several people, but he couldn't determine who the strongest leader was. From their appearance, it was clear that they were local thugs, as they all looked alike. The boy realized that he needed to go out and talk to the uninvited guests to find out who they were. The door opened slightly, and the hooligans with pink hair were immediately happy to see the young adventurer. The gangsters politely asked if he was really the adventurer, known by the nickname the Cleaner in town. They apologized for coming without warning, but explained that they were here on orders from their boss. So the visitors hoped for understanding and cooperation from the famous adventurer in this matter. The guys immediately introduced themselves, honestly, as members of a gang known in criminal circles as the Freaks. Leon remembered hearing something interesting about them earlier while gathering information about the city's slums. This gang is led by a boss named Khan, a notorious figure who divided the slums into territories. The gang members explained that their boss was looking for an adventure, but they had been told not to insist on a meeting by force. If he didn't want to go, he could refuse, but they thought he would listen and agree to meet with the boss. The guy agreed, thinking that the boss wouldn't have called him if he was planning to do something bad. Leon reasoned that as long as he mentioned the name of this influential person, most people would immediately leave him alone. The wise teacher noted that he could even say for sure that the boss was planning something from the meeting with the guy. He probably wanted to entrust him with a job that he couldn't officially ask the Adventurers Guild to do. Smiling, one of the gang members pointed in a direction and said they needed to go that way. A local boy running past accidentally bumped into one of the bandits as he passed through the narrow street. The boy fell and spilled all his apples on the dirty road, creating a small mess around him. Terrified, the poor boy immediately began apologizing to the menacing gangster for the inconvenience. But the gangster had a truly crazy and evil look in his eyes, foreshadowing trouble for the boy. The gangster asked threateningly if this ordinary freak even knew who he was in the city's criminal hierarchy. The gangster rudely asked if the boy knew where he was going, and this immediately enraged the righteous Leon. But the wise teacher quickly warned his student that he must endure no matter what in this situation. The boy now had to be much more careful with his emotions and reactions than he had been earlier at the academy. If he showed bloodlust and aggression right in front of an influential boss, he would definitely not get anything good out of it. After an internal struggle, Leon said that everything was fine and that he would be much more careful with his emotions from now on. When they arrived at the location, the guy realized where exactly the secret base of these criminal bastards was. Everything around him was just horrible, dark bloodstains scattered across the walls and floor in disarray, It looked as if people were being deliberately tortured and killed here for intimidation or entertainment. Khan suddenly appeared silently behind him as the guy was examining the gloomy interior of the gang's base. Leon reflexively grabbed his weapon, sensing danger from the stranger approaching from behind. The young man spun around sharply, ready to strike defensively, but the leader easily blocked his blow, although the man smiled and remarked on how inappropriate the nickname was for such a fighter. Cleaner sounded weak. The young man began to guess who this imposing and dangerous man standing right in front of him was. Leon saw the huge, muscular man slowly clench his fist and prepare to strike. The young man realized in horror that he was about to die from such a powerful blow. There was no other way out. The leader swung his huge fist toward the young adventurer with threatening force. But at the last moment, he stopped. Khan had only done it to scare him and test his reaction. In the end, he struck him gently, so that the young man simply bled, but without serious injury. Leon's nose began to bleed, and a thin stream of blood flowed onto the expensive carpet beneath his feet. The young man stood in complete shock, realizing that he had been unable to dodge such terrifying power. The gang leader approvingly remarked that he was brave, thinking he was just trash because of his C rank. But after checking, he decided that was enough for the guy for today and made a decision about him. When Leon heard this, he asked curiously what the influential leader had decided that was so important. Khan explained that he had found out everything about him from his informants while on his way there. The leader promised to give the young adventurer absolutely everything he wanted as payment for his services. After that, he grinned madly and apologized, but said he had already learned everything about the young man's past through his sources. The Royal Academy, where he had always ranked second among ordinary students without privileges for the past 2 years. The leader noted with admiration that the guy had managed to show the blue-blooded people what they were worth with his own hands. And then he decided to give up his prestigious education and join the Adventurers Guild, which is truly amazing. Khan admitted that he understood why he had left the academy. He himself did not want to become an ordinary knight. The leader also did not want to spend his whole life serving despicable nobles, and did not want to obey anyone at all. After defeating the representatives of the nobility, the guy decided to become a true free adventurer without restrictions. Unlike those who are only after easy money, he has a completely different motivation. Leon tries to push through all obstacles to become stronger and more influential every day. Such determination and integrity earned him the sincere respect of even the city's criminal authority. Khan continued his analysis, explaining that this was precisely why the young man had managed to rise through the ranks by completing just 2 relatively simple tasks. Objectively speaking, his opponents weren't super strong, but they did require a certain amount of skill and persistence to defeat. But now, in the skilled hands of the young warrior, was the honorable rank of C, which opened up many new opportunities. After that, the imposing man with a direct gaze asked the young man if he was absolutely right in his conclusions. If Leon wasn't so stingy with his emotions on a normal day, the leader would be absolutely right in his analysis. From the very beginning of his academic career, the young man had only one true goal: to restore his own honor. The young man, therefore, if he accepts the influential leader's terms, the latter will use all his resources to fulfill his most cherished desire. Leon was in complete shock when he realized that this dangerous man knew so much about him. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on and why the gang boss was so insistent on recruiting him. Yes, overall it all sounds pretty crazy and suspicious, but there must be some sense in the offer. The wise teacher noticed that, judging by the orders he had completed, the student had no desire to chase fame. Leon thought that even an experienced administrator had mistakenly taken him for a future hero from ancient prophecies. But now there was no particular reason to explain anything, because the leader had no idea that he could be his enemy. Therefore, if the bandits think that the adventurer is no threat to them, this can definitely be used to their advantage. The young man diplomatically told the influential bandit that the offer sounded quite interesting and tempting in principle. Khan explained that people in the slums are very cautious about strangers, so there is no point in refusing his help. Weak and unprepared people in these areas are the first to die from various dangers and criminal conflicts, and the few who survive in this brutal environment try by any means to become one of the strongest. 3 or 4 months ago, when the number of exiles was growing, the leader did not pay much attention to this problem, at least until they started taking over the 23rd and 25th districts of their area. Leon suddenly realized where the phantom armor had come from. Evil had taken up residence in the mansion. The leader went on to explain in detail that there were only 3 truly influential people in these dangerous slums. The first was a greedy moneylender, whom the locals had given the derogatory nickname Golden Pig, known as Simon. The second, and of course Khan himself, who was at the very top of this criminal pyramid of power. The 23rd and 25th districts belonged to Simon, and a brutal massacre took place there, killing more than 200 people. The greedy moneylender suffered huge financial losses, and eventually decided to strike back at the mysterious invaders. Simon sent almost 500 well-armed mercenaries of various ranks, but they were all mercilessly destroyed. When Leon heard the shocking news, he was stunned, his eyes widening in horror at what was happening in the city. Leon began to question the leader intensely, unable to believe that such a monstrous event could have actually happened in the Empire. If such an incredible force capable of destroying such a huge number of professional mercenaries was operating there, wasn't that something the Empire should be watching closely? No matter how lawless and dangerous the local slums were, what was happening there still went far beyond the bounds of reason and acceptability. The formidable leader grimly explained that absolutely everyone who had tried to find out the truth had been mercilessly killed, except for himself, by a lucky coincidence. But their local piggy loan shark seemed to have been scared to death by what had happened and had decided to stay out of it for the time being and watch cautiously. After all, no one at this critical moment is going to actively intervene in this bloody war for territory and influence in the region. Leon logically asked his interlocutor whether there was any point in continuing this hopeless endeavor in such a dangerous situation. The influential leader replied seriously that he had decided to trust him as an adventurer who was not after easy money, but after justice. Khan admitted that he had been studying the young man for some time through informants and had learned something important. In the face of fear, he did not lose heart. The young man cautiously remarked, making a preliminary conclusion that he did not think the leader would entrust him with such a serious contract killing of unknown enemies. Leon suspiciously asked the criminal authority if he really wanted to involve the official adventurers guild in the matter in some way. Khan smiled meaningfully and wisely remarked that a smart guy should understand that it's better to have one professional at hand than hundreds of stupid subordinates. In other words, the leader did not want to give up his position and lose valuable people in a hopeless struggle against these mysterious invaders. Therefore, he is borrowing strength from beyond the slums, which means he really intends to cunningly use Leon, who only recently joined the Adventurers Guild. The young man understood that this was a rather risky leap into the unknown, and that it could bring even more serious problems upon his head. The young man asked his influential interlocutor directly what was the point of involving the official guild and its representatives in this matter. The leader silently handed him some official papers and suggested that he take a close look at the documents containing evidence of what was happening. When the young man carefully studied the contents, he simply froze in complete shock, unable to believe his own eyes in horror. The document given to him by the leader proved beyond a doubt that hundreds of people in the slums had fallen victim to some kind of dark magic or rituals. The wise teacher was also extremely surprised by what was happening, realizing the scale of the tragedy. Hundreds, in the worst case, even 1,000 innocent victims of a bloody massacre. Leon realized with horror that he was about to vomit from disgust. These people were in a legal gray area, so their disappearance would not cause any loss to the country. The young man clenched his fist tightly in growing anger and helplessness, feeling rage overflowing his young and righteous heart. The young man indignantly asked the leader if it was normal and fair to leave everything in such a monstrous state. The mentor warned his student that these unknown enemies could not be defeated so easily, and that there were serious doubts, so it was not worth trusting them blindly. Leon replied understandingly to the criminal authority that he now understood why, in such a difficult case, he desperately needed his help. Khan noted with approval that the young man had convincingly proven his true nature and principles when it came to justice. The young man solemnly declared to the boss that he understood the main thing. He had to survive at all costs, because a dead man could not bring any evidence to the people. Hearing such a practical and sensible approach to the matter, the experienced gang leader just laughed loudly, taking the words as a good joke. After that, Khan briskly asked the young adventurer if, in such a critical situation, he would accept the favorable terms of cooperation he had offered. Leon firmly told the leader that he understood the main thing. He had to survive no matter what, because if he died, he wouldn't be able to provide any evidence to the people. The young man replied decisively to the criminal authority that he fully accepted all the dangerous terms of cooperation he had been offered. Right now, it's super hard to find reliable info about what's going on in the closed-off slums without help from locals. Moreover, by accepting this risky assignment, it is possible to potentially save a huge number of innocent human lives from an unknown threat. When the guy received various items from this influential leader, he noticed a small book with a special mark among them. Khan explained that if anyone pressured him, he should simply show my mark, and when necessary, cut off what was most precious to him. The guy threw away the cold weapon with disgust and categorically said that it was disgusting, and he didn't want to take it with him. After that, the young adventurer saw an impressive number of expensive magic scrolls for various purposes in the leather bag. The leader explained that all this wealth was considered the first substantial advance payment for the upcoming dangerous work in the interests of the gang. But Leon still had one more important question he really wanted to ask the influential criminal authority. He could still see the frightening situation when he first saw the formidable leader in action. How he had swung his huge, muscular fist wildly and threateningly at the young man to intimidate him. And what a shock it was for the young man when blood suddenly started flowing from his nose from the pressure of the air. So the young man asked curiously whether the leader had intended to stop before delivering the fatal blow. The influential leader was completely taken aback by such a direct and personal question about his intentions from his new subordinate. The gang boss, with a mysterious smile on his stern face, honestly replied that of course he had no intention of stopping. Later, Leon returned to his modest hotel room, sat down on the soft bed and sank into deep thought. The young man kept thinking about the piercing gaze and cold, confident smile of the dangerous leader of the gang of thugs. Thinking about how incredibly strong he was, both physically and mentally, he realized that he would have to train hard to become like him. The young man turned to his wise teacher with a question about whether he had any guesses about the documents presented. El Cid admitted that he had certain suspicions, but he still wanted to find out more before jumping to conclusions. Dark magic seems a little out of place here. Most likely, what is happening is much more serious than one can imagine. The young man sensibly thought that, of course, no one had said it would be easy to infiltrate an area where 500 professional mercenaries had been killed. Leon told his mentor that in such a dangerous situation, he needed a reliable assistant who wasn't fixated on easy money, preferably someone talented and capable of becoming a loyal support, without any hesitation in critical situations and battles. The teacher agreed that these were reasonable requirements, as no one there would stand on ceremony with strangers and outsiders. Soon they arrived at a new important place, the local church, which was supposed to help in the search for an ally. The young man clearly expected the sacred building to look more majestic and impressive than it actually was. Leon asked himself the logical question of why a church would be located in such a criminal and dangerous place as the slums. But it turned out that priests had long been sent to such places, as those blinded by money were easily tempted and priests were impartial. The only thing the ministers adhere to is their own beliefs and the teachings of the goddess, and none of the local authorities can be deceived. The young man honestly admitted to the priest that there was nothing they could do, that he did not want to call himself a novice, but that he would try to do something. Leon thought sensibly that if he revealed his true identity as a hero, he would never get to the priests because he had to be quieter than water. Even in the criminal slums, it was unlikely to meet normal, honest people. All the locals were constantly watching each other's pockets and belongings. This serves as proof that some trust still remains between them, perhaps thanks to the beneficial influence of this sacred church. The young man wondered who the bishop of this small church in the heart of the slums might be. When the young adventurer knocked on the massive doors, someone immediately asked cautiously who he was, and the guy introduced himself as an adventurer. Leon respectfully informed them that he had something important to show the local bishop regarding an urgent and delicate matter. But then, unexpectedly, the young man felt something strange happening to his aura, which was actively reacting to the approaching person behind the door. The heavy doors of the church slowly and solemnly opened, allowing the young visitor to enter the sacred walls of God's house. An imposing man in white and gold robes emerged from the doorway, immediately exuding a powerful sense of holiness and spiritual strength. This venerable man introduced himself as the bishop responsible for this difficult place, calling himself the Reverend Jezar. The young man had not expected this holy man and spiritual mentor to be a representative of the elven race. When they entered the sacred building and sat down comfortably at a wooden table for a serious discussion of matters, the wise man noticed with understanding that the visitor seemed a little shocked to see an elf in holy robes. Jezar patiently explained that he understood that many were surprised when they saw an elf priest, but that the goddess loved all races equally. That was why he had decided to devote his life to serving the church, and he was well aware of the young adventurer's exploits from the town news. The bishop knows that Leon got rid of dangerous monsters in the sewers, and thanks to his hard work, has truly done a lot of good for the people. The young man was embarrassed by such praise and modestly replied that the Holy Father was clearly exaggerating the significance of his modest achievements. Jezar asked with interest what the young adventurer wanted to show him, since he had mentioned some important documents. Leon immediately tensed up a little and concentrated, preparing to present serious evidence of what was happening in the slums. The young man politely asked if the bishop would first take a close look at these disturbing documents containing evidence. The holy man carefully took the papers in his hands and began to study the information presented about what was happening. The expression on the clergyman's face gradually changed, reflecting genuine righteous anger at the evil happening in the city. After a thorough examination, Jezar seriously remarked that, in such critical situations, the church should not delay in taking action. However, the source of the information raised certain questions, and the bishop considered the document to be somewhat dubious in origin. Therefore, he will ask his trusted people to conduct an independent investigation, and the final answer will be delayed a little. Leon added that he was still looking for someone reliable who could help him investigate the situation in the 25th and 30th districts. The young man asked his spiritual mentor hopefully if the bishop could recommend someone worthy for such a dangerous mission. But the spiritual mentor replied regretfully to the young adventurer that he was sorry, but he did not have any armed adventurers in mind. Jazar honestly admitted to the young adventurer that he knew people who could provide support or assistance, but he did not think they were capable of anything more. But then, unexpectedly, the bishop's expression changed dramatically, taking on a special determination and even a certain obsession with the sacred mission. The man firmly explained that he could not entrust this sacred work to anyone else, so he would personally accompany the young adventurer. Leon thought doubtfully that he hoped the bishop at least knew how to fight, and at best expected to see warriors equal to himself. The young man decided to tactfully ask the determined elf priest if he was sure he could handle the dangers ahead, but he received a rather cold and even slightly offended reply, asking if the young man did not trust him. At that moment, the young man's expression changed dramatically. Leon saw something he had not expected from the calm priest. The elf decided to convincingly demonstrate his true strength, his entire muscular arm covered in old battle scars and abrasions. Jazar held out his palm, and an incredibly dense magical aura of fire began to gather rapidly around it. In the hands of the experienced elf warrior was real burning fire, a powerful, high-level fiery aura. The magical power reached its maximum density, seeping out and literally burning the atmosphere around the priest. Judging by the incredible speed of the magic's activation, it could be assumed that this elf had mastered it through countless practical experiences. No wonder this imposing man was a bishop in such a difficult and dangerous place as the slums. Seeing such an impressive display of talent and power, the young man admitted that he was worried about having to cling to his arm. Jazar modestly remarked that although 50 years ago he had been a member of the knightly order of the Holy Iron Castle, he was now just an old priest. When the young man heard this, he couldn't believe it, as the Order of the Holy Iron Castle was one of the strongest on the continent. So, with a sincere smile, the young man shook the former knight's hand and said that in that case, he would definitely be counting on him. The bishop asked for a moment to fetch his weapon and asked the young adventurer to wait for him in the churchyard. Leon thought excitedly that it would be great to work with such talent, and being next to him gave him the feeling of being surrounded by 1,000 warriors. When it came to weapons from the heyday of the Iron Castle Order, a bow would be an excellent choice, for example. But the wise teacher warned his student that he was being naive. Hadn't he seen the calluses on the young man's hands? As it turned out, it was not a graceful bow, but the largest and heaviest battle mace with spikes and chains. This was so unexpected, as such a brutal weapon was not usually used by refined elves. When the boy and his teacher saw this formidable weapon, they were extremely surprised by the former knight priest's choice. They decided that it didn't matter, as long as the bishop could use this impressive weapon skillfully in real combat. Jazar decided to demonstrate his skill and began to swing his heavy weapon with surprising ease. The warrior priest ran forward and threw the chains to demonstrate his technique to his young partner. The elf smashed a huge stone boulder that was just lying on the ground in the churchyard with astonishing ease. Jazar smiled with satisfaction and said that it had been a long time since his favorite weapon had been in his experienced hands. The bishop admitted with some nostalgia that it had been pleasant in the past to smash the heads of unbelieving enemies of the faith with this heavy mace. The warrior priest assured his young partner that the goddess would extend her protection to their temple while he was away on his dangerous mission. With an understanding smile, Leon replied to the former knight that yes, he believed that would indeed be the case with the divine protection of the shrine. When late, the young man glanced to the side and thought suspiciously that some strange people were following him through the dark streets. Leon knew that he couldn't burst into a criminal hideout dressed as a priest, so he asked the bishop to change into ordinary slum clothes. But no matter how he looked at it, something seemed off, even though he could sense the bishop's presence thanks to his heightened aura. However, the elf could not be detected by any other ordinary senses, and the teacher explained that this was a special skill of camouflage. This complex skill is quite difficult to use while moving, but Jazar has enough experience with such techniques. Some aggressive guy from the local slums started yelling loudly and threatening the disguised bishop for something. But in a matter of seconds, the former knight completely disappeared from the angry local's sight, as if he had dissolved into thin air. This was surprising, as the priest warrior's cloaking skills were truly impressive in their professionalism. Even though he was hidden by his aura skill and no one should have been able to sense his presence, special situations could arise. The wise teacher reminded his student that his magical attribute was the sun, which gave him certain advantages in perception. Judging by the young man's reaction to the hidden bishop, it can be assumed that the elf's attribute is related to the moon and its power. The reason Leon can sense the elf's presence is that the sun attribute reveals the moon's disguise. The sun and the moon, could this be a mere coincidence? Or is it fate that has brought them together? Finally, they arrived at the dangerous area of the 23rd District, where the territory of the mysterious invaders begins. As Leon had thought, the dagger of the gang leader finally came in handy for passing through enemy territory. When the young man began to show his identification mark, all the local bandits on duty immediately turned toward them. The young man simply showed them the special dagger, and all the dangerous gangsters in their path immediately gave way to the strangers. The criminal simply smiled politely and moved to the wall so as not to get in the way of the important guests. Jazar admitted in surprise that he could not have imagined that they would be able to enter so easily with such a partner without bloodshed. The bishop noted that Leon was truly an outstanding individual, although perhaps it was all thanks to the blessing of their almighty goddess. The warrior priest impatiently asked if the trial of the insolent infidels who were guilty of blasphemy and sacrilege could be expedited. Leon opened the heavy sewer hatch and said grimly that this was where the true kingdom of evil and darkness began. It was too dangerous to remain on the surface, so they would use the sewer system, as advised by the leader of the band of freaks. The companions began to tread cautiously through the damp and wet underground labyrinth leading to the enemy's lair. Suddenly, the experienced elf raised his hand sharply and quietly warned that he had heard something suspicious ahead. The partners listened intently to the conversations above, where someone was complaining that one victim had rebelled, so they couldn't meet their quota for the day. The voice continued to explain that they had to deal with 12 more people, although, to be honest, 70 people in one day was a bit too much. Even if they managed to deal with everyone by midnight, the ritual ceremony could continue until dawn the next day. Leon, upon hearing this horrific information, became extremely angry. A ceremony. 70 innocent people a day. This was mass murder. For months, these monsters had been killing such a huge number of defenseless people almost every day without stopping. Jezar couldn't take it anymore, and firmly told his young partner that in that case, he would go ahead and attack. The warrior priest swung his heavy mace and dealt a crushing blow to the nearest fanatic with this formidable weapon. The massive chains made a loud metallic sound, and the enemy fell quite easily and simply under the powerful blow. Leon didn't even have time to react before the experienced bishop did everything for him so easily and professionally. The wounded fanatic began to breathe heavily through his sinister mask and release some kind of strange, poisonous smoke around himself. But the attentive elf immediately noticed this and instantly swung his mace for a finishing blow against the enemy. Jazar tried to figure out what kind of weird protective magic his enemy was using, for a magical shield of invisible force suddenly appeared in front of the dying fanatic's face. This sturdy shield did not allow the heavy mace to pass, but simply stopped it completely in front of it. The unknown man in the dark robe said threateningly that since they had dared to attack, they clearly wanted to die. But then, unexpectedly, Leon crept up from behind and simply cut off the unsuspecting enemy's head with one precise blow. It was a young adventurer who had silently approached from behind and cut the fanatic's throat with a holy sword. There was not a single emotion on the young man's face, only cold determination to protect innocent people from evil. The slain enemy's comrade shouted indignantly, asking Leon if he even knew who he dared to disturb with his interference in the sacred ritual. But the experienced elf warrior just as easily grabbed and snapped the neck of this loud fanatic, silencing his threats forever. Thus, the partners dealt with this small group of hostile enemies with surprising ease. Both men were genuinely pleased that they had managed to eliminate their first enemies so quickly and efficiently. Leon also noted that the weapons those freaks had given him for camouflage turned out to be quite good. Even the wise teacher approvingly remarked that, in principle, everything had gone well, as stupidly as originally planned. Else had cast a special spell on the holy sword's current appearance, so other people saw it as a regular bandit blade, the kind of blade those jerks usually use in their fights, since the holy sword was way too fancy and recognizable. Anyone familiar with the Holy Order or the great Emperor Rodrigo could easily recognize this legendary holy sword. Although it cannot be called the most successful secret infiltration, they were able to gather valuable information about the enemy. Jazar agreed that there was some truth to what was said, but he did not believe that the secret infiltration had failed completely. It's like murder. If there are no witnesses and they kill everyone, can't you call it a secret infiltration? Leon felt uncomfortable with the harsh words of this holy man, as it was strange to hear such things from a priest. The partners saw a massive door in front of them and immediately realized that they had to go through it to continue their investigation. And it turned out to be justified, because inside the room they were met by a veritable hell on earth with horrific scenes. Everywhere lay a huge number of human corpses, skulls, and dried blood. creating a nightmarish scene of mass murder. Leon thought with horror that the scene resembled images from his worst nightmare. How many lives had been sacrificed? The wise teacher warned his student to hold on, as what was happening was truly horrific and could break an unprepared mind. One simply cannot get used to such monstrous things. One cannot turn away from the tragedy of innocent people. Even if everyone else forgot about this horror, the hero must remember it and bear responsibility for justice. Because this tragedy is the enemy that Leon will have to fight for the rest of his heroic life. The ancient spirit seriously asked his student if he believed that the Demon King could be the only enemy in the world. This cruel world cannot be saved just like that. One must understand the most important truth about the nature of evil in the world. The boy will not save this world by killing a single villain, no matter how powerful he may be. Else had explained that poverty for the poor and disease for the sick are also kings of demons in their own way. Therefore, even if you cut poverty with a holy sword or order disease to retreat, compared to this, the Demon King is nothing. A true king is someone who tries to make tomorrow much better and fairer than today. Therefore, the goal of a true warrior is not to look away, no matter how terrible it may be for the soul. Only then, by staring intently at such horrors, can a hero cut off the root of evil in this world. Leon thought that he had long wanted to talk to his teacher about himself and his doubts about the right path. Even after seeing such horrific sights, the young man was able to make decisions in a matter of seconds, which his experienced partner noticed. Jezar grimly remarked that the space they had just passed through was nothing more than a room for disposing of corpses. At least 2 dangerous enemies awaited them ahead, and if they went in blindly, they could be in serious trouble. They needed to think about their initial attack plan, and whether or not to use the aura was a decision they would have to make on their own. The guy understood that, if possible, he didn't want to use all his power to keep his identity a secret. Leon took one of the magic scrolls he had received from the gang of freaks for this mission out of his pocket. The scroll began to glow brightly with magical light, and the guy gave it to the bishop, saying that his brother should take a look at it. When the teacher saw the magic in action, he realized that it gave the user temporary ability to see through space. Therefore, they could effectively see all of their enemies' weaknesses and their locations to plan their attack. Indeed, the young man could now see through thick walls and clearly distinguish where the 2 nearest enemies were. After obtaining all the necessary information, Leon casually threw the used magic scroll onto the dirty ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, bright red blood began to drip onto the burnt scroll, creating a sinister scene. Blood poured profusely from Leon's mouth and nose, but he calmly assured his partner that nothing terrible had happened. The guy began to report the information he had gathered. There were only about 24 hostile enemies. The layout was as follows: east, west, south, north, with 10, 5, 5, and 4 people in each direction. And in the very center of the underground complex was some kind of impenetrable room, the entrance to which was located on the eastern side. Leon asked his experienced brother-in-arms with interest whether he thought the core was located there. Jezar cautiously replied that it was probably so, but that the possibility of it being a clever trap should not be ruled out. There is nothing more common than a reverse algorithm. What was considered a weakness is actually a strength. Therefore, it was possible that it was an empty shell, used solely for the practical disposal of numerous corpses. Leon told his trusted partner that although the words were true, he still wanted to check out this suspicious place. The next time they come here again, the boundaries may not be as open to them as they are now. So now the partners had a truly great and unique opportunity to explore everything here in detail. They understood that they had to act as quietly and cautiously as possible, so as not to attract the attention of their enemies. The partners crept up to the 2 nearest enemies, and the experienced elf swung his heavy mace menacingly. He simply threw a noose around their necks with the chains and quickly disposed of them without making a sound. Not a single cry of the victims was heard throughout the entire dreadful corridor, thanks to the professionalism of the warrior priest. The guys took the unsuspecting fanatics by surprise with astonishing ease and attacked them unexpectedly. The experienced partners quickly and easily dealt with 12 opponents in a short time. Jezar, hugging his trusty mace, admitted that he had warmed up a bit, as he was not as swift as he used to be due to his age. Then, they approached a particular wall and realized that this was the very obstacle that could not be overcome. The partners did not understand how to open it, as there was no handle, and the wall was completely immovable and smooth. They noticed some unidentified dark red inscriptions that looked suspiciously like dried human blood. Leon politely asked his brother to step aside, and the elf in turn asked the young man to step back for a moment. Jezar swung his huge mace with all his might, the chains ringing loudly in the air from the swift movement. But even such a huge mace and incredible physical strength could not break through the mysterious wall. Even the experienced owner of the mace, did not expect such an unexpected turn of events in their mission. Everyone remembered very well the situation that had occurred just recently in the churchyard during a demonstration of strength. How an experienced elf had picked up a huge stone with remarkable ease and smashed it into small pieces with a single blow, and how he then effortlessly smashed the hard asphalt with his heavy mace in front of the astonished Leon. Not only did the door not break after such a powerful blow, but there wasn't even a single scratch left. The spirit of the holy weapon explained that this was a non-standard material, that the door was made of a substance from another dimension. It was a mysterious substance, based on laws that simply did not exist in the familiar physical world. As far as the ancient spirit could remember, there were exhibits that froze when heated and burned when exposed to cold. Perhaps this door is made of an unusual material that completely rejects any physical interference from outside. Jazer decided that there was no other option but to turn to his almighty goddess for help. The bishop said a prayer to the goddess, and as he spoke these sacred words, his hand began to glow with a bright divine light. This is a holy power that cannot be artificially trained just like a natural aura. It has been proven that it is formed exclusively through the accumulation of devout devotion and numerous good deeds. After all, the magical tricks of the dark forces are not capable of putting up a worthy opposition to such a bright holy power. And it is surprising because the truly mysterious door simply began to crumble under this influence. But only slightly, with just a few small cracks appearing, and it didn't go any further. The stubborn elf tries to deal with this obstacle, applying all his accumulated holiness. But this is surprising because, according to all the rules, holy power should be much stronger than dark magic. And the door, no matter how you look at it, the final blow will be left to Leon, while the elf provides support from the side. Jezar watched the young man carefully as he gathered his aura around himself and asked what his brother was going to do. Leon began to shout with all his might, swinging his holy weapon powerfully for the decisive blow. A bright solar aura blazed around the young hero, and his gaze expressed unwavering determination. The young man swung his weapon so powerfully that it left a deep scratch across the entire surface of the mysterious door. But the scratch was so deep that the door simply fell apart easily and quickly. Leon watched in complete shock, wondering how this mighty door had simply vanished. His experienced companion replied that it was indeed an amazing blow, and he did not underestimate the young hero's abilities. The young hero modestly replied that the bishop was flattering him, as he had done almost all the hard work himself. The companions understood that now the path to the very heart of the enemy's lair was open to them for the decisive battle. As the companions made their way into the mysterious room, they thought anxiously about how the pitch-black darkness prevented them from seeing anything around them. But there was a pungent, lingering smell of dried blood in the air, and the experienced elf decided to illuminate the sinister area with his magic. After Jezar lit up the room with a bright light, something truly terrifying surprised and shocked even him. A seasoned warrior. Leon's face also reflected immense surprise and genuine primitive horror at the nightmarish sight before them. The companions saw something truly terrible that nearly destroyed them both mentally and physically, with its mere appearance. Leon, looking at this monstrous creature, simply could not believe his own eyes and what was happening in reality. As if he didn't understand what kind of devilry was going on here, the guy started screaming at the top of his lungs. His friend, the elf priest, simply clenched his teeth nervously, overcome with righteous anger and disgust at what he saw. Before them stood a terrifying monster as if created from a large number of human bodies, with many eyes and mouths. When the companions approached for a closer look, they realized that this creature was indeed alive and breathing. All these human parts were joined together into one large whole, and they all breathed in unison, creating a terrifying picture. It was truly horrific, this place where monsters stripped flesh and drew blood from sentient beings. The criminals were processing human bodies along with the essence of their souls, and judging by how much material they had collected, their goals were already crystal clear. This is the satanic art of summoning monsters, as it is well known that such creatures are capable of devouring an entire densely populated city. A wise teacher explained with horror that this monster is called the Devourer of Cities, one of the most terrifying demons. It takes a great deal of time and painstaking effort to successfully summon it. But once it begins to act, there is no stopping it. A spaceless creature that even the best of heroes would not dare to face would be summoned into this world from another dimension. Will their free and peaceful city really become easy prey for this terrifying creature from the underworld? The Holy Spirit of the Sword explained that although this complex ritual attracts a lot of attention, 90% of attempts usually end in complete failure. However, the main problem is that if the ritual is successful, disaster is truly inevitable. One of the boy cried out in despair, asking what countermeasures could be taken against this city-devouring force if they were to encounter it. But the teacher, hearing this question, simply fell silent, clearly unwilling to answer his worried student. Elsid admitted that he had a very bad feeling, although this place seemed somewhat different. But what was happening was truly terrible. The amount of material collected was clearly insufficient for the complete ritual, and the level of security here was also quite low for such an operation. Overall, the spirit said, at this point there was a 90% chance that the enemies had no choice but to begin the ritual. Most likely, as soon as Leon tries to evacuate the unsuspecting townspeople, the enemies will immediately begin the deadly ritual. Therefore, the Holy Spirit teacher resolutely replied to his disciple that they must go head-on against the enemies without waiting for events to unfold. It is necessary to gather all the armed forces in the city to quickly conquer the dangerous 25th region before the ritual is completed. Satanic arts such as summoning a city devourer require a large-scale ritual, so the spirit is confident that the problem will be solved if they are the first to act. The most terrifying characteristic of satanic arts is their defensive abilities, as these skills are based on the principles of the otherworldly dimension. Such magic has any force directed against it except for holy power, but there is one important exception to the rule. Leon must know that he has a teacher, a former powerful hero who possesses a legendary holy sword with immense power. They will reduce the enemy's forces through total war, and then immediately destroy the remaining opponents without mercy. The small, exhausted elite has no idea of the existence of the holy sword and its destructive power. Therefore, the enemies will be defeated, and they will never be able to escape or defend themselves with their magic. But Leon understands that his enemies are not idiots and have most likely already realized that their plans were revealed during the attack. Then, the experienced elf suddenly turned to the young man with a warning that his brother thought they needed to get out of there immediately. Jazar was sure that these vile freaks had long since noticed that uninvited guests had invaded their secret territory. The guy fully agreed with this sensible suggestion and said that yes, they needed to get out of there immediately. Taking a piece of this awful meat in his hands, Leon wondered what sense there was in leaving something like this alive. The determined elf rose slightly from his seat and gripped his battle-tested heavy mace tightly with both hands. The warrior priest decided to swing this formidable weapon with all his might at the hideous monster created here by the enemies of humanity. The monster simply crumbled into small, disgusting pieces of flesh that fell with a wet sound onto the dirty floor. After his companions had dealt with this terrifying creature, they began to run away as fast as they could while they still had the chance. The two brave men realized that they have no choice but to speed up considerably to save their lives. These Satanists saw that the victims, on whom so much precious time had been wasted, had simply destroyed everything. The enemies shouted that the uninvited guests must be stopped, that the place had been discovered and must be blocked immediately. When the fugitives finally escaped to a safe distance, they realized that the fanatics had decided to pursue them, which was rather strange. The elf noticed that the energy of those chasing them was gradually fading. As a child, he had once disturbed a wasp's nest. At that moment, the priest simply jumped into the nearest pond to save himself. But this time, the situation was much more dangerous. There was no suitable body of water nearby where they could hide, and the place was swarming with vile creatures. Therefore, Jezar seriously asked his young companion what he thought they should do next. Leon's face was filled with righteous anger and unwavering determination to avenge the innocent as never before. Leon understood that in order to carry out the ambitious plan proposed by his wise teacher, he needed to find a suitable negotiator. From the very beginning, the young man had intended to reveal the holy sword only as a last resort, although the bishop was not an option, but he wanted to keep the secret. Perhaps Jazara had come up with some new ideas while they were fighting their enemies. But if the bishop sincerely wanted to hear his opinion, then, in this difficult situation, Leon would speak honestly, and so he said that he had a wonderful plan of action. The companions arrived at the church located in the slums, and Leon took a piece of that terrible meat with him as proof. The guy placed the disgusting sample on a wooden table and explained his detailed plan to his trusted friend. The elf wisely replied that although there were some nuances he didn't understand, he thought they should take the risk and try. They had nothing else to try except to put their faith in this risky plan to save the city from the demon. Leon understood, thank God, that it would be too complicated for anyone to believe, so he was glad the bishop agreed. Since information about the city devourer was classified even within the church, the young man would pretend that the conclusion was based on evidence. He would do this to avoid unnecessary suspicion. And as for neutralizing the barrier without mentioning the holy sword, Jizar noticed that even in the holy church, the sun's aura is recognized as the #1 weapon when it comes to attacking dark forces. But it is so rare that in all his long life, the priest had only seen it in his young brother. The bishop firmly stated that in that case, the decision was final. They would mobilize the guilds and armies to cut off the enemy's breath. Then they would infiltrate and defeat their enemies with a small number of elite warriors. But there were two mandatory conditions. First, the mobilization of the guild and the army. And second, an elite team that would have to infiltrate the enemy base. The problem is that they need people who can stand up to elite warriors who have mastered the satanic arts. The team must consist of people who, according to guild standards, have at least an A rank for a successful operation. The guy suggested to the bishop that they recruit the strongest people from the slums to join the team of elite fighters. Even in the slums, there are one, or rather two, people who are as strong as any rank A adventurer. Leon suggested that Khan and the mysterious Undertaker would be a great addition to the team, as they had also tried to fight the enemy with his weapon. The young man confidently replied that one word from the bishop about their calling would leave the criminal authorities with no other choice. When the elf heard this, he noted with understanding that this would amount to a call to compulsory military service for the church. Jazar added that the opportunity to do good deeds in the name of the church would undoubtedly compel them to follow the bishop. After all this serious talk, the spirit of the sword ironically remarked that if the people they were talking about had heard the conversation, they would have slit their throats. Leon remembered the tense situation with the gang leader during their first meeting and his aggressive behavior at the time, how he had swung his powerful fist threateningly and, at the very last moment, changed the trajectory and force of the blow. The guy, remembering all this, thought sarcastically that he had no intention of avenging the blood that had flowed from his nose. When they arrived at the guild to make the announcement, all the adventurers began to tremble with fear, and the administrator greeted Leon with a trembling voice. Behind Leon stood someone incredibly strong, radiating an aura of power that made those around him tremble with fear. There stood the female administrator, despite her professional composure, was still shaking with fear at the presence of this man. This was a knight from the legendary Order of the Holy Iron Castle, who had somehow found his way into their ordinary adventurers guild. Leon explained to those present that he had not come today to make a routine request, but to ask for cooperation. This imposing man removed his helmet and solemnly declared that, as Bishop of the Holy Order, he was requesting the guild's full support. When these important words were solemnly spoken, they literally stunned the entire guild and its employees. Soon the guildmaster Bernard arrived, a bald, large man who said he was counting on them in this matter. Leon, looking at this imposing man, thought that he was even bigger than the gang leader, whom he had heard was of rank A, but had left. The bald man solemnly declared that he was fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the importance of the problem for the city. The master's face darkened when he heard about the lack of time. But according to the information, 4 A-rank adventurers were busy with other activities. Therefore, there was only one high-ranking adventurer available who could be mobilized, and the bishop and Leon headed for the slums. The meeting between the bishop and Khan, of course, was not as bad as one might have imagined. The leader had no choice but to agree. Jazar sternly told the criminal authority that if he refused, he would write down every one of his men on the list of heretics. Then the gang leader admitted with annoyance that he had fallen into his own trap, but that this was a chance to destroy his enemies. The bishop added that these recommendations applied not only to Khan, but also to the Undertaker, if he did not want to suffer alone. When Khan heard this, he was surprised and asked again incredulously, "Are you sure it's just you and the mysterious Undertaker?" Jazar replied that the two of them were enough to form the main strike force, and no one else was needed for the operation. Khan, hearing this, said with understanding that they planned to cut off the snake's head with a small number of elite warriors. The leader understood that in any case, the gangs could not be excluded because of this mess. It was necessary to unite against the enemy. Khan admitted that even if an emergency had arisen, he had not expected to see such a large-scale union of forces. In 2 days, the organizers managed to gather a huge number of diverse warriors from all over the city for the upcoming operation. And they were truly diverse specialists, as there were academy students, experienced mages, and fighters. Leon looked at the impressive force they had assembled and couldn't believe that everything had turned out so well. The administrator standing next to him explained that all guild members with a rank of C or higher had received an urgent request. The guildmaster proudly announced that about 1,500 people had gathered here and would witness a real battle. Thanks to the material evidence provided, he had also managed to convince the local authorities of the seriousness of the threat to the city. Therefore, Bernard believes that the city garrison has already begun to besiege the dangerous 25th slum district. Close combat will be left to adventurers and mercenaries, while troops with insufficient skills will be responsible for fire support. El Cid, having heard all this, understood that it was a wise decision, as an inexperienced attacker would only fall victim to the enemy's satanic techniques. Therefore, this decision was better than giving the enemy a chance to win, even if it would constantly work on their nerves, albeit passively. Leon understood that in any case, the most important thing here was their trio, the gang leader, the elf, and himself. The guild master added that even if it was only one fighter, the Lord had still sent one of his trusted men to them. This was the senior knight of the Count's family, Kondrat, who politely greeted the Guardian. He had red hair and a mustache. Leon thought with surprise, could Kondrat really be here? Still a free knight? Already seeking glory through martial arts? Khan awkwardly admitted to those around him that, as expected, he felt completely out of place among all these people. Suddenly, a mysterious undertaker appeared, a man dressed as a mad doctor, who asked if he was late for the gathering. Everyone immediately tensed up at his appearance, and Kondrat suspiciously asked who this strange guy was. The gang leader solemnly declared that they were all in this together now, so they had to treat the task at hand professionally. The undertaker replied coldly that he would act as he saw fit, pausing frequently, and it immediately became clear that he was a killer. Jezar warned that if he fulfilled his role properly, the bishop would not interfere with his work. However, if he followed them with faith in secret witchcraft, he would make him realize that nothing could stop him before the radiance of the goddess. The undertaker admitted that the bishop's words frightened him a little, something he had never experienced from other people before. Leon thought that even with his ability to sense auras and using his insight technique, he was still amazed. It was impossible to detect the presence of this mysterious undertaker. He was truly an amazing and dangerous man. They all understood that all that was left was to wait for the last member of the elite squad from the Adventurers Guild. Just then, a girl appeared and apologized for being late for the important team meeting. This beautiful girl with blue eyes and white hair explained that she didn't know anything, so she had prepared herself. This attractive girl was named Karen, and everyone was shocked that a female representative had been called here. The realization of how strange their team had turned out to be was striking, one of them being a dangerous gangster. Two adventurers of different levels, Leon himself, and this lovely girl Karen with mysterious abilities. A retired knight of the Holy Iron Castle and the senior knight of the Count's house, representing the nobility. And among them was a professional assassin, this mysterious undertaker in a strange costume. It would be foolish to hope for team unity with such a motley crew, but there's nothing to be done about it now. Everyone has come together as a team based solely on their individual skills, so now it's time to begin the operation. Night fell, and the 25th district was engulfed in a veritable inferno, with the glow of fires visible from afar. The city garrison's archers fired their flaming arrows at their targets, creating chaos in the area. The 25th district was completely engulfed in smoke, which covered everything around it in a thick veil. The Satanists were shocked by such a sudden and powerful attack by the combined forces of the city on their territory. The enemies realized that they needed to organize themselves immediately and do something about this critical situation. But before their eyes, they saw huge volleys of burning arrows flying from all sides. These flaming arrows struck their masks and bodies, spreading panic among the enemy ranks. One of the sect members, in a panic, shouted to his comrades that they needed to activate their main secret weapon to defend themselves against the attack. These fanatical cultists simply fell to the ground one after another, killed repeatedly by sniper shots and arrows from archers. But they had no choice but to summon this huge monster, which was made entirely of human flesh and bones. The disciples of the dark arts continued their ritual. They had only one important task: to complete the summoning. The terrifying monster slowly raised its massive, fleshy paw high into the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy's positions. The monster struck the ground with such force that even the archers standing far away felt the shockwave from the powerful impact. The archers did not die from the attack, but they thought with horror that their flaming arrows were completely ineffective against this monster. One of the commanders shouted to the other fighters that if the archers were weak, then it was now the turn of the brave mercenaries to show their skill. Therefore, they must destroy everything in their path. But the front line was now frozen in a deadlock, unable to advance. The spirit of the holy weapon acknowledged that the countermeasure had been executed brilliantly, but the monster was no longer such an easy target for attack. Therefore, the monster will be able to effectively withstand the attacks of the combined forces for at least an hour. According to the strategy, those enemies who understand that total war is not profitable will try to hide and seek safety. All eyes were on the 25th district, where a truly unnatural tornado had risen. This was completely unlike a natural phenomenon. It was definitely the work of those damned cultists. Jezar began to run swiftly toward his goal, loudly announcing to his comrades that now it was their turn to act. Leon tried to keep up with his more experienced companions, thinking that they were too fast or that he was too slow. The team ran up to the ominous tornado to get a closer look and understand what was happening inside the barrier. Kondrat firmly told the other team members that in that case he would attack first to test the defenses. The knight was curious to test and practice how strong the barriers created by the enemy's satanic techniques were. Therefore, he decided to use his powerful fiery aura to try to destroy this magical obstacle with a single blow. Leon, watching this display of power, thought how incredibly powerful the fiery aura was. just as one would expect from an experienced knight. But the magical barrier was not even slightly damaged by the attack, and its structure remained completely unchanged. Khan, rubbing his muscular arm, contemptuously told Kondrat that a weakling would do better to step aside in this case. The leader clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked, and his eyes began to burn with the real fire of rage and determination. Khan swung his iron fist and began to deliver countless powerful blows to the enemy's magical barrier. Surprisingly, the barrier remained completely unchanged, just as it had with the fire attack. Kondrat began to laugh a little at the leader's failure and commented ironically on what a truly magnificent blow it was. The bishop noted that he could destroy the barrier with a sacred technique, but he needed to save his holy power for the main battle. Jezar added that he had seen enough of his comrades' failed attempts and would now try to destroy the barrier himself. All the team members looked at the young man in surprise, not believing that he could succeed where experienced fighters had failed. Even the adventurous girl couldn't believe her eyes that this newcomer could do anything against the magical barrier. Leon turned to his trusty weapon and said that he had gathered enough strength and that energy was simply overflowing. Now his weapon was overflowing with powerful energy thanks to the heretics they had torn apart during their last reconnaissance mission. It turned out that one heretic could be far more useful for accumulating power than 1,000 ordinary low-ranking demons. The sword spirit advised him not to waste time trying to conserve his strength, but to simply strike the barrier with all his might. The guy agreed, but he knew deep down that he couldn't ruin his disguise because of his overexcited state and aura. Leon assumed a fighting stance, and the ground beneath his feet began to tremble and crack from the concentration of power. All the experienced members of the team looked at the guy and couldn't believe their eyes, seeing such a concentration of energy. They watched as this young C-rank adventurer swung his glowing weapon with determination for a crushing blow. Thanks to the powerful attack, the sinister tornado simply vanished in an instant, the barrier completely shattered and destroyed. The team realized with amazement that this was impossible and began to rush forward toward the newly formed passage. All members of the elite squad jumped into the hole, where a powerful magical barrier had previously been set up to protect against enemies. They entered the gloomy room, where a damp and sinister atmosphere reigned. An experienced elf used his holy power to illuminate the surroundings and dispel the impenetrable darkness. The bishop anxiously asked the team if the mysterious undertaker was safe with them. Of course, the professional assassin calmly replied that he was always with them and hadn't gone anywhere. Leon thought that it seemed like all 6 members of the squad had entered safely, despite the heavy armor of some of them. The teacher explained that this meant their basic movements were at a completely different professional level of skill. Karen pointed out to the team that there was a door ahead leading down into the dungeon. "Look there," she said. The squad members thought it was too suspicious, wondering if it might be some kind of clever trap set by the enemies. The girl explained to her companions that it turned out to be the only door leading to the lower level, so they had to go down. The wise elf politely asked Miss Karen if she could determine whether there was a dangerous trap there or not. Karen replied that it was quite difficult to determine, as there were 2 different spaces beyond the staircase. The problem was that these were 2 completely different dimensions, so she couldn't investigate until she went inside. Jezar firmly stated that in that case, they should go downstairs, because if they delayed, the situation would only get worse. Therefore, all the team members agreed that they need to hurry up and not think about how best to do it. An elite team of 6 experienced individuals decided to descend the mysterious staircase into the unknown. Leon thought that he still did not sense the presence of the mysterious undertaker, so he did not know if he was following them. The guy began to take small, cautious steps forward on the sinister staircase leading into the depths of the dungeon. Suddenly, he felt a strange magical energy emanating from the staircase, and red rays appeared around him. It was as if the solid staircase had disappeared beneath his feet, and he began to fall somewhere deep into the abyss. Leon was terrified by what was happening, so he instinctively closed his eyes in horror at the fall. But when he cautiously opened them again, he was utterly astonished by what he saw before him. The guy had no idea where he was or where his loyal teammates were. He couldn't sense their auras and didn't feel anyone else around him in this strange space. Elsid explained that this was most likely a so-called labyrinth, the most classic magical deception technique used by enemies. The space had expanded and distorted, its area had increased, and the others must have been thrown into other locations. But then the guy heard Karen's familiar voice behind him, saying that their younger comrade had fallen and gotten lost. The girl ran up to him and said with relief that he must have been worried because he was alone. To which the guy cautiously replied that his respected comrade was probably also completely alone in this maze. But then she replied irritably that some vile scoundrel was still following her. The guy wondered who it could be, and then realized that she was talking about the mysterious undertaker. When the murderer heard himself called vile, he immediately appeared like a shadow out of nowhere. Karen said irritably that if he didn't like being treated that way, he should get out of her shadow. Leon, watching all this, thought that he was glad that he had managed to team up with the tracker right after arriving. So he turned to his companions and suggested they move on quietly, that everyone needed to calm down a little. The girl asked seriously if he deserved her trust as a younger comrade, hoping that this was indeed the case. When the guy heard this question, he confidently replied that he would definitely not disappoint her trust in this mission. Thus, the three of them continued onward through this strange and mysterious labyrinth. They advanced further down the corridor and saw 5 identical doors in front of them, which were completely indistinguishable from one another. The confident girl pointed to one of them without hesitation and said that they needed to go through that particular door. Leon thought that even when you try to trust your instincts, it's impossible to move so quickly and confidently. His wise teacher noted that she had never once made a mistake in choosing a path, so they should just follow her. This adventurer's tracking abilities surpass even the orienteering skills of the forest elves, who are famous for this ability. This girl is truly gifted by nature, and it's all because of the unique properties of her magical aura. The darkness, on the contrary, is a real advantage for her, enhancing her natural tracking abilities. Suddenly, Karen stopped abruptly and warned the team that she sensed the presence of hostile enemies nearby. She seriously informed her companions that there were 3 of them ahead, and that it would be impossible to get around their enemies in this narrow corridor. Using his aura sense, the guy felt a stronger energy than that of the freaks from the 23rd district. The enemies were at such a high level that even the power of the Holy Sword could not guarantee them an easy victory. The girl remarked with a smirk that he seemed overly brave for his modest rank. But did he know about the shame? The guy confidently replied that she would probably burn with shame if she lost to him in the upcoming battle with the enemies. Hearing this bold statement, the girl asked with interest if he really wanted to have a real competition with her. Karen took a decisive step forward, ready to demonstrate her unique fighting skills to her young partner. Then the girl easily jumped up and, in an amazing way, stuck herself straight to the vertical wall of the corridor. She hung upside down from the ceiling, and the guy asked the teacher in surprise if this was also the effect of her aura. The spirit confirmed that yes, she was using her aura to stick her body to surfaces, and she was doing it masterfully, making it difficult to keep up with her. The girl really did move incredibly fast across the walls and ceiling, like a real predator lying in wait. They began to rapidly approach the enemies who were standing around the corner, unaware of the danger. One of the enemies sensed something was wrong and cautiously raised his head toward the ceiling. The fanatic saw the girl scout there, preparing for a sudden attack from above on the unsuspecting enemies. The cultists looked at each other in surprise, wondering where such a dangerous enemy could have come from. But they didn't even have time to think properly before 3 sharp daggers flew straight at their vital areas. Leon thought it was truly amazing how she had thrown the daggers with such incredible speed and accuracy. One of the opponents was not dead, and a wolf's paw covered in fur peeked out from under his torn cloak. It turned out that all 3 had survived the attack, and they were far from ordinary people, but real monsters. The girl smiled and remarked mockingly that she could see that one deadly blow had not been enough to kill them. Her entire body was covered with an even more powerful green energy, and she confidently declared that she knew her location in the slums. The octopus monster contemptuously knocked away her daggers and mockingly declared that these childish trinkets would not harm them. Suddenly, ropes began to appear around its neck, quickly binding its body and limbs. This magical rope began to mercilessly drag the insolent octopus monster aside to finish him off. Karen explained with a triumphant smile that the daggers were just a diversionary tactic, and the idiots had fallen for it. After that, the mysterious Undertaker also joined the fight, and cut off the head of one of the enemies with a single movement. Leon, watching this, thought with relief how lucky he was that these 2 were fighting alongside him. The young man wondered who would be his opponent in this unequal battle. As he was thinking this, he was hit hard on the cheek, knocking him to the side. The teacher noted with sympathy that the unlucky one had been dealt the strongest opponent of the 3. The guy decided that, well, for starters, he would use his insight technique and strike with full force. But then he paused in surprise, wondering what the hell that freak had just done. Leon didn't realize that his opponent had pierced him. Basically, he was a mutant with spikes growing out of his chest. The guy remembered that he seemed to have encountered a similar attack before when he was fighting stone slugs. This huge green mutant enemy released disgusting sharp spikes from his body to attack. They flew at high speed, but Leon wasn't scared at all after his previous battle experience. Swinging his weapon, he remembered how he had cut through those spikes, recalling his fight with the slugs. At high speed, he had to show that he was a true master of fencing, worthy of the Holy Sword. The enemy exclaimed in shock that it couldn't be, that he couldn't have cut his deadly spikes so easily. But the guy didn't even answer his enemy, he just took the mutant and cut him in 2. Leon thought that without his foresight, he wouldn't have been able to react properly to such an attack. The teacher approvingly remarked that it was all thanks to the efforts he had made to correct his shortcomings. Karen, watching the fight, said admiringly that he was really good, even though he had defeated his opponent later than her. Despite the young man thought gratefully that it was nice to receive praise from such an experienced high-level adventurer. Suddenly, he felt something strange and wondered what feeling had suddenly overcome him as he surveyed the battlefield. The sword marks left by two different people had absolutely nothing in common logically, and for some, a disturbing puzzle began to form in the young man's mind about the true identity of one of his comrades. What's more, his wise teacher said in surprise that he hadn't noticed it until now. But yes, the student was absolutely right. This beautiful adventuress was holding a sharp dagger behind her back, preparing for a sudden attack on her unsuspecting partner. But at the same time, with her sweet and innocent face, she spoke kindly about how he had helped her deal with the gang. The girl confessed with feigned modesty that she wasn't sure about that vile scoundrel, but she thought Leon wouldn't have time. Karen added with a slight smile that it seemed she had been right about his abilities, hadn't she? After that, the guy urgently turned to his teacher and asked him to show him her true skills and strength characteristics. Elsid immediately activated the magic window to show his worried student the truth about his partner. Leon was horrified to see her true title and profession: legendary undertaker, elite assassin of the highest level. The boy was in complete shock at the truth that had been revealed, wondering how such a thing could even be possible. Karen, with an innocent smile, suggested that in that case, they should continue their dangerous journey through the labyrinth. The guy replied with forced politeness that yes, respected senior comrade, they should continue moving forward. Leon understood that the whole situation was highly suspicious and strange, requiring extreme caution on his part. In the sunlight, this girl was a typical rank-and-file adventurer, but in the shadows, she was an elite assassin with the sinister nickname, The Undertaker. It turned out that he was now walking through a maze with one of the three great criminal authorities of the city's slums. This beautiful adventuress, who creates a genuinely cheerful and friendly atmosphere around her, is deceiving everyone. But in reality, this charming girl is one of the most influential leaders of the criminal underworld of the slums. This is a shocking fact that no one suspects, including her colleagues in the Adventurers Guild. It feels, well, he's one thing, but if the bishop discovered this cunning deception, he would hardly be able to cope with the consequences. It turns out that Leon is currently the only one in the team who knows the secret of Karen's true nature and identity. Since her identity is a strictly classified secret, no one knows who she really is, and any means are being used to keep it that way. Therefore, he must now be extremely cautious and attentive, watching for even the slightest change in facial expression. Because the young hero is now being closely watched by a real professional assassin of the highest caliber. The girl pointed the way and said they needed to turn left. But real danger awaited them ahead. A terrifying creature, a huge wild dog with a purple mouth, radiating incredible aggression and malice toward the living. And the poisonous saliva it constantly releases simply burns even the hard ground beneath its massive paws. Karen, feigning disgust, noted that the monster was not at all attractive due to its appearance, and she lost all desire to fight. Elsid warned that it would be very difficult for Karen to defeat such an enemy by simply throwing sharp daggers at it. If this powerful monster had been summoned using satanic summoning techniques, it would also possess powerful regenerative abilities. The girl seriously explained that they could try to bypass the monster, but that would take another 30 precious minutes. Furthermore, Karen could not say with complete certainty that the team would not encounter another dangerous monster on the detour. The guy understood that the enemies were deliberately stalling for time until the city-devouring demon was fully activated. After all, if the enemies managed to activate the demon, victory would be in the cultists' hands. So there was only one solution left. Leon, the professional assassin, thought for a moment and cautiously replied that if the Undertaker could do it correctly, it would be possible. The guy proposed a plan. Leon and Karen's senior comrade would tie the monster's hands and feet, so they needed to be ready. Leon added that the team was now in the same boat. So wouldn't it be better to cooperate fully with each other? The assassin thought about the proposal for a moment, then slowly and cautiously replied that the Undertaker agreed to the plan. Leon thought that almost all his stamina had been spent on the journey here, but now his strength had been restored. Therefore, the monster immediately began spewing its terrifying purple poison to destroy the daring opponent in one blow. After this attack, a large amount of purple poisonous smoke began to spread throughout the space around the team. The guy turned to his trusty weapon and the sword began to glow with bright yellow purifying energy, dispelling the poison. When the sword was completely illuminated by bright yellow flames, the guy swung it once more with determination for a crushing blow. Leon tested the abilities he had acquired after clashing with the phantom armor in previous battles with enemies. The terrifying monster began to painfully close its burning eyes from the unbearably bright sacred glow. Then, having gained such tactical superiority, the young man swung his holy weapon powerfully for the decisive blow. Before him, Leon saw huge, sharp claws rapidly reaching toward the guy to tear his body apart. The claws dug into the hard ground and moved extremely quickly, leaving no room for maneuver or retreat. The guy thought anxiously that next time, he would definitely not be able to dodge such an attack. Leon decided that, in that case, he would use his insight and try to strike accurately one more time. Karen suddenly appeared next to him and shouted to her younger comrade that he needed to strike the vile creature again. Leon wondered whether he should trust the girl and whether he should trust her in this situation. But since the guy was in such a life-threatening situation, there was no other choice but to trust his partner. Leon leaped forward swiftly and swung his sacred weapon with determination to attack. Gritting his teeth, the young man flies forward, while the girl's daggers also fly toward the enemy at the same time. Attacking in tandem, the girl throws her daggers, which hit the tail of this terrifying creature with precision. Leon swings his holy weapon powerfully at the monster's paw, inflicting serious damage. He then swings again at the monster's neck, this time inflicting a much deeper wound. The young man makes a very quick lunge forward and wants to deliver another decisive blow to the vulnerable spot. Leon thinks that, unfortunately, this time he has only managed to barely graze the mighty monster. Now the guy needs to move much faster and put even more force into his blows if he wants to deal with the monster. This terrifying creature begins to growl and scream even louder from the pain inflicted by the team's attacks. The monster's 4 purple eyes glare back at its daring opponents with malice. Suddenly, the guy seems to realize something, noticing changes in the enemy's behavior and movements. Behind the monster, a huge number of shadow daggers materialized out of thin air, ready to attack. When the Undertaker assassin began his work, real shadows appeared around him, enveloping the space. The gravedigger coldly stated that the monster would now simply die from multiple fatal wounds. These shadow daggers began to simply pass through the body of this mighty enemy, piercing it through and through. The huge monster began to scream and die in agony from multiple wounds all over its body. After that, the monster, pierced by a large number of shadow blades, simply falls lifelessly to the hard ground. The guy is shocked, wondering if this is really the true ability of a real rank A adventurer. The teacher explained that the wound would not regenerate. The attack had to exceed the monster's regenerative abilities. A deadly strike to defeat a single enemy once and for all is truly amazing. The girl noted with satisfaction that for a randomly assembled group, the team was doing a good job working together. Leon, of course, completely agreed, acknowledging the effectiveness of their joint actions against the enemy. Throwing daggers at the monster's tail was truly unimaginably cool and effective as a distraction. The girl admitted that she had no idea that an assassin could use such a grandiose, deadly art. Karen smiled and remarked that it was probably not for nothing that the Undertaker had targeted the Slum King. After that, the girl asked with a mysterious smile on her face where the team was going next. Apparently, the group didn't have a second to rest. Leon replied seriously that yes, the team must continue on their dangerous journey through the labyrinth. Realizing that this operation is primarily a battle against time, the partners approach the next turn. Karen counts that there are as many as 8 fanatical cultists blocking the way to their goal in this section. The partners wonder if they have advanced too quickly, and if the team will have to sweat it out in battle this time. The guy realizes that when it comes to assessing the strength of enemies, there's no one better in the team than the girl. Each of the enemies is so strong that it involuntarily makes the body tremble, even from the fear of the opponents. Even in battle with the previous monsters, it was extremely difficult to guarantee victory for the group and required maximum effort. The girl noticed that if her comrades arrived too late, or the team got separated along the way, everything would be over. Therefore, Karen firmly stated that the team had come all this way, so they had to roll the dice and hope for the best. Leon realizes that she looks like a typical adventurer from the outside, but he feels awkward because he knows her secret. Suddenly, at these words, the walls of this gloomy labyrinth began to crack menacingly from the vibrations. The ceiling begins to crumble to the ground in pieces. What on earth could be happening above? The teacher explained that it was a shockwave caused by the collision of enormous magical forces in battle. When the boy heard this, he thought with horror, "Oh my God, who is fighting up there? What kind of horror is happening?" The companions exchanged glances with the girl, wondering if it was one of their allies fighting the enemies. Of course, the cultists also heard these strange and disturbing sounds coming from somewhere above. Some of the fanatics immediately rushed forward to get a better look at the situation. The guy thought that 4 of them had gone to where the sound was coming from, which gave the team more options. Should he go now to help his comrades fighting above or attack the remaining enemies here? Leon realizes that the team is facing a difficult choice, but it seems best to join forces with the others. If the separated group of enemies prevails and returns, the team will have to fight on 2 fronts. Therefore, the team must try to gather all their strength together. Leon thinks about tactics. Of course, Karen agreed that she basically agreed with the guy. His arguments were very fair and logical. The girl added that the team had something to do before the trip and simply disappeared from view. But in reality, Karen didn't fall asleep. She just pretended to lie down, pretending she wanted to rest, while listening to what was going on around her. Using her unique ability, the girl pressed her ear to the hard ground and began to listen carefully to the sounds coming from different directions. Thanks to this amazing ability, she was able to determine and tell the team exactly which path would be the best way to move forward. The level of her extraordinary abilities goes far beyond the limits of normal human capabilities. The girl is truly incredibly talented by nature. This unique ability combines the technique of insight with the ability to pick up the slightest sounds over long distances. Suddenly, the partners saw the bloody horn of some unknown monster emerge from behind a stone wall. Neither Karen nor the guy had expected such a sudden and terrifying turn of events in their already dangerous mission. The team saw their comrade literally pierced through by the huge, sharp horn of the unknown creature. It was Conrad, the senior knight of the Count's family, who had been impaled by what appeared to be a wooden stick, which had pierced his armor and passed right through his body. Blood gushed from the dying knight's mouth, and Conrad was completely unable to do anything to save himself. Leon immediately ran forward to his comrade, wanting to save his fellow soldier, unaware that all was already lost. The young man passes through these strange branches that want to envelop his entire body and prevent him from moving toward his wounded comrade. Then, right before Leon's eyes, an enemy cultist in a huge robe appears and says that it has been a long time since he last saw the young hero. Leon quickly looks back to see what is happening behind him with his remaining comrades. The guy realizes that since one sectarian attacked him, the rest of the enemies probably want to pounce on the defenseless girl. The enemies lying on the floor around him were most likely killed by the valiant Sir Conrad before he died. The wise teacher warned his student not to worry about the girl, but to think first about the enemy in front of him. Else it advised him to cast aside all extraneous thoughts and concentrate fully on what was happening right in front of the young warrior. The enemy began to use his hands to cast a spell and solemnly proclaimed that he was acting out of love and justice for the gods. The entire room began to be enveloped in a strange blue mist that emanated directly from the mouth of this sinister sectarian in a dark robe. Leon, the enemy, threatens that the boy will turn to dust if he touches him, saying that using a ghost on such a pathetic creature is useless. The teacher urgently explained to his student that the freak was a summoner of otherworldly forces, and Leon couldn't have failed to understand that right away. In general, these fanatics are divided into two main categories: mutants who use satanic techniques on their bodies, and summoners who use creatures or matter from other dimensions, such as this dangerous freak in front of the young hero. As for the other enemies, most of them don't have a shred of common sense and act like crazy fanatics. Leon firmly addressed his opponent, accusing him of stealing his speech and time for explanations with his long monologues. In his angry state, Leon swings his weapon powerfully, emitting a true solar aura of strength. The summoner mockingly remarked on what a fool he had come across, wondering if the guy really thought a sword would work on a spiritual being. The aura from the weapon is literally cut in two, as if a regular blunt knife had hit an invisible barrier in the air. All of this makes this heretic an insanely powerful opponent, who has crossed paths with the young hero at the worst possible moment. But Leon, with a confident smile on his face, told his opponent that he should know there are always exceptions to the rules. Realizing that as long as he held the holy sword, he could cut through absolutely anything in this world. When he actually managed to cut his enemy, the opponent exclaimed in shock that no aura power could destroy the satanic technique. The cultist became angry and threatened that he would not forgive such insolence. So a red monster unlike anything else emerged from the ceiling. This monster with huge claws began to move very quickly toward the guy, but Leon easily cut this enemy in half. The terrible summoner did not expect such an unexpected turn of events during the battle. While this enemy was in a state of terror from what was happening, the guy simply took his sword and drove it through the monster's body. The cultist tried desperately to resist the attack, grabbing the blade with his hands and trying to pull it out of his body. The enemy asked in disbelief if Leon really thought his attack could have any effect on an immortal being. But then the summoner noticed with horror that the wound on his body was not regenerating at all, as it should have been. The cultist, despite the young man's youth, cannot believe his eyes that such destructive power resides within him. As he lay dying, the summoner thought regretfully about how his journey would end so ingloriously. Leon dealt with this powerful enemy with remarkable ease, and did not even receive a single scratch. Hearing the voice of his partner, Karen, the guy turns to see how the girl is doing with her enemies. The girl admitted with annoyance that she couldn't believe she had lost to him in speed. It was a disgrace to her, but the guy modestly replied that he had simply come across a weak opponent, nothing more in this battle. The partners realized that it is much more important to find out what happened to their comrade and rush forward to him. The dying Conrad struggled to say how ashamed he was to appear before his comrades in such a pitiful state. The knight admitted that in such a critical condition, he could not continue with the team, and that there was no need to waste precious time. The girl, looking distraught, delicately asked the wounded man how long he had left to live in such a condition. But the man did not even want to utter the terrible words aloud, saying that Karen probably understood everything perfectly well. Karen asked directly if this meant that he had so little strength that even he, a knight, was unable to stop the bleeding. When Leon heard this, he was stunned by the seriousness of his teammates' injuries. But the man managed to say that he could hold on for at least another hour, but he didn't know what would happen to his wounds. Leon, looking at the terrible wound, wondered if they could clear the city in an hour to save their fallen comrade. If the guy couldn't do anything, he wouldn't even waste precious time on useless thoughts. But now Leon had a holy sword, so the young man had to do something to save his comrade. The teacher explained that if he repeated his words exactly, a powerful holy healing would be activated. The young man, of course, began to do so, immediately surprising his observant companion and the wounded knight. Leon began to recite a prayer asking that the counsel of those who had dedicated themselves to justice would help in this time of trouble. Warriors value protection from the cold northern wind in the Valley of Death, and real miracles began to happen. A bright yellow light began to emanate from the young man's hands, filling the entire space around him with healing energy. Conrad himself began to feel his life force rapidly returning to his body. It was comparable to the sacred ritual performed by the elf bishop who had demonstrated his abilities earlier. The terrible open wound in his stomach was literally closed in an instant under the influence of magic. The man gratefully said that he had been told that it was Leon who had planned the attack on the 25th district. The knight added with understanding that he now understood why the young man was a candidate for cardinal of the consecrated order. The red-haired man admitted that he had been too rude to someone who had saved his life with holy magic. Therefore, Conrad now had enough strength to heal himself and not be a burden to the team. The knight promised that until Leon attained a high spiritual rank in the future, he would keep his mouth shut. The teacher noted with concern that it seemed like misunderstandings were piling up like a snowball that was hard to stop. Karen suggested giving the wounded man a healing elixir so that the knight could stay there while the team continued their dangerous mission. The companions remained alone with the young man, separating from the rest of the team to continue their journey. Karen turned to Leon, her eyes shining with a special light as she looked intently at the young hero. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the young man and pressed him against the stone wall, wanting answers to her questions immediately. Karen asked. The girl added in surprise that it was truly remarkable for someone his age, not to mention that his attribute was the sun. Leon was skilled with weapons and his aura. Who had taught the young man all these amazing and rare abilities? The young man politely replied that he was sorry, but he was not a candidate for the honorable position of cardinal in the order. Karen persistently asked again if that meant the young man was a student of the Order of the Holy Iron Castle, and asked him to teach her as well. The young man thought that if he had not known Karen's true nature, he might have succumbed to her cunning persuasion. However, since Leon knows that the girl is a real professional assassin, he cannot trust her completely. The girl smiled coquettishly and remarked that, usually if she asked, all men would do exactly as she wished. But the guy thought to himself that it would be better to put the jokes aside for now and seriously consider how to proceed. Leon suggested that the team should look for other members of the squad, or try to break through to their target on their own. The girl replied mysteriously that she thought they wouldn't have to worry about anything at all in the near future. Leon couldn't believe what he had heard and asked his partner in bewilderment why that was the case. Karen replied that he would understand everything perfectly well when they reached their destination. The partners moved forward down the corridor, trying to be as quiet as possible so as not to attract the attention of their enemies. When the team reached the right place, they saw their enemies, who for some reason immediately fell to the ground dead. Then, in the distance, the partners saw the reason for what was happening. Khan and the elf had taken out these numerous enemies. These bloodied corpses lie on the floor, their bodies torn to pieces by the powerful blows of their allies. Looking at this bloody scene, Leon thought that he somehow felt sorry for these lost Satanists. Jezar said he was glad to see them both safe and sound, as the Undertaker appeared behind him with a question. The killer asked what about him. Wasn't the bishop glad he had returned to the team alive and well? Jezar replied honestly that he had no idea the Undertaker had been there all this time. The team reported that their comrade Kondrat had been seriously wounded and was now limited in his movement through the labyrinth. The knight would need about 2 hours to fully recover, so the squad had no time to wait for him any longer. Khan turned to the girl and suggested that since she was an adventurer, she might have a useful artifact. Karen indignantly asked who he was to talk to her like that. A mere bloodsucker who sucked money out of the people. A heated argument ensued between them, but the wise elf tried to calm them down, calling for calm. Jezar suggested that as the bishop with the greatest resistance to satanic tricks, he would lead the team. The priest added that Khan should move to the middle of the formation for protection, while Leon would remain in the rear. Khan mockingly asked if the bishop was going to use this novice adventurer as a trump card, which was ridiculous. But after some thought, the leader agreed that it was fine. Let it be as the bishop wished. But what about the mysterious Undertaker? Leon suggested that if no one objected, the killer should join him, as he had been very helpful on the way here. The gang leader noted with understanding that in any case, that strange freak wouldn't listen to anyone, so it would be best to leave him under Leon's supervision. So the team decided to move on through the dark corridors, and from the depths of the dungeon came some ominous and strange sounds of unknown origin. And in general, all members of the squad understand that the entire surrounding air is saturated with such a disgusting and vile dark energy of evil. This unpleasant feeling was felt particularly acutely by absolutely all members of the team, and even the battle-hardened bandit felt uncomfortable. When the squad approached the source, they saw a pulsating blue ring emitting a real black demonic energy. The fighters think that, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a spatial portal created using forbidden satanic techniques. The wise elf was the first to take action and resolutely told his comrades that the team must not fall behind and must go straight ahead. All the other comrades immediately obeyed the experienced priest and ran after him through the dangerous portal into the unknown. When Leon entered the portal, he realized that this place was truly unpleasant, with suffocating darkness enveloping his body on all sides like a thick veil. Without using his aura to orient himself, the young man could see and hear absolutely nothing in this cursed place. The young man felt as if he were stuck in a sticky swamp that was slowly pulling him deeper into the deadly mire of oblivion. The guy barely manages to escape the influence of this gloomy portal, overcoming the resistance of the dark forces with his willpower. Jizar turned anxiously to his team and shouted loudly to make sure that all his brothers in arms were safe and unharmed. When the entire team emerged from the sinister portal, the fighters saw a huge crowd of hostile Satanists before them. The squad anxiously wondered if they were surrounded by enemies, if these scoundrels had known in advance that the heroes would come here. One of the main enemies remarked mockingly that he hadn't expected to have to wait so long for the uninvited guests to arrive. Of course, it was an honor that the heroes had visited their humble underground abode, but the cultists had not expected the newcomers to be so slow. This leader among the Satanists said with feigned politeness that he expressed his sincere gratitude to the heroes for their arrival. The wise elf cautiously looked around, not quite understanding what was happening in this strange situation with their enemies. The priest looked closely at the most important Satanist, who was negotiating with them, and noticed a tattoo on his forehead. Then, Jezzer turns to his opponent and says with contempt that this creature is also a preacher of the dark forces, isn't he? Leon curiously asks if a preacher is someone who leads the ranks of these fanatical followers of evil. The teacher explains to his student that the novice is using a satanic technique he learned from someone else, and that the believers, in the course of their independent research, were consumed by the power. Finally, those who spread demonic teachings everywhere and have earned the title of leader among the sectarians become preachers of darkness. If we compare this to the hierarchy of the sanctified church, such a preacher is a high-ranking bishop, but one who serves evil instead of good. The preacher remarked with feigned humility that he never thought he would stand face-to-face with a faithful servant of the goddess. The chief sectarian added that he never thought he would have the opportunity to demonstrate the true teachings of the true God of darkness before the unbelievers. All members of the squad understood that they were indeed facing a very scary and dangerous individual, this sinister preacher of evil. But the preacher calmly explained that the heroes could not stop anything, because the most important thing was that the process had been completely successful. Leon, hearing this statement, thought anxiously that if the ritual had been successful, then the whole plan had gone to hell. The spirit of the holy weapon calmed the disciple, explaining that this was not the case, and that the principle of summoning the city devourer was similar to fishing. Using the essence of the victim's life force as bait, monstrous monsters are lured out of the otherworldly dimension. In short, as long as the demon hasn't found the bait and taken the bait, the team still has time to take decisive action. The future hero realized that it was completely unknown when exactly the monster would find the bait and bite it from another world. The young man realized that the team had anywhere from an hour to a few seconds, and that it all came down to a race against time. In such, Jezar immediately raised his hand. His body began to be imbued with the energy of the goddess, and the priest summoned a soft light for protection. To prevent the team from getting lost in the darkness, the elf held out his hand to receive the goddess's blessing to illuminate the space. A very bright light began to shine on the ceiling of the dungeon, as if the real sun had descended into this cursed place. The sacred glow was so bright that it filled the entire surrounding space, dispelling the darkness of the enemies. The enemies were completely unprepared for such a powerful effect of light. For the minions of darkness, it was too painful. Therefore, all these monstrous creatures began frantically closing their burning eyes and covering their faces from the holy light. Elsit explained that this was a composite technique, combining aura and a sanctified technique. Not quite as powerful as the sun, but effective enough. Although using the light of the holy sword would be much more effective against the forces of darkness, the wise teacher admitted to his student, in any case, it would stop the enemy's satanic technique for a while. And in the meantime, the team had to move on to active combat. Sharp daggers flew toward the enemies and immediately struck the lizard-like foe, which lunged at the heroes with its claws. The experienced elf also began to deal with his opponents, looking back to see what was happening to his comrades behind him. Everyone is fighting fiercely, Khan using his deadly fists to deliver crushing blows to the bodies of his enemies. Leon swings his holy weapon and also cuts down his enemies, using all the power of the sun's aura against the darkness. The guy realizes that if he looks at the battlefield, the preacher has not yet entered the fight, but is simply watching from the sidelines. This means the preacher burst out laughing, mockingly calling the heroes naive fools for such foolish hopes. Leon suddenly realized the horror of the situation, as if a puzzle had been solved in his mind after hearing the enemy's words. The boy watched in horror as disgusting creatures of various kinds began to emerge from the ancient seals. The monsters lined up in front of the young man, their eyes glowing with a mad red light in the darkness of the dungeon. Trembling with fear, Leon wondered why all these creatures resembled dogs so much. Elsid explained that the corrupted satanic technique had only allowed the creation of incomplete chimera ghosts. The imperfect creatures would soon destroy themselves, but for now, they were capable of buying precious time for their enemies. Khan shouted curses in rage, promising to show these scum their true worthless nature. The leader delivered a powerful punch straight to the stomach of one of the strange opponents in front of him. The bandit's hand pierced the body of the hideous creature, but something was very wrong with it. Khan gritted his teeth in frustration, sensing that he did not like what was happening and that it was cause for alarm. Looking at his hand, the man realized with horror that the creature's green blood was a deadly poison. Karen continued to fight the creatures, skillfully throwing her sharp combat daggers at her enemies one by one. The girl realized with annoyance that the blades could not pierce the poisonous armor, and the enemies lacked normal reflexes. Jezar noticed with alarm that at this rate, the team was facing an endless battle until complete exhaustion. Leon was aware of the complexity of the situation. It was extremely difficult to reach the core due to the limitations of the Holy Sword. Elsid warned that if the monsters noticed the hero's existence, the situation would become critical. The teacher Karen firmly stated that Leon's role was to deliver the final blow to the villains. Suddenly, the young man's face contorted in shock, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced his consciousness with a painful discharge. His team, even the experienced adventurer Karen, panicked at the terrifying events unfolding before her eyes. Red lightning bolts burst from the main seal, and the ancient artifact activated with double the power. The preacher triumphantly exclaimed that the city devourer had finally answered their call to darkness. An incredibly powerful energy emanated from the ancient seal, pulsing waves of dark magic throughout the dungeon. Leon felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, reacting to the demonic presence nearby. An all-consuming terror gripped the young man, a fear he had never experienced before in his entire life. Elsid warned him insistently that even in such a critical situation, the Holy Sword must not be used under any circumstances. The teacher advised him to find an opening to break through using a sacred technique with half of his accumulated inner strength. Leon asked doubtfully if the sacred technique would help in battle, as it would require enormous effort on his part. Thanks to the moonlight of the elf, the young man had a unique opportunity to turn the tide of battle in his team's favor. To reproduce the goddess's symbol, both elements were required: solar energy and lunar aura at the same time. Leon possesses solar power, as his aura is pure energy from the sun. Jezar's aura embodies the moon, so the team has all the necessary components for the complex ritual. This combination will allow them to use an incredibly complex and powerful sacred technique against their enemies. The teacher noted that this was truly an unfortunate turn of events for their numerous enemies. Leon solemnly recited a prayer to the great goddess, who watches over the sun and moon, causing the space to shine. The young man expressed his gratitude to the goddess for her protection. Leaving all his companions in a state of complete shock, the team watched in amazement as another sphere of real sunlight formed above them. Karen felt genuine warmth emanating from the glowing sphere, warming her soul in the gloomy dungeon. This was called sanctification, a true technique capable of distinguishing good from evil in the universal battle. As he uttered the sacred words, Leon summoned bright yellow rays that enveloped the entire surrounding space. The powerful energy literally burned his opponents on the spot, incinerating their bodies with holy flames of vengeance. Elsid explained to his student that sacred techniques were the perfect counter to any satanic tricks. Jezar shouted encouragingly to his comrades that now was the perfect moment for a decisive attack. The entire team rushed into battle with renewed strength, inspired by the warm and noble divine energy. The preacher indignantly declared that such actions were dishonest, as they constituted interference by the goddess of light herself. Snapping his fingers, the chief cultist threatened to destroy all the heroes present without exception. After this ominous snap, strange and terrifying transformations began to occur among the other fanatics. Disgusting ropes began to crawl out of the cultists' distorted bodies, stretching upward directly from their living flesh. The repulsive flesh stretched toward the preacher's hands, turning him into a sinister puppeteer of living marionettes. The preacher fiercely declared that he was ready to do anything to stop the bunch of brainless sheep and naive fools. The living hearts of his followers beat in the villain's hands, a sight that drove everyone mad. The team watched in horror as a giant monstrous creature began to rise from the bloody mess. The entire group of heroes watched this repulsive spectacle with undisguised anger and disgust at what was happening. The huge demon mockingly asked the heroes for their opinion, promising to prove the superiority of his dark god. The true spawn of hell materialized before the team in a matter of seconds, undergoing a terrifying transformation. The teacher added that if the enemy was capable of such a thing during the consecration, it would be impossible to defeat him. Jazar, consumed by righteous anger toward the satanic creature, immediately rushed into attack with his mace. Khan delivered countless blows with his fists, swinging with the incredible speed and fury of an experienced fighter. His comrades tried to break through the giant demon's defenses, but so far all their efforts had been in vain. The preacher laughed contemptuously, sarcastically asking if that was the limit of the pathetic hero's abilities. It was the demon's turn, and his huge paws began to move with stunning speed across the battlefield. His monstrous claws began to mercilessly pierce the bodies of all those fighting on the side of light and justice. Jezar blocked with his hands and jumped back, desperately trying to escape the monster's deadly attack. The elf realized with horror that the difference in size was critical, and the enemy's strength was simply overwhelming for them. The demon's regenerative and defensive abilities exceeded all conceivable limits, leaving only one option. Leon considered using the full power of the Holy Sword, but would he be able to defeat the monster with a single blow? The young man realized with alarm that if he failed, the losses to his team would be truly catastrophic. Looking back, the young man saw his comrade, Jezzer, lying motionless on the cold stone ground. Khan also lay sprawled on the floor, soaked in blood and writhing in unbearable pain from the blow. The preacher had defeated everyone with a single blow. What possible way out could there be from such a hopeless situation? Leon heard Karen's painful cry. Blood was oozing from her head from her wounds. Leon rushed over to the girl, anxiously asking the adventuress how she was feeling after the attack. Karen replied uncertainly that she seemed to be okay, although the situation was extremely dangerous for everyone. The girl added with annoyance that neither the Undertaker nor her tricks had any effect on the demon. Hearing this, the guy was surprised. Because Karen was the Undertaker, he had seen her shadow walk with his own eyes. Leon turned to his friend and admitted that he really needed her unique power right now. The young man explained the plan: to sneak up from behind and destroy the magic circle, thereby disrupting the entire summoning ritual. The main task was to distract the preacher, but Karen objected, saying it was impossible to break through the enemy's defenses. Leon mentioned the possibility of jumping through space, but the girl still doubted its success. Karen mockingly asked how exactly the guy proposed to carry out such a crazy plan. Unable to contain himself, Leon shouted that since she was a killer, she would surely be able to accomplish the task. The guy promised not to reveal her secret, as long as she agreed to help at the critical moment. He added that he didn't know the details of her double life, but failure meant death for everyone. Hearing this revelation, Karen jumped back from the guy, her posture becoming tense and alert. The bright smile disappeared from the girl's eyes, replaced by the cold stare of a professional killer. Leon realized he had been too hasty in revealing the truth, but there was simply no other way out of the situation. Karen indifferently stated that in that case, it would be easy for her to provide the necessary assistance to the team. The girl asked how long the guy had known her true nature and why he hadn't said anything right away. Karen felt ashamed of her deception and admitted that she was simply burning with shame in front of her comrades. Leon smiled, noting that if he had told her earlier, he would have received a dagger between his ribs. After these words, the girl really took out a knife and put the blade to the boy's bare throat. Karen coldly confirmed that such a reaction was natural. Women's secrets were too precious to be revealed. The companions looked again at the elf, who continued to lie motionless on the stone floor of the dungeon. Khan approached Jezar, sarcastically asking how long he planned to lie there doing nothing. The bandit jokingly began calling the priest a weakling, unable to get up after a single blow from a demon. Hearing the mockery, the elf immediately sprang to life. He couldn't allow himself to lose face. While his companions were sorting things out, Karen and Leon rushed forward toward their goal. The girl warned that their paths would diverge here, and that the boy would have to act on his own from now on. Karen explained that if she followed him, the preacher would surely uncover their carefully thought-out plan. With a sincere smile on his face, The guy replied to the girl that the most important thing now was to stay alive at any cost. Karen did not expect such words from Leon, feeling genuine concern from someone for the first time in her life. The girl sadly noted that in her entire life, she had listened to countless people who were concerned about her fate. After these words, the Undertaker began to envelop the young man's body with her mysterious shadow powers in order to move him. Shadow walking allows one to traverse space, but long-distance travel is difficult, so the technique is used for short bursts. Such abilities would be more than enough to sneak up behind the cursed demon monster. Leon materialized behind his enemy like a real shadow, using his partner's unique abilities. The young man realized with relief that he was exactly where he needed to be, right in front of the red seal on the ground. The young man realized that before him was the core of the ritual to summon the terrible devourer of cities from the other world. Leon saw a pulsating mass of life energy on the ground, gathered through human sacrifices. Elsid grimly confirmed that this was the result of sacrificing more than 10,000 innocent human lives. The young man felt genuine emotional pain at what he saw and resolutely drew his sacred weapon to strike. Leon shouted throughout the underground hall that he could never forgive such inhumane treatment of people. Jazar, seeing his comrade's intentions, cried out in alarm, asking his brother why he was risking his own life. Suddenly, the young man froze in place, something sharp piercing his body, causing unbearable pain in his insides. The preacher's spider leg passed through Leon's body, piercing the young warrior's flesh with the holy weapon. The young man clearly couldn't withstand such a deadly blow, and bright red blood began to pour from his mouth. Even the wise teacher was in complete shock, completely unprepared for such a tragic turn of events. The preacher added that the ordinary milksucker had missed his last chance to save his own worthless life. The villain pronounced the blessing of his dark god, urging Leon to humbly accept his inevitable demise. All his companions, seeing what was happening, began to worry for the young hero, calling him a reckless fool. The enemy did not let them get close, threateningly sweeping his sharp horns across the stone ground in front of him. The preacher mockingly remarked that there was no need to worry about their comrade, as he would die soon anyway. The demon holding the young man on the hook asked mockingly if the victim was already dead, saying it was simply ridiculous. All Leon could think about was death. Was he really going to die here today? Would he really be unable to stop evil and perform a truly worthy deed of a true hero of justice? The guy mentally turned to his teacher, reminding him of their agreement to go to the Titanic Mountains together after their victory. Leon thought bitterly that he might not be able to keep his promise, as his life would end here today. All these dark thoughts haunted the young man. He couldn't believe the reality of the terrible events unfolding before him. Suddenly, Leon appeared before his eyes and confidently declared his complete faith in his comrade-in-arms promise. The blonde added that no matter what, Leon would definitely succeed, and the young man's eyes lit up bright yellow. Gathering all his remaining strength in his fist, Leon tried to pull out the root that had pierced his shoulder painfully. After agonizing efforts, the young man cut off the spider's leg with his weapon and freed himself from the deadly grip of his enemy. The preacher was in complete shock at what he had seen. Such a thing was impossible even in the theory of satanic arts. Leon fell to the cold stone ground, but continued to hold his weapon in his trembling hands. With his body trembling and bleeding profusely, the young man managed to get back on his feet with incredible willpower. The young man understood that he had no chance of success, but the fate of a warrior compelled him to strive for victory. The teachings of his wise mentor, who had always stood behind his student, demanded that he never give up until his last breath. Even the spirit of the sacred weapon did not expect the fallen warrior to be capable of such heroism. Leon believed that as a hero, he had to defeat this creature and save everyone. There was simply no other way out. The preacher laughed, recognizing the willpower of the insect, which even with its last breath did not let go of the sword. Countless spider legs rushed toward the young man, and the enemy mockingly suggested that he try to defend himself against the attack. The holy spirit of the weapon awoke, and Rodrigo declared that Leon had left him no other choice in this situation. The spirit in the form of a legendary hero of the past said that the young man had done everything he could and therefore deserved help. Rodrigo turned to his student and instructed him to look more closely at the magic unfolding before his eyes. Leon smiled as he watched the miracle, even though he was on the verge of death from his fatal wounds. The boy thought about the sword of the Big Dipper. That was what interested him most in the world right now. A true miracle occurred, and the 8-pointed sword of the constellation materialized in the hands of the dying warrior. True magic had been performed, and the young man's body began to glow with the divine fire of rebirth and healing. Literally a second later, the demon's head was severed from its mighty shoulders by the incredible power of the star weapon. The severed head of the monster rolled across the ground, and the preacher shouted that he had managed to wound the hero's body. The demon mockingly asked if Leon really thought that everything would end if the head simply flew off the monster's shoulders. The demon's head began to regenerate from its neck, but the process was slow and painful for the monster. The problem was that the regeneration wasn't working, and the preacher was amazed at the hero's resilience. Leon declared that the enemy had intended to look pitiful, but the guy had undergone a transformation with a mark on his forehead. The young man mockingly remarked that the enemy was sticking to his role to the end, functioning perfectly without a head on his shoulders. The creature screamed in rage about disrespect, completely losing its mind from the insults of the insolent boy. Elsid explained that due to his injuries, the destructive force was insufficient for a final victory. The teacher added that he was not sure if the body could withstand a second blow, but asked if the student was willing to take the risk. In return, the spirit would give a lesson that would normally cost a pretty penny, and the seven-pointed sword was activated again. This time, a different star from the Big Dipper constellation was used, one with incredible cosmic power. The preacher shouted in confusion, wondering why he couldn't regenerate his body, which had been torn into two bloody pieces. Realizing that his powers were waning, the demon decided that he had one last trump card against the cursed heroes. The monster began to curl up into an incomprehensible ball, promising to drag everyone down to the underworld with him. Leon replied that he had foreseen everything in advance, so he did not attack with his full destructive power now. The guy decided to give his enemy a good slap on the back of the head, smiling with obvious pleasure at what was happening. At these words, the preacher's heart simply sank with horror at the imminent retribution for his evil deeds. Rodrigo instructed them to look closely, explaining that the essence of the Big Dipper lies in the connection between the stars of the constellation. An inexperienced warrior might find it difficult to master even the first level of such cosmic techniques. But if the power is redirected correctly, it is possible to reproduce a single powerful star magic technique. Leon used the Cross of Power, and the entire Big Dipper constellation began to jump from place to place. The entire surrounding space began to shine with bright stars, illuminating the gloomy dungeon with divine light. The power of his teacher Rodrigo entered Leon, causing his body to shine like a heavenly body. The young man delivered a crushing blow to his opponent. It was hard to believe that such power could even exist. With the help of the star's power, he managed to shatter the red core of life energy into tiny fragments. The preacher realized that self-destruction was impossible, and in order to take everyone with him, the core was completely destroyed. The demon began to lose strength, not understanding the meaning of the nonsense happening to him and the collapse of his plans. The enemy was sucked into the portal, leaving with the words that it couldn't all end so ingloriously. Suddenly, the monster's jaws snapped shut with a terrifying sound, leaving the preacher no chance of escaping the deadly trap. The city-destroying monster slowly sinks into the ground, disappearing into the depths of the other dimension forever. The huge Elsid explained that it was a life-sucking creature, a cluster of life forces successfully destroyed by the team of heroes. The teacher added that if they had been even a fraction of a second late, Leon would have become the city destroyer's appetizer. His teammates lay on the ground, clutching their heads in horror at the realization that they had narrowly escaped a terrible death. When the mentor praised their excellent work, Leon suddenly began to fall to the cold stone floor of the dungeon. The boy was so exhausted from the battle that he could barely stand on his trembling knees from exhaustion. Jezar immediately rushed to the young man, carefully noting that his brother should not waste his strength on talking right now. The bishop began to use the goddess's power to heal the deep open wound on the young hero's body. The priest noted with relief that a real disaster for all of humanity had been narrowly averted. Jezar added happily that it was fortunate that the team had managed to deal with the threat in time. Karen asked her younger companion if they had won, and when she came to her senses, she saw a bright flash of light. Khan shouted loudly, asking the others what had happened to the terrible demon's summoning ritual. The activation of the city-devouring entity had been stopped, and the preacher was sucked back into his own interdimensional portal for good. In this hole between worlds, the villain was finally destroyed, unable to carry out his sinister plans of destruction. Leon finally fell unconscious, and Jezar asked the team to take care of the brave young warrior. The teacher was filled with pride for his student, realizing what an incredible feat the young man had accomplished today. Elsid acknowledged that today had truly been a day of heroic deeds by a true champion of justice and light. On such a solemn note, the ceiling suddenly began to crack and collapse onto the heads of the exhausted fighters. The team understood the nature of what was happening. The creator of this space had died, destroying his creations. Therefore, they had to leave this place as quickly as possible and take the wounded Kondrat with them for evacuation. The heroes made it out of the 25th district when the sun finally rose. It had indeed been extremely dangerous. Rodrigo noticed that in the end, Leon hadn't even learned how to form an aura, but he had already saved an entire city. The spirit was amazed at such foolishness. What kind of prophet of the Holy Sword was he if the hero had almost died? In any case, the crisis was successfully averted thanks to the efforts of the brave team. Heroes often face similar problems, so this will be a good lesson for the entire region. As for the penalty for violating the ban, there was nothing that could be done. Force had to be used without removing the seal. Else had suggested that the student would be able to deal with the problems himself if he continued to train and improve correctly. Thanks to the sword technique he demonstrated, the young man will be able to advance at least 2 levels in his skill. In the hospital ward, after all he had been through, Leon lay unconscious and exhausted, regaining his strength. The young man was awakened by bright rays of sunlight and did not even fully understand what was happening around him. The young man jumped up from the bed, asking where he was, thinking he had died. When Leon rose so abruptly, his entire body began to tremble, and painful flashes of lightning shot through his body. The guy screamed in pain, his eyes turning a frightening white, distorting the features of his young face. Leon was terrified by what was happening to his body. He had never experienced such strange sensations before. The young man began to remember the events that had taken place, how he had received a huge wound from the demon in a deadly battle. He remembered how, after being wounded, he had awakened and been able to continue fighting against the forces of evil with newfound strength. Leon remembered how his teacher had entered him, granting him incredible power to defeat the preacher of darkness. All these painful memories simply enveloped the poor boy's head, causing dizziness and weakness. The young man realized that he had simply passed out immediately after all those dramatic and dangerous events. Leon thought he was in an infirmary, where everything looked luxurious and completely unlike a dungeon. The boy called out to his teacher, hoping he was there and could answer his student. Of course, the wise mentor appeared from the seal on the young warrior's hand, as usual. Leon noticed that his teacher's appearance did not look as perfect and bright as it usually did. The mentor appeared in hologram form, insisting that his student listen to him very carefully. Else had explained that if Leon reproduced this message, it meant that he had regained consciousness after the battle. The teacher congratulated him on his recovery, honestly admitting that the victory was thanks to him, so there would be no special congratulations. Else had suggested they stop joking around and move on to a more important and serious topic of conversation. The spirit informed him that he would not be able to speak to or communicate with his student for an entire month. The teacher assumed that his student would be upset, but there was nothing that could be done about the situation. He had broken all the divine prohibitions. Leon wondered if all this was happening because his mentor had used his body for battle. Elsid replied that the problem lay in his perfection, but he hoped that Leon would understand what he was saying. Exactly 1 month remained until their next meeting, and the teacher hoped to see his student's aura perfectly formed. The mentor reminded him that he had personally demonstrated the use of the Big Dipper sword technique, so it was up to him to practice what he had seen on his own. Elsid explained that the student's body was at rank C and still had certain physical limitations. Leon pondered how complex the technique was, a truly amazing feat right before his eyes. The boy thought that if he could have seen Rodrigo personally use the technique in the past, it would have been the best lesson. The spirit of the weapon announced the end of the message, noting that as a teenager, Leon had really worked hard. The teacher added that the student had handled the situation well and should continue training seriously. Leon, having listened to the advice, promised to complete the task and not disappoint the wise teacher's trust. The hologram warned that the message would self-destruct in 5 seconds, forcing the boy to memorize the words carefully. When the young man was left alone with his thoughts, he looked at his hand and pondered what had happened. Leon recalled the Great Chariot Strike, a truly astonishing technique that exceeded all expectations of star magic. It was as if the situation had fallen from the heavens right before the boy's astonished eyes. Once his mind was clear of extraneous thoughts, everything became as transparent as the purest glass. The currents of atmospheric air, all the vibrations of space. Leon felt every detail of the surrounding world with incredible clarity. Even the ability to see through the distortions of space, the young man felt all of this on his own body. Only with the help of the aura of such an art of seeing through space could he appreciate the true power of the technique. The young man recalled his teacher's words that he had done well in solving the problem, and this memory warmed his soul. Those words truly warmed his heart completely. The young man was overjoyed to receive such praise from his mentor. Now Leon couldn't say that his mood had soured, but for some reason he felt a dull pain in his chest. Lying in the hospital ward, he heard a knock on the door and prepared to greet the visitor. The young man saw Jejar, who had come to visit the young hero after his dangerous adventures in the dungeon. The young man noticed that the elf had not come empty-handed, but had brought with him a basin filled with supplies. The young man learned that the battle with the heretics had ended 3 days earlier while he lay unconscious. At the moment when the 5 members of the squad were making their way out of the labyrinth, Leon simply collapsed and all the filth disappeared. Perhaps a special satanic technique had been used, as 107 people had been seriously injured throughout the city. Jezar noted that, as always, evil had failed to turn its insidious plans into a terrible reality. The young man thought that he should also inquire about the City Devourer, as it was truly a terrifying creature from the underworld. Only thanks to the incredible efforts of the heroes Was it possible to prevent this terrible tragedy and save the entire city from destruction? Leon modestly remarked that the bishop and other members of the squad had also made an invaluable contribution to the successful completion of the dangerous mission. The elf Jezar turned to the young man, adding that if the respected hero had not joined the team, everything would have ended in disaster. Hearing these words, Leon became very nervous, thinking anxiously that his secret had finally been completely revealed. The young man asked the elf excitedly if he really knew about it. He couldn't believe it. The priest Jezar explained that he was first and foremost a member of the Golden Castle Knightly Order, so his experience was quite extensive. This experience was just as long and rich as the lifespan of the wise and ancient elf. Therefore, no matter how powerful Leon's solar aura was, he would not be able to defeat such a monster on his own. Furthermore, the abilities of the respected hero were not yet sufficiently refined and developed to be called a true master of martial arts. The young man honestly admitted to his shame that he agreed with his comrade. He definitely had more to learn. Jezar replied with admiration, saying he was impressed by the young man's courage to take such an incredible risk to save everyone. The elf added that the final blow was something impossible. He had never seen such destructive power before. This technique was created by the greatest warrior in human history, the legendary hero Rodrigo from ancient times. The sacred technique is called the Sword of the Great Bear, the Great Chariot, and is considered lost forever. Jezar remembered seeing a mention of this technique in an ancient book describing the deeds of legendary heroes of the past. Therefore, the probability that the Great Spirit had once again revealed its mighty form was practically 1 in a million. Leon replied that after all these words, he could no longer avoid giving his comrade in arms an honest answer. The young man reminded him that the bishop remembered the sword he had used in the Dark Labyrinth, and that it was not a call. His comrade confirmed that he remembered the weapon perfectly, but at some point it had suddenly disappeared from his hands for some unknown reason. Leon realized that the teacher was telling the truth. Even in his absence, the young man could still use this sacred sword. Therefore, the young man used the seal on his hand to summon the legendary weapon, preparing to demonstrate it to his comrade. The young man simply pulled the sword out of thin air, completely stunning his wise comrade. Leon held the sacred sword, which blazed with an insanely powerful energy, illuminating the entire hospital ward with divine light. The elf, who had lived so many long years, saw such a miracle with his own eyes for the first time in reality. Jezar literally fell to his knees, and the only thing spinning in his head was how lucky he was to have met a hero. The priest immediately knelt down in prayer. Before him shone the divine power of his patroness. Jezar apologized for his confusion and disrespectful behavior, not immediately recognizing the sacred energy of the goddess of light in the sword. The bishop delicately inquired whether the hero intended to continue hiding his true identity from the world. Leon explained that the seal of the holy sword had not yet been removed, and his skills were not yet refined enough for open recognition. The young man promised to reveal himself to the world when he was no longer ashamed to call himself a true hero. The bishop was overcome with joy. He had become one of the few chosen ones who knew the great secret of the future savior. In the priest's eyes, Leon already looked like a worthy hero, capable of protecting the world from any threat. Jezar promised to keep the secret, but cautiously asked permission to share the information with one person. Hearing the priest, the ceremony to transfer her powers had not yet been completed, but such news could truly stir her soul. Thinking about the saint, Leon realized that he had no objections to such trust. The young man agreed to the request, declaring his complete trust in the bishop on this delicate matter. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching outside the door. Someone was heading toward the hospital ward. Jezar reassured his companion that the room was protected by a spell and no one would hear their conversation from outside. After catching his breath following the revelations, the priest allowed the visitor to enter the ward to see the recovering hero. The adventurous girl Karen appeared, determined to cheer up her younger comrade after his ordeal. Upon entering, she did not understand the strange, tense atmosphere that reigned between the men. Karen asked awkwardly if her visit was too unexpected and suggested coming back later. Leon remembered belatedly that they had been together on a dangerous mission in the dungeon. The guy discovered Karen's true identity. She was a killer nicknamed the Gravedigger. But Karen's appearance here with the bishop seemed too suspicious a coincidence to the guy. The girl reassured her younger companion that everything was fine. The bishop had caught her red-handed. It turns out that the adventuress had already revealed her identity to the wise priest and was no longer hiding. Leon was literally speechless with amazement and shouted, asking what was going on between his friends. The elf began to explain the situation related to the peculiarities of the aura. They had to understand certain things. Jezar reminded Leon that he was well aware of the solar nature of his aura and its unique properties. Jezar explained that he was Leon's opposite, the moon against the sun, and that their auras had the ability to resonate with each other. The priest added that they were sensitive to disturbances in communication, and that the probability of two people with such a rare shadow attribute meeting in the same place at the same time was very low. Therefore, such a fact seemed extremely strange.